You are listening to Huvel Audio's production of Through Gates of Splendor by Elisabeth Elliot. This book is read by Marguerite Gavin. This book is 272 pages long and is divided into 19 chapters and includes 2 epilogues. Through Gates of Splendor by Elisabeth Elliot. Give of thy sons to bear the message glorious. Give of thy wealth to speed them on their way. Pour out thy soul for them in prayer victorious, and all thou spendest, Jesus will repay. The parents of the 5 men have, in a very literal sense, fulfilled the words of this hymn. This book is dedicated to them. 1. I dare not stay home. The Santa Juana is underway. White stars breaking through a high mist, half moon, the deep burn of phosphorus running in the wake, long, easy rolling and the push of steady wind. It was hot in the little cabin of the freighter. Jim Elliot, who was later to become my husband, was writing in the old cloth-covered ledger he used for a diary. It was a night in February, 1952. Pete Fleming, Jim's fellow missionary, sat at a second desk. Jim continued. All the thrill of boyhood dreams came on me just now outside, watching the sky die and the sea on every side. I wanted to sail when I was in grammar school, and well remember memorizing the names of the sails from the Merriam-Webster's ponderous dictionary in the library. Now I am actually at sea, as a passenger, of course, but at sea nevertheless, and bound for Ecuador. Strange, or is it, that childish hopes should be answered in the will of God for this, now. We left our moorings at the Outer Harbor Dock, San Pedro, California, at 2:06 today. Mom and Dad stood together watching at the pier side. As we slipped away, Psalm 60, verse 12 came to mind, and I called back, "Through our God we shall do valiantly." They wept some. I do not understand how God has made me. Joy, sheer joy, and thanksgiving fill and encompass me. I can scarcely keep from turning to Pete and saying, "Brother, this is great," or "We never had it so good." God has done and is doing all I ever desired, much more than I ever asked. Praise, praise to the God of heaven, and to his Son Jesus, because he hath said, "I will never leave thee nor forsake thee." I may boldly say, I will not fear. Jim Elliot laid down his pen. He was a young man of 25, tall and broad-chested, with thick brown hair and blue-gray eyes. He was bound for Ecuador, the answer to years of prayer for God's guidance concerning his life work. Some had thought it strange that a young man with his opportunities for success should choose to spend his life in the jungles among primitive people. Jim's answer, found in his diary, had been written a year before. My going to Ecuador is God's counsel, as is my leaving Betty, and my refusal to be counseled by all who insist I should stay and stir up the believers in the U.S. And how do I know it is his counsel? Yea, my heart instructeth me in the night seasons. Oh, how good! For I have known my heart as speaking to me for God. No visions, no voices, but the counsel of a heart which desires God. Jim's mood of the moment was felt by Pete. Pete was shorter than Jim, with a high forehead and dark wavy hair. The two had learned to understand and appreciate each other long before, and their going to Ecuador together was, to them, one of the extras that God threw in. Pete, too, had met with raised eyebrows and polite questions when he had made it known that he was going to Ecuador. An M.A. in literature, Pete was expected to become a college professor or Bible teacher, but to throw away his life among ignorant savages, it was thought absurd. Only a year or two before, the problems of Ecuador, on the northwest bulge of South America, had seemed remote. The two young men had talked with several missionaries who had been there, who described the enormous problems of transportation, education, and development of resources. Missionary work had done much to help the country bridge the cultural span of a millennium between primitive jungles and modern cities. But progress was pitifully slow. Evangelicals had been working among the head-shrinking Jivaros for 25 years, among the Quichuas of the high Andes, and among the red-painted Colorados of the western forest. The Cayapas of the northwestern river region had also been reached with the gospel, and advances were soon to be made into the Cofan tribe of the Colombian border. But there remained a group of tribes that had consistently repelled every advance made by the white man, the Aucas. They are an isolated, unconquered, semi-nomadic remnant of age-old jungle Indians. Over the years, information about the Aucas has seeped out of the jungle, through adventurers, through owners of haciendas, through captured Aucas, through missionaries who have spoken with captured Aucas, or Aucas who have had to flee from killings within the tribe. Whatever Jim and Pete had been able to learn about them was eagerly recorded, so that by now the very name thrilled their young blood. Would they someday be permitted to have part in winning the Aucas for Christ? They were aware that the first missionary to have entered Auca territory, a Jesuit priest, Pedro Suarez, had been murdered by spears in an isolated station near the confluence of the Napo and Curaray. That was in 1667. His murderers were Indians who might have been the ancestors of some present-day Aucas. For about 200 years after this, the Indians had been left in peace by the white man. Then the coming of rubber hunters wrote a dark page in the history of this jungle area. For some 50 years, from about 1875 to 1925, these men roamed the jungles, plundering and burning the Indian homes, raping, torturing, and enslaving the people. It was a time when the concept of lesser breeds without the law was almost universally accepted. For the Auca to have no love for the white man was understandable. Could Christian love wipe out the memories of past treachery and brutality? This was a challenge to Jim and Pete as they hoped to bring the message of God's love and salvation to these primitive people. It was a challenge and leading for which they had both been prepared since childhood. God had led Jim since boyhood, when in his home in Portland, Oregon, he learned that the book of all books is the Bible, and that to follow its teaching is not necessarily to live a cloistered, dull life. Now as he sat in his cabin on shipboard, his mind went back to his family house on a hillside facing snow-covered Mount Hood. Jim's father, a red-haired, iron-jawed Scotsman, would gather his 4 children each morning after breakfast and read to them out of the Bible, trying always to show them that this book was to be lived, and that the life it depicted was a happy and rewarding one. The children would squirm in their seats in the little breakfast nook, but some of the truths sank in, and Jim, third of the Elliott sons, soon received Jesus Christ as Savior and Lord. When he entered high school, Jim, following the example of the Apostle Paul, was not ashamed of the gospel of Christ. A Bible always rested on the top of his stack of textbooks when he entered the classroom. Academically, his early interest was in architectural drawing. His talent in this was exceptional, and his drawings were kept by the teacher to be used as examples to future classes. Before finishing Benson Polytechnic School, however, he began orienting his life toward the mission field. While at Wheaton College in Illinois, Jim limited his extracurricular activities, fearing that he might become occupied in non-essentials and miss the essentials of life. He refused requests that he run for several offices on the campus. He did, however, go out for wrestling, explaining his choice in a letter to his mother. "I wrestle solely for the strength and coordination of muscle tone that the body receives while working out, with the ultimate end that of presenting a more useful body as a living sacrifice. This God knows, and even though he chose to allow it to be strained, the motive was for his glory and the faith he honors. Simplicity of heart and freedom from anxiety he expects of us, and gives us grace to have both." During his sophomore year in college, Jim came to the conclusion that God wanted him in a Latin American country, preaching the gospel to those who had never heard it. This decision was immediately followed by action. He began the informal study of Spanish. He chose Greek as his major, preparatory to translating the Bible into some unwritten language. His professors remember the vigor, if not always the accuracy, with which he translated some of the ancient classics, Xenophon, Thucydides, patristic literature. It was a thrill to him to read for the first time in Greek the old stories of the New Testament, so familiar in English. "Today I read the story of the cross in John 19 for the first time in the original," he wrote to his parents. "The simplicity and pathos made me almost weep, something which has never occurred in my English reading. Surely it is a wonderful story of love." In November 1947, Jim wrote a letter to his parents which showed where his ambition lay. "The Lord has given me a hunger for righteousness and piety that can alone be of himself. Such hungering he alone can satisfy. Yet Satan would delude and cast up all sorts of other baubles: social life, a name renowned, a position of importance, scholastic attainment. What are these but the objects of the desire of the Gentiles, whose cravings are warped and perverted? Surely they can mean nothing to the soul who has seen the beauty of Jesus Christ. No doubt you will hear of my receiving preliminary honors at school. They carry the same brand and will lie not long hence in the basement in a battered trunk beside the special gold B pin with the ruby in it, for which I studied 4 years at Benson. All is vanity below the sun, and a striving after wind. Life is not here, but hid above with Christ in God. And therein I rejoice and sing as I think on such exaltation." Jim and my brother, Dave Howard, were both members of the class of 1949 at Wheaton, but although I was also at Wheaton, I had not met Jim until Christmas 1947, when Dave brought him home with us for the holidays. I smiled later when I learned Jim had written his parents about a tall, lean girl, far from beautiful, but with a queer personality drive that interests me. His junior year at college completed, Jim wrote to his parents, "Seems impossible that I am so near my senior year at this place, and truthfully, it hasn't the glow about it that I rather expected. There is no such thing as attainment in this life. As soon as one arrives at a long-coveted position, he only jacks up his desire another notch or so and looks for higher achievement, a process which is ultimately suspended by the intervention of death. Life is truly likened to a rising vapor, coiling, evanescent, shifting. May the Lord teach us what it means to live in terms of the end, like Paul, who said, 'Neither count I my life dear unto myself, that I might finish my course with joy.'" During that summer, after preaching to a group of Indians on a reservation, Jim wrote, "Glad to get the opportunity to preach the gospel of the matchless grace of our God to stoical, pagan Indians. I only hope that he will let me preach to those who have never heard that name Jesus. What else is worthwhile in this life? I have heard of nothing better. Lord, send me." In his diary of the summer he wrote, "He makes his ministers a flame of fire. Am I ignitable? God deliver me from the dread asbestos of other things. Saturate me with the oil of the Spirit that I may be a flame. But flame is transient, often short-lived. Canst thou bear this, my soul, short life? In me there dwells the spirit of the great short-lived, whose zeal for God's house consumed him. Make me thy fuel, flame of God." The man who wrote these words was no recluse. He was an American college senior, school champion wrestler, consistent honor student, president of the Student Foreign Missions Fellowship, amateur poet, and class representative on the student council. Jim was warmly admired by fellow students. He was known as one of the most surprising characters on campus, able to recite such poems as "The Face on the Barroom Floor" and Robert Service's "The Cremation of Sam McGee." He was at the same time recognized as a man of spiritual stature above his classmates. George MacDonald said, "It is the heart that is not yet sure of its God that is afraid to laugh in his presence." Jim spoke of joking with God. "Every now and again," he said, "I ask for something, a little thing perhaps, and something answers. Maybe it's only me, but something answers, and makes the request sound so funny that I laugh at myself and feel that he is smiling with me. I've noticed it several times lately, we two making fun of my other self, who does so hate to be laughed at." Sure that he belonged to God by faith in his Son, Jesus Christ, Jim was equally sure that the God who had redeemed him would also guide him. "I am as sure of his direction as I am of his salvation," he used to say. During his senior year, a large convention was held at the University of Illinois for students who were interested in foreign missionary work. Jim attended and asked God to show him what he wanted him to do. At the end of the convention, he wrote, "The Lord has done what I wanted him to do this week. I wanted, primarily, peace about going into pioneer Indian work. And as I analyze my feelings now, I feel quite at ease about saying that tribal work in South American jungles is the general direction of my missionary purpose. One more thing. I am quite confident that God wants me to begin jungle work single. Those are good-sized issues to get settled finally in a week, but just now I am happy about them." Toward the end of the summer of 1950, Jim's general direction became specific. He met a former missionary from Ecuador who told him of the needs in that field and mentioned the great challenge of the dread Aucas. This was the climax to several years of seeking direction from God. Jim devoted 10 days largely to prayer to make sure that this was indeed what God intended for him. He was given new assurance and wrote to his parents of his intention to go to Ecuador. Understandably, they, with others who knew Jim well, wondered if perhaps his ministry might not be more effective in the United States, where so many know so little of the Bible's real message. He replied, "I dare not stay home while Quichuas perish. What if the well-filled church in the homeland needs stirring? They have the scriptures, Moses and the prophets, and a whole lot more. Their condemnation is written on their bank books and in the dust on their Bible covers." This feeling is reflected in his diary account of gospel meetings that he and his college pal Ed McCully conducted in southern Illinois. "Sterile days. Have had 32 nights of youth rallies in Sparta, with 50 or 60 out in the public school gymnasium. There is little interest, and very few young people are reached in this way, I'm beginning to see. This problem of meeting a culture with truth from God is the most difficult kind of thing. One comes as a renovator, a conditioner of society, and society is in no mood to be conditioned. The fixedness of the human mind is the wall of Jericho to gospel preaching. God must shake, or there will be no shaking. There has been a sense of discouragement and doubt come over me through this. There is a strong pull to the philosophy that chaos created this lump of clay in his own image, and to let fall the whole gamut of theological arguments. Again, I'm held by the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Were it not that I believed that Jesus was seen of men and proved himself to be supernatural in outwitting death, I would throw the whole system back to the troubled skies and take a raft down the Mississippi today. But the fact is founding, settling, establishing. It holds as nothing else, and gives the sense that there are answers, not yet discovered, for which I must wait. It was typical of Jim that, once sure of God's leading, he did not turn aside easily. The leading was to Ecuador, so every thought and action was bent in that direction. Jim practiced what he preached when he wrote in his diary, "Wherever you are, be all there. Live to the hilt every situation you believe to be the will of God." Jim had been praying for some time that God would give him a comrade with whom to go to the mission field, a single man ready to enter tribal work with him. For a while he thought that it might be Ed McCully, but when Ed married in June 1951, Jim began to pray for another. In August he saw an old friend, Pete Fleming, who had just obtained his master's degree and was at that time seeking God's direction for his life work. Jim later wrote to him, "I would certainly be glad if God persuaded you to go with me. But if the harvest chief does not move you, I hope you remain at home. To me, Ecuador is an avenue of obedience to the simple word of Christ. There is room for me there, and I am free to go. Of this I am sure. He will lead you too, and not let you miss your signs. The sound of gentle stillness, after the thunder and wind have passed, will be the ultimate word from God. tarry long for it. Remember the words of Amy Carmichael, "The vows of God are on me. I may not stay to play with shadows or pluck earthly flowers, till I my work have done and rendered up account." Jim's hopes were to be fulfilled when he and Pete set sail from San Pedro in 1952. Their paths had crossed when groups of young people interested in studying the Bible had gotten together from Seattle and Portland for conferences and mountain climbing expeditions. Pete had once gone east to join Jim Elliot in a series of speaking engagements at religious conferences and other meetings. 6 weeks of traveling together brought them into a deeper comradeship than they had known before. Driving back across the country to the Northwest, Jim wrote, "Pete is a most engaging traveling partner, interested in all the things that I notice, geology, botany, history, and the sky, and all the good things God has scattered through the West in such extravagant variation." Pete, who was born in Seattle, Washington in 1928, early learned to appreciate the Bible and to hold it as his supreme rule of life and conduct. Those who knew him in his late teens and early 20s were impressed by his intelligent grasp of Scripture and by the breadth of his spiritual knowledge. Converted at the age of 13, after hearing the testimony of a blind evangelist, Pete, like Enoch, walked with God in a way that set him apart in the eyes of fellow high school students. He earned his letters in basketball and golf, and the members of the Letter Club asked him to be their chaplain. In his valedictory speech at graduation, he said, "Where shall we look? Where shall we go? I believe that we have a right to go back to the Bible for our anchorage. Here we have a recognized foundation. Let us build upon it." This conviction stood Pete in good stead when, in the fall of 1946, he entered the University of Washington as a philosophy major. He was a man with a critical mind, and the study of philosophy challenged him to re-examine his whole view of life and of the world around him. For a while he almost foundered on the shoals of conflicting thought, but at last the God to whom he had long since committed the keeping of his soul brought him back to the harbor of truth, his eternal word. Pete worked part-time, studied hard, and was president of the University Christian Fellowship. He was a man who drove himself, yet in his busy schedule he took time for prayer and study of the Bible. In 1951, he received a master's degree, his thesis being on Melville's The Confidence Man. In the meantime, having seen and corresponded with Jim, he reached a decision about his life work. He surprised his friends by announcing that he believed God was calling him to Ecuador. "I think a call to the mission field is no different from any other means of guidance," he once wrote to his fiancée, Olive Ainsley. "A call is nothing more nor less than obedience to the will of God, as God presses it home to the soul by whatever means he chooses." He had known Olive since childhood. The two of them had attended the same worship group on Sundays. When he responded to God's call to Ecuador, however, he went with the intention of serving him without the responsibilities of home life, at least for the first year or so. On September 6, 1951, he wrote to Dr. Wilfred Tidmarsh, an English missionary with 12 years' service in the Ecuadorian jungle, who had addressed many Christian groups in the States. "Since your visit, I have been very much in prayer about going to Ecuador. In fact, I have never prayed so much before the Lord about anything. Jim and I have exchanged several letters in which I told him of the increased desire to go forth, and of the scriptures which God seemingly had brought to mind to confirm it. My thinking, both in and outside of the scriptures, was directed toward the stringency of Christ's words to his disciples when he sent them forth. I send you forth as sheep among wolves. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. He that taketh not up his cross, and followeth after me, is not worthy of me. He that findeth his life shall lose it, and he that loseth his life for my sake shall find it." It is seemed that the severe requirements of a difficult field like Ecuador are matched on a spiritual level by the severe requirements placed on real disciples. Ecuador, as it seems, is a God-given opportunity to place God's principles and promises to the extreme test. This door seems to be opening at a time when I was looking to the Lord regarding the future, and thus is the Lord's answer to my prayers. On the verge of his sailing from the States, Pete said to one of his college friends, "Remember the last few verses of 1 Corinthians 3, for all things are yours, and ye are Christ's, and Christ is God's. Throughout all our personality we are God's, and since God has made our whole selves, there is great joy in realizing who is our Creator. This realization is to permeate every area and level of life. In appreciation of beauty, mountains, music, poetry, knowledge, people, science, even in the tang of an apple, God is there to reflect the joy of his presence in the believer who will realize God's purposes in all things." 2. Destination, Shandia. After 18 days at sea, Jim Elliot and Pete Fleming arrived at Guayaquil, Ecuador. "About halfway up the Guayas River," wrote Pete, "I finally comprehended that this was Ecuador. I felt a tingling sensation for the first time. Jim and I sang quietly, 'Faith of our fathers,' as the boat pulled into the harbor. 'Faith of our fathers, holy faith, we will be true to thee till death.'" Leaving the ship, the two young men made their way through the stacks of baggage out into the hot sunlight on the Malecon, the parkway, beside the Guayas River. The tide was coming in, and out in the center of the current, great masses of water hyacinths rode swiftly upriver. A gleaming white fruit ship stood at anchor, and beside it crowded the barges and long, slim dugout canoes of banana vendors. A ferry was disgorging its sweating, shouting multitudes with their straw suitcases, cloth bundles, chickens, and baskets. Jim and Pete stopped to watch the faces until the crowd dissipated in all directions. Then they turned and crossed the street. Portals over the sidewalk shaded them from the tropical sun, and they gazed at the store windows with their astonishingly heterogeneous displays, sweaters and typewriters, frying pans and automobile tires, fake shrunken heads from the Auca Indians, and Kamei soap. In one side street, cocoa beans were spread out like a nubbly red-brown carpet to dry in the sun. Businessmen, dressed in crisp white suits and Panama hats, were coming out of the buildings for their 2-hour lunch break. Cadillacs and donkeys, nudging each other for the right-of-way, epitomized this land of contrasts. With a growing population of over 300,000, Guayaquil is the country's largest and most modern city, with wide streets and imposing office buildings. The streets are crowded as owners, managers, and clerks from the various importing and exporting firms bustle about their business. Guayaquil is the banana capital of the world, and also from here, since World War II, more than 3 million bags of coffee, some 70 million pounds of cocoa, and more than 300 million pounds of rice have annually been loaded for the export market. An air of prosperity prevails, production is constantly rising, and this port city serves as the country's trade barometer. Pete and Jim spent their first night in a third-class hotel. Heat, mosquitoes, the occasional bray of a burro, and the Latin rhythm of a dance band nearby made the night a memorable one. The next day they took a plane to Quito, traveling up over the western Cordillera of the Andes, crossing a 13,000-foot pass, and landing in the capital of Ecuador. Quito is 9,300 feet above sea level, and to the west rises the volcanic mountain Pichincha. Here was a new opportunity to live to the hilt. This old-world city, with its adobe houses, high mud walls, cobblestone streets, ornate churches, with its red geraniums and eucalyptus trees, was to be their home for the next 6 months, for before they could get to the Oriente, the eastern jungle area of Ecuador, goal of their tireless preparation and planning, there remained this last requirement, the learning of Spanish, the national language of Ecuador. They signed up for Spanish lessons with a señorita who expected nothing short of perfection, and they also engaged a room in the home of an Ecuadorian doctor who had 5 children. Here was an unparalleled opportunity for practice. They were forced to speak Spanish, and the children were quite uninhibited in pointing out the mistakes and peculiarities of their guests. "Señor Jaime," said little Mocatin, a bright-eyed imp of 6, "why is it that your face is always red?" Jim countered, "Why is it that your face is always brown?" "Because it is much prettier that way," was the unexpected reply. "Language is a tyranny of frustration," Pete once said, but learn it they must. During those months of study, Pete wrote in his diary, "I am longing now to reach the Aucas if God gives me the honor of proclaiming the name among them. I would gladly give my life for that tribe, if only to see an assembly of those proud, clever, smart people gathering around a table to honor the sun. Gladly, gladly, gladly. What more could be given to a life?" These almost 6 months have been crammed full of goodness, and God has given us special privileges by way of having no set responsibilities, of giving us the money and the freedom to live with a national family, and undoubtedly we have learned things that will stand us in good stead all our missionary lives. And it has been a terrific boon, praying together and seeing God give us faith, getting more and more from the Spanish Bible, gradually finding Spanish easier, and getting useful phrases fixed in my mind, so I didn't have to think out every one. It has all been good, and we have learned things, how to cope with situations and how to keep our mouths shut on some subjects, how to get along with the nationals, what their perspective on missionaries is. God is going to give us Spanish by one means or another, and Quichua as well. Finally the day came when Jim and Pete were to leave Quito. They saw their gear thrown up on top of a fat, ungainly vehicle that served as a bus. An American truck bed had been surmounted by an amazing superstructure that protruded on both sides, accommodating perhaps 30 or more passengers inside, and as many as dared cling on the outside, squeezing themselves and their cameras, hallmark of the missionary as well as of the tourist, in among the other riders. They each found a seat, a board perhaps 10 inches wide, with as much room again for the legs, between it and the next seat. They were fortunate indeed to be in a bus with an aisle, for in some vehicles passengers cheerfully clamber over the backs of the seats to their places, and they were able to sit up straight and still see out of the low windows. To have one's knees close to one's chin is not the most comfortable position, but then they could take turns sitting by the aisle to stretch their legs. "Vamos!" called the driver. Jim and Pete rejoiced that the bus was going to start on schedule, but no such luck this time, for this is the land of mañana. Everywhere there are unexplained delays, and perhaps most trying thing of all to an outsider is the fact that no one seems to be the least interested in giving an explanation. No questions are asked. Silence. In this case, the delay lasted only 10 minutes or so, and without warning, the driver gunned his motor and the bus lurched to a start. Leaving the city, the bus climbed up over the Paramo, where a cold drizzle added to the bleakness of great stretches of brown grass. An occasional Indian galloped by on horseback, red wool poncho flying in the strong wind. A woman dressed in a heavy wool skirt and embroidered blouse passed at a dog trot, the usual gait of the Indian of the high Andes. Her baby, dressed exactly as she was, complete with fedora, joggled in a cloth on her back. The mother's hands moved nimbly, spinning wool on a spindle. At 12,000 feet the men could see the small grass huts of the highland Quichuas. They eke out a living herding cattle and sheep, growing potatoes and certain grains. This scene was soon replaced by the arid territories surrounding Ambato, the city of the earthquake of 1949, and the gateway to the Oriente. Here the bus stopped, and was immediately besieged by women with their trays of fried pork, meat pies, glasses of fruit drink, or slices of pineapple piled into an enamel basin. Each called her wares in a peculiar sing-song. The trip was resumed once more, with the bus climbing up between lofty snow-clad peaks, then tipping forward to swoop down in dizzy hairpin turns into the vast gorge cut by the Pastaza River, through the eastern Cordillera of the Andes, past the cone-shaped Tungurahua, an extinct volcano. With startling suddenness, the desert of the western slope and the high mountain pass were replaced by lush greenness on the breathtaking eastern descent. Purple orchids nodded out over the road as the bus swayed and jerked along the narrow shelf of road, a precipice on the right, a steep wall of rock shouldering up on the left. Toward late afternoon, the bus rounded another curve, and the Pastaza spread itself out before them, Flowing in broad ribbons over black beaches, this was the western extreme of the mighty Amazon basin, which terminates 3,000 miles to the east as the river empties into the Atlantic Ocean. Another little town or two, and Chalmera was reached. A former base of the Shell Oil Company for prospecting operations in the area, it is now an unpretentious huddle of dilapidated wooden buildings, houses, a hotel, and stores on one side of the road, and an army base and mission-sponsored Bible school on the other. The Ecuador base of the Missionary Aviation Fellowship was at the southern end of town. Here Jim and Pete met Dr. Tidmarsh, the missionary with whom they had corresponded before coming to Ecuador, and with him they were soon flying north from Chalmera over the green sea of jungle, following the Ansuc River toward the Atuñacu, headwaters of the Napo. They were headed for Shandia, the Quichua mission station which Dr. Tidmarsh had had to abandon because of his wife's health. They planned to reopen the station, Dr. Tidmarsh staying till they could get established. Shandia did not at this time have an airstrip, so the three flew to another station nearby. Here they landed and set out on foot through the jungle. It was late in the afternoon when they started, and knowing that it was normally a 3-hour hike, they raced against the sudden tropical twilight. Slipping on grassy roots, stumbling and struggling through deep mud at times, they pressed eagerly on to the place that would be their home for months to come. They were full of anticipation for what lay ahead, but at the same time they drank in the beauties of the great Amazon rainforest through which they passed. It was virgin jungle. Trees with great buttress-shaped roots grew to tremendous heights, often with no branches except at the top. Under these umbrellas an incredible variety of flora thrives. It was often impossible for Jim and Pete to distinguish the leaves which belong properly to the trees, for the huge tangle of lianas, air plants, and fungus that sponge a living from them. Orchids everywhere lent their soft colors to the living green. Fungus grew in vivid colors and bizarre shapes: vermilion, shaped like the ruffle on a lady's dress; turquoise, shaped like a shell, half hidden under a rotten log. Just as the moon rose over the forest, the three men burst into the clearing that was Shandia. Indians immediately gathered around, wrote Pete, and I remembered a couple of faces from Tidmarsh's pictures, and felt a kind of pride in remembering. My first thought was, yes, I can love these people. The ink-colored designs on the women's faces interested me, and the pitiful drape of the faded blue skirts. Lots of children were about, smiling shyly. Babies sucked on big, tremulous breasts, and the young, eager faces of boys looked up at us. Heard Tidmarsh's first conversation in Quichua, wondered how I would ever learn it. At the same time, Jim wrote, "We have arrived at the destination decided on in 1950. My joy is full. Oh, how blind it would have been to reject the leading of these days. How it has changed the course of life for me, and added such a host of joys." At the far end of the clearing stood the small thatched house in which Dr. Tidmarsh had lived. It was walled with split bamboo, floored with boards, and set on posts to ensure circulation of air and to give protection from both the damp ground and the invasion of insects. At my first glance, the house looked spacious and comfortable, Pete wrote in his diary, and I thought how easily Olive and I could live in such a setup, feeling joy in the knowledge and anticipation. Afterwards we got cleaned up a bit, washed our muddy feet in the ice-cold Napo, took a look around, and settled down to a meal of rice soup, plantain, manioc, and rice with coffee. Now by the light of the kerosene lamp I am writing on the dining-room table, tired but full of thankfulness to the Father, who leads on. In reality this is not an end, but a beginning. 3. All things to all men. In Shandia, Jim and Pete became full-fledged missionaries for the first time. They had come to reach the Quichuas with the word of God, a task for which they were prepared, but could accomplish only if they gained the Quichuas' confidence and love. So by living among them, sharing in their lives and thus laying the foundations of mutual trust, they hoped to open the minds and hearts of the Indians to the Christian message. and Jim and Pete knew that whatever knowledge they gained from their experiences among the Quichuas would prepare them for work among other tribes further removed from today's civilization. The two young missionaries learned quickly that the Quichuas hunt a little, farm a little, and work occasionally for a neighboring hacienda owner. They are subject to a variety of diseases and debilitating intestinal parasites. They are caught between two cultures, the disappearing one of their forebears, and the rising white man's world of today. They are a gentle people. Unlike their neighbors to the south, the head-hunting Jivaros, and to the northeast, the feared Aucas, every facet of the lives, health, language, education, birth, and death of the Indians was of immediate interest to Jim and Pete. Night after night they sat in their little hut, listening to the jungle tuning up its nocturnal orchestra, and recording their experiences in diaries and letters. Moths and flies swarmed against the lantern, dropping to the paper and clogging pen points. Great beetles zoomed at their faces, which glistened with sweat from the heat of the lamp. Every evening they were surrounded by a circle of dark, laughing faces, schoolboys who came in to watch whatever the missionaries might be doing. "Don't white people ever get tired of paper?" said one to Dr. Tidmarsh in Quichua. "These two, all they do is look at paper and write on paper. My father says white men smell like paper. He gets mad at me for smelling like paper when I come home from school." Pete Fleming smiled as Dr. Tidmarsh translated. How was a man to concentrate for 5 minutes? But then, he loved these Quichua boys. This is what he had bargained for. This is why he had renounced the solitude and silence for study, which had been his pleasure before. I was by this time in the western jungle of Ecuador, and Jim kept in touch with me as frequently as jungle mail service would permit. Soon after he reached Shandia, he wrote, "Days begin at 6 a.m. with the swooshing of the gas stove on which Dr. Tidmarsh heats his shaving water. The box we use for a washstand sits on the corner of the front porch, and the drain is over the wall, where you aim the basin at a ditch which runs right around the house. Breakfast, usually consisting of a bowl or two of banana soup or ground corn, a fresh banana and a cup of coffee, has so far been interrupted at 7:15 each morning to make radio contact with the other mission stations of the region. At mealtime we speak only Spanish. Breakfast is followed by a reading of Daniel in Spanish, and morning prayer. So far my mornings have been consumed in watching the doctor do medical work, studying, or making some gadget to bring things to a little better state for comfort, and interspersed with visits to the airstrip to see if the men are working. Today, a herd of wild pigs upriver sent most of them scurrying to the hunt. There were only a dozen or so working. They had arrived at that part of the strip which was planted in patches of plantain, a tropical fruit, cooking cousin of the banana, and they were loath to cut them down. I helped them push over the trees to get them started. It's like destroying food to them, and it hurt me a little too, but there are other plantains and no other airstrips. Our room is exceedingly pleasant. A huge window looks out on a beautiful view. Door is monk's cloth curtain between our room and the living room. 2 throw rugs and the 2 aluminum chairs make the place look very civilized, and the Indian Venancio sweeps it daily to clean out the mud and dead cockroaches. Old Venancio, a typical Quichua, was Dr. Tidmarsh's right-hand man. He dresses as the white man does, in ordinary pants and shirt, his parents having years ago left the old costume of the Quichuas, the kushma. Travel on jungle trails, sometimes in knee-deep mud, makes shoes an absurdity for him, though a few others wear them on special occasions as a sign of prestige. A safety pin adorns a conspicuous spot on the front of his unironed shirt, handy for removing chanta palm thorns from his feet. As he travels the trails, he carries a well-worn machete, which he swings aimlessly at trees. If he comes to a steep or slippery bank, he can cut steps for his toes as he ascends. If a vine hangs in his way, one swipe removes it. His wife, Susanna, trudges behind him, carrying her baby in a cloth on her side, and a great basket containing cooking pot, chickens, blanket, and plantains. This basket is strapped with a jungle rope, a strip of bark or a long fibrous leaf, which is passed around the basket and up over Susanna's forehead. She too carries her machete, with which to dig and peel the manioc, which is their main diet, trim her fingernails, or discourage the weeds around their front door. The machete is their most valued implement, indeed, often the only implement. It makes an excellent hoe, shovel, axe, knife, scissors, or what have you. Jim and Pete soon learned that it is indispensable in the jungle, and wondered how they had ever done without one in the States. Venancio spends much of his time making small baskets for storing eggs, trumpet-shaped traps and nets for scooping fish, woven sieves and monkey-skin drums. His wife does all of the heavy work, such as clearing the land of trees and other jungle growth, planting, carrying water and firewood, washing of clothes on the rocks by the river, hauling of heads of plantains, which may weigh up to 100 pounds each. Venancio's bed is made of a few slabs of split bamboo, laid across a few poles. For chairs he has chunks of wood, 5 or 6 inches in height, on which he squats by the fire. A soup plate and spoon make up his eating utensils, and he uses half gourds for drinking, along with the clay bowls. The staple food of Venancio and his fellow tribesmen is a drink known as chicha. This is made from manioc, a starchy tuber dug daily by the womenfolk, peeled with deft wax of the machete, and steamed in a clay pot. When it is cooked, the women pound the manioc with a wooden pestle to the consistency of mashed potato, but coarser and heavier. Taking mouthfuls of this, they chew it and spit it into a tray, thus beginning the fermentation, which continues as the mass is put back into the great clay urns. It is left for a day or two, or even a week if strong chicha is desired. The Quichuas literally live on this stuff for most of their lives, supplementing it when they can with wild meat or fish, perhaps a little jungle fruit, and eggs. Day by day in their observation of the Indians as individuals and in a group, Jim and Pete learn to fit themselves into this new fabric of living. One night, as the two men, with their senior worker, Dr. Tidmarsh, sat with the schoolboys in their little bamboo house, running steps were heard outside. "Doctor, doctor, Tiangichu, are you there? Ikwi, come in. My sister-in-law is dying." This, in Quichua, may mean anything from a headache to a snake bite. If one is in excellent health, he is living, otherwise he is dying. "What is the matter with your sister-in-law?" "She is causing a child to be born. Will you come?" Unless there is some complication, the missionary is not usually called to attend a delivery, but Dr. Tidmarsh knew that in this case the woman had lost 5 babies. He was a doctor of philosophy, not a medical doctor, although he had studied homeopathy, so he collected the simple equipment he had for such emergencies, and with Pete started down the river. Venancio, serving as guide, plunged ahead in the darkness, while they swung their flashlights to try to augment the little circle of light they threw on the muddy trail. The Talak River, a shallow stream perhaps 50 feet wide, had to be crossed 2 or 3 times, and finally the house was reached, a rectangular building constructed of split bamboo and palm leaf roof, woven beautifully and evenly. As they entered the narrow doorway, stepping over a low sill designed to discourage pigs and chickens, they could see several fires glowing dimly through the smoke that always fills the house, and incidentally acts as a preservative for the roof leaf, coating it with tars that resist insects. In one corner sat a man, weaving a string fishing net. Another sawed away on a homemade violin. "The woman was lying on a bamboo board," Pete wrote later in his diary, "partly shielded from public view by 2 loosely hung blankets, and was attended by the midwife. Gradually all became dark, the smoldering fires died to embers, and the families went to their boards for the night, the little children with their parents, older boys together in one corner, girls in another. They gave Tidmarsh and me a bed, and we lay down, as there was no sign of the baby's arrival, labor pains still 7 minutes apart. As the bamboo had none of the usually associated attributes of flexibility which it has in the minds of many, and as our shoes and pants were still wet from walking in the river, we soon chilled, and later rose and sat on small log seats around a smoky fire which refused to stay alight. In company of 2 mangy, skeleton-ribbed dogs, we listened to the whine of the crickets, the strange goose-like honking of the tree-toads, the occasional waking cry of a child, the creaking of the bamboo as someone rolled over, and the periodic moans of the woman which rose shrilly to a short scream. Gradually, as the pains increased and intensified, the girl rose to her knees and reached for the vine rope which hung from the ceiling above, intertwining her hands in the rope and lifting her body when the pains came. For me, those small brown hands held high over the head, and the arms, lined with taut tendons, communicated something of the simplicity and yet binding custom of their means of giving birth. After she had passed the water, the pains waned, and finally the baby began to descend. The midwife gave a word. Everybody woke up and moved sleepily to the corner and stood peering over the curtains. Privacy is a word and concept unknown. They prepared a drink for the mother by scraping the claw of a sloth and mixing the powder with water. I think this is supposed to hasten the arrival of the baby. Venancio, our cook, then stepped inside, grasped the girl by the shoulders and began shaking her violently, which he continued to do until the baby arrived, dropping half onto the banana leaves, half onto the earthen floor, a tiny white, frail thing, attached to an intestine-like cord, motionless in the flickering kerosene light. It burped a couple of times, sputtered and cried, then adopted normal breathing. Tidmarsh stepped in to tie off the cord, and the midwife cut it with the sharp edge of a bamboo stick. The midwife then took the baby, took a mouthful of water from an iron pot, and spat it out over the baby, thus washing it. Then wrapping it in an old dirty cloth and tying it with a woman's embroidered belt, she handed it to a small naked child, who tottered across the floor with it. A woman took it, laid it on a bamboo plank where it was apparently forgotten. Meanwhile, the mother continued in her martyr-like position, wincing and writhing under the continuing contractions. Tidmarsh committed the baby to the Lord in prayer. Slowly the men became more familiar with the language. They were never without their little black notebooks and pencils. Since the language was not a written one, they had only to write down what they heard, try to find out by one means or another what it meant, and then memorize. "I find the language fascinating," Jim wrote home. "The freshness of discovering a language from the speaker's mouth without the aid of a textbook is most stimulating, and an especially interesting feature to me now is the onomatopoeic value of certain words. For example, I heard it said of a free-swinging broken wrist, it goes huilang, huilang. The word has no dictionary meaning, so far as we can discover. Or a lamp flickering goes leping, 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 tiang, tiang, and dies. The word tukluk, tukluk describes rapid swallowing or gulping, and there are myriads more." As Pete and Jim's knowledge of the language grew, so grew the Indians' confidence in them, and they began to invite the missionaries to greater participation in their life and customs. "You speak Quichua better than we do," said Wachka, a proud young Indian who always wore a pith helmet, a sign of great prestige among his people. "You hear us too well. We are talking away, saying to ourselves they do not hear, and then you answer us." Dr. Tidmarsh eventually left the forest to return to his family in the mountains. But before he went, he gave Jim and Pete a few simple instructions about caring for the sick. On their own, they would have to give what medical aid they could with the help of medical books and prayer. Sick calls had to be answered. One night in January, a distraught father came to them on behalf of his baby, who was ill. "Will you not stick it with medicine?" he pleaded. It had not taken the Indians long to learn the healing power of antibiotics for their frequent tropical infections, and they soon began to feel that unless they were injected, the missionary had really done nothing at all. It was useless for the missionary to try to explain that if a man had a bad case of worms, penicillin would not cure him. Drinking medicine was not nearly so effective, in the Indian mind, as sticking medicine. This time, however, the baby's case seemed to be pneumonia, so Jim gave penicillin. The parents were satisfied that he had done what he could, but the baby did not show immediate signs of recovery. They fell back then on the greatest power they knew, the witch doctor. Jim asked if he might stay to watch the ceremony. A bed was pointed out to me, he recalled later. I was told they were going to drink ayahuasca, and that I was to stay on the cane bed and not turn on my flashlight. All lamps were extinguished by 8:30, and the 3 Indians who were to drink the herb, ayahuasca, could be heard speaking across the room occasionally. I feigned sleep and drowsed, but woke when one of the watchers sleeping on the floor beside me was roused to be alert to listen as the drinking passed and the swoon speech expected. I heard the quick, steady swish beat of what sounded like a bunch of dry leaves being shaken, and from somewhere, I cannot say if it was from the same source, the rather melodious whistle of the 3-tone pattern so usual among them. This was interspersed with a spitting, retching sound, and the curious pop of the smoke blowing on the patient's head, as I had seen done earlier. I had offered another injection of penicillin, and been refused at supper time. The witch doctor insisted that we wait till morning. The swishing and blowing and whistling were joined by an occasional heavy snore, and I dropped off to sleep. At 11, I was awakened by an Indian playing a violin. We chatted. I checked the baby at midnight, and was told that the witching had not amounted to much, as the drinkers had not taken enough to do much talking. Fever seemed a little higher, breathing and general condition not changed. Around 1, I fell asleep again. The mother and an old woman were awake, making applications of leaves and tobacco. Lamps and kerosene lanterns made things somewhat less eerie than earlier. I slept until the death wail awakened me at 3. No struggle, just quit breathing. Made our 3rd small coffin this morning. These happenings gave insight into the life of these people. Superstition and fear bound them tightly. Would the New Testament answer the longing of the Quichua for freedom from fear, peace of heart, deliverance from evil spirits? The missionaries prayed and discussed these problems, but still they felt themselves foreigners, felt that they would always be foreigners. The Indian himself must be the answer. He must learn the scriptures, be taught, and in turn teach his own people. To this end, Pete and Jim reopened the missionary school at Shandia that Dr. Tidmarsh had been forced to close. Here, in a one-room schoolhouse, the youngsters of the community were taught to read and write, so that ultimately they could read the scriptures for themselves. But there were others, Indians who had as yet never had one chance to hear the stories which these boys listened to daily. Would God send Jim and Pete to take the message to the Aucas? "The thought scares me at times," wrote Pete, "but I am ready. We have believed God for miracles, and this may include the Aucas. It has got to be by miracles in response to faith. No lesser expedient is a shortcut. Oh God, guide." 4. Infinite adaptability. Ever since their college days, Jim Elliot and Ed McCulley had wondered if someday they might work together on the mission field. When Ed, his wife Marilou, and their tow-headed toddler Stevie arrived in Quito in December 1952, it seemed that their hopes would be realized. The McCulleys planned to stay in Quito for their required Spanish study, and then join Jim and Pete in Shandia. In June 1953, Ed left his family in Quito and made a quick trip to his future home in the jungle. He wrote to his folks in the States of the scenes he had witnessed. "I've just returned to Quito after spending 12 days in the jungles with Jim Elliot and Pete Fleming among the lowland Quichua Indians. If the Lord permits, we hope to be located there in a few months. During these 12 days after viewing the Indian boys in school and the endless line of people seeking medical aid, after visiting Indian homes, after hearing the weird chant of witch-calling and the hopeless cry of the death mourners, I praise God for bringing us to this land to work with these people. I pray that we might be faithful to our calling, and that God will use us to bring many of these Indians to himself. I stood by the bed of an 18-year-old Indian boy in the eastern jungle. I watched him vomit blood, and in a few minutes I watched him die. In that hour, as I stood looking at his lifeless form lying on bamboo sticks on the dirt floor of the hut, I was to realize more fully what Paul meant in 1 Thessalonians 4, "Ye sorrow not, even as others which have no hope." I will not soon forget the screaming, chanting wail of these heathen folk as they beat their breasts and mourned for 2 days and nights. It was a pathetic picture of no hope. Tonight I pray a peculiar prayer, that God will spare the lives of these Indians until he enables us to bring to them the message of hope, of eternal life, of salvation in their own language. Oldest son of a Milwaukee bakery executive, Ed McCully grew up in the Midwest, in a home which knew something of sacrifice for the work of the Lord. Ed's father was active in preaching, traveling throughout the United States, speaking of Christ to his business associates at every opportunity and to Christian groups in many places. When Ed entered Wheaton College in the fall of 1945, it was not with the idea of becoming a foreign missionary. He chose business and economics as his major. 6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing 190 pounds, he soon distinguished himself as star end on Wheaton's championship football team. His surprising speed for so big a man made him a track star as well. His track coach, the national champion miler Gil Dodds, tells of an incident in Ed's senior year. 10 440-yard men were in training for a special meet in Boston. From the 10, 5 would be picked to go. Ed wanted to go to Boston, so in spite of the fact that he was a 100-220-yard man and had never run a 440 in his life, he asked if he could try out with the others. It was typical of Ed that he made the relay team by 1/10 of a second. He was always coming through with the impossible when the chips were down, was Dodd's concluding comment. Ed was at his best on the platform. His simple, direct approach to his audience enabled him, with no formal training whatever in public speaking, to win the 1949 championship in the National Hearst Oratorical Contest in San Francisco, a competition in which over 10,000 students had competed. His essay on Alexander Hamilton was nearly memorized by his classmates, who insisted on his reciting it at every class gathering. When he came to the climax, "And like a silver clarion rung the accents of that unknown tongue," the class would rise simultaneously and shout with Ed, "Excelsior!" Such was the spirit which Ed, senior class president, had generated. Of his election, my brother Dave wrote, "Ed was elected, or shouted in, without a contrary vote. I frankly doubt if anyone even entertained the idea of proposing anyone else for the position. It was a foregone and unanimously accepted conclusion." The following year, Ed McCully, having turned his thinking toward the bar, entered the law school at Marquette University. At the beginning of his second year there, he took a job as hotel clerk at night, intending to spend the time studying. But God, who ordains men of his own choosing and moves in them to the accomplishment of his eternal purposes, had other plans. Ed told his Wheaton classmate Jim about it in a letter dated September 22, 1950. "Since taking this job, things have happened. I've been spending my free time studying the Word. Each night the Lord seemed to get hold of me a little more. Night before last I was reading in Nehemiah. I finished the book and read it through again. Here was a man who left everything as far as position was concerned to go to do a job nobody else could handle. And because he went, the whole remnant back in Jerusalem got right with the Lord. Obstacles and hindrances fell away, and a great work was done. Jim, I couldn't get away from it. The Lord was dealing with me. On the way home yesterday morning, I took a long walk and came to a decision which I know is of the Lord. In all honesty, before the Lord, I say that no one, or nothing beyond himself and the Word, has any bearing upon what I've decided to do. I have one desire now, to live a life of reckless abandon for the Lord, putting all my energy and strength into it. Maybe he'll send me someplace where the name of Jesus Christ is unknown. Jim, I'm taking the Lord at his word, and I'm trusting him to prove his word. It's kind of like putting all your eggs in one basket, but we've already put our trust in him for salvation, so why not do it as far as our life is concerned? If there's nothing to this business of eternal life, we might as well lose everything in one crack and throw our present life away with our life hereafter. But if there is something to it, then everything else the Lord says must hold true likewise. Pray for me, Jim. Man, to think the Lord got hold of me just one day before I was to register for school. I've got my money put away and was all set to go. Today was registration day, so I went over to the school to let them know why I wouldn't be back. I really prayed like the apostle asked the Ephesians to pray, that I might open my mouth boldly. I talked to all the fellows that I knew well. Then I went in to see a professor I thought a lot about. I told him what I planned to do, and before I left he had tears in his eyes. I went in to see another professor and talked to him. All I got was a cold farewell and a good luck wish. Well, that's it. 2 days ago I was a law student. Today I'm an untitled nobody. Thanks, Jim, for the intercession on my behalf. Don't let up. And, brother, I'm really praying for you, too, as you're making preparation to leave. I only wish I were going with you. Ed's period of boot training came when he went with Jim Elliot to Chester, Illinois in the winter of 1951. Besides the tent meetings and children's classes which they held in an attempt to preach the gospel in that town, Ed frequently preached on a weekly radio broadcast, which he and Jim shared. As the Apostle Paul wrote, "I am debtor both to the Greeks and to the barbarians, both to the wise and to the unwise. So as much as in me is, I am ready to preach the gospel to you that are at Rome also. For I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God unto salvation to everyone that believeth." So Ed believed, and so he preached. On May 16, 1951, he used civic law as an illustration in one of these radio messages. Ed's sermon explains better than most theological statements the belief shared by all 5 of the men who were ultimately to combine forces in Operation Auca. "The fate of the criminal," Ed said, "is to fulfill the condemnation by being punished. For some this means serving a term of years, for others it means imprisonment for life, for others it means death. God's condemnation upon all sinners is death. The wages of sin is death. One sentence and one punishment for those who do not believe. But you say, God is a God of love. He will not punish anyone eternally. It is true that he is a God of love, and his condemnation does not in any way alter the fact. God is not willing that you or I experience the punishment we justly deserve. Therefore, he offers us an escape, if we choose to accept it. At the price of his only begotten Son, God provided pardon. This is the simple, plain, and clear word of God from his book, the Bible. He that believeth on my Son, says God, is not condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already, because he has not believed on my only begotten Son. As in the days when the Lord himself walked on the earth, the results were not startling. A few wrote to the radio station for further information. A handful of people professed conversion as a result of the meetings held in school auditoriums and tents. But Ed knew that he had been obedient to God in the work of those months. Just prior to going to Chester, Ed had accepted an invitation to speak at a young people's banquet in Pontiac, Michigan. God had more in mind than Ed had imagined. It was there that he met Mary Lou Hoboth, a pretty, dark-haired pianist in the church where he was to speak. During the months in Chester, Ed sent more letters, no doubt, to Mary Lou than he had posted to others in several years. Early in the correspondence, he wrote, "I'm praying definitely for 2 things. First, that the Lord will give us wisdom in our relationship, even in the business of letter writing. Second, that as long as we've got anything to do with each other, that each of us will be an influence upon the other for closer fellowship with the Lord. I don't mean that we'll be preaching to each other, but just that our attraction for each other will be a means of attracting us more to the Lord. I know that's the way you feel, too." Their friendship ripened fast, and in April Ed and Mary Lou became engaged. A few days later, Ed wrote her, "When you pray, ask the Lord definitely to show us where he wants us to spend our lives, and that we'll be willing to spend them there, even anxious to." Ed's love for the girl he was going to marry was wholehearted. "When anybody speaks to me, it takes everything I've got to stay with them in conversation. It's the craziest sensation. I'm beginning to believe everything the poets and songwriters have to say about love." On May 29, 1951, he was writing, "1 month from today you will have lost all your freedom and will be subject to my iron rule, my unflinching law, and my cruel command. You have exactly 31 days to reconsider. Do you think you'll really be able to put up with me for the rest of your life? It won't be easy. There'll be plenty of times you'll wonder why on earth you married me. Have you reconsidered? Now let me tell you that I love you with all of my heart." Mary Lou did not reconsider. They were married in June in her home church, the First Baptist of Pontiac, Michigan. Ed's decision to become a foreign missionary led him to enroll at the School of Missionary Medicine in Los Angeles, where he spent a year of intensive study in tropical diseases and their treatment, obstetrics, dentistry, learning the fundamentals in order not only to be of help to the Indians, but also to keep himself and his family in shape. On December 10, 1952, with 8-month-old son Stevie, Ed and Mary Lou sailed for Ecuador, the country where God had indicated he wanted them to spend their lives. In the jungle, Jim and Pete had been looking forward to the day when the McCulleys would join them. They were building a house for them, along with other mission buildings. In the meantime, the McCulleys were living in a stucco house in Quito with an Ecuadorian family, learning Spanish. It was not an easy life, and they found themselves subject to discouragement and a sense of uselessness. "We ask in prayer that we might have aptness and accuracy in the studies, and grace to carry us over the hump, so we will be able not only to converse but also speak the word of life," Ed wrote to his friends who had promised to pray for them. He and Mary Lou were eagerly looking forward to having their own home down in the jungle, and to getting into the work which they longed to do. One day Ed was called to the shortwave radio. "I didn't read that transmission too well. Did you say all of the buildings?" he asked. "Over." "All of the buildings at Shandia have been destroyed by flood. All of the buildings at Shandia have been destroyed by flood. Jim and Pete would like you to come down as quickly as possible. Over." Okay. Tell them I'll be right down." Ed McCulley handed the microphone back to the shortwave operator. The message had been relayed to him from Shalmera. Jim and Pete had sent a runner to Dos Rios, a mission station 6 hours' walk from Shandia. The missionaries there had informed Shalmera by radio of the flood. Ed was dazed. He walked over to the window and stood looking out across the valley of Quito, toward Antisana, the mighty snow-cap between him and the little mission station he had visited only a few weeks before. The mission station at Shandia had been wiped out in one day of thunderous rising water, followed by a nightmare that lasted through the long hours of darkness. The rampaging river destroyed everything. 500 hand-planed boards, each representing one full day's work for one man, stacked up for a new house, a new clinic, and a new school kitchen, had disappeared in the night. Most of their personal belongings were saved, but Jim and Pete's invaluable Quechua vocabulary manuscript was strewn all over the ground and tracked in mud. 330 feet were sliced off the end of the airstrip. It was a poignant reminder to the men of the temporal quality of their present city. Just as they had instinctively sought Ed's help, so now he turned to Mary Lou. "Babe, the whole station at Shandia has been destroyed by flood." Mary Lou was incredulous. Ed told her of the disaster and of Jim and Pete's having asked him to go down to the forest. She agreed immediately that this was the right course of action. "But what about you and Stevie?" he asked. "Oh, we'll be fine," Mary Lou replied. "We'll just stay right here, and you let us know by radio whatever you plan to do. I'm sure it'll work out okay." As usual, Ed was cheered by her spirit and began making preparations for the trip. "Elliot," he had said one day to Jim, "I've married an efficient wife. She plans, and she makes me plan, and we get it done." She got him ready in record time, and soon thereafter he was seated on a canvas chair in the tent which Jim and Pete had pitched in Shandia. Discouragement gave way to planning, and the young men quickly turned to rebuilding the mission station and getting things ready for the McCullys. As soon as possible, Ed went to Quito to move his family down. An excerpt from Ed's diary tells of their first days in the rainforest. September 1953. We are well settled by now. Life gets to be a routine of buying, selling, treating sick, fixing kerosene and gasoline appliances, trying to learn a language. It's a fight to try to get time for the latter. Also time for Bible study and prayer. It's hard to stay on top of it all. Hard to keep rejoicing. Hard to love these ungrateful Indians. It's hard to keep our primary purpose in view when we get so swamped with secondary things. The life of a missionary calls for infinite adaptability. From winning a national oratorical contest to struggling with an unwritten language. From starring on a college football field to teaching a bunch of small Indians to play volleyball. From prospects of a law career in a North American city to a life in the jungle of South America. Mary Lou, who had been the director of music in a large church, slowly and carefully taught Indian children to sing two-line songs which she and Ed had written in the Quechua language. With all this, they were ready. They were fully prepared to be fools for Christ's sake. 5. Expendable for God. Avionita, yuarimun, the little plane is coming into hearing. These words, shouted by the Indians, announced to Jim, Ed, Pete, and other missionaries in the Oriente that the bright yellow Piper of the Missionary Aviation Fellowship was about to land on the station airstrip. The most welcome sound in the jungle was the approaching hum of its engine. The missionary would interrupt his business for the morning, treating a baby for impetigo, selling a bottle of worm medicine, teaching a Bible class, or sawing boards for a building. There would be a grand scramble to clear the strip. The missionary would pace it for a final check of the surface, and then, when dogs and children were at a safe distance, the plane would glide onto the grass. As the prop stopped spinning, the door would swing open, and a sunburned, sandy-haired man with a wide grin and frank, blue eyes would hop out. Nate Saint, the man whose vision had changed missionary life in the jungle. Nate would dig out the cargo listed for that station, checking aloud the list which his wife Marge had made out for him beforehand. Let's see. A sack of flour, 15 gallons of diesel oil, meat, vegetables, 2 brooms, and the mail. Your penicillin is in the mail sack. Guess that's it. How's it going, Ed? As the two men talked beside the plane, Indians would eagerly gather round. One would stand rubbing one leg down the back of the other continually to keep off the flies. A baby would cry, or a dog would escape from the captivity of a child. Nothing would distract the Indians from looking at the plane, no matter how many times they had seen it. And then, without warning, a tiny alarm would sound. Nate's watch. A methodical man, he had figured out exactly how much time he could spend in that station and still make his deadline home before sundown. Or if he had another flight scheduled, he would know precisely when he must take off for that. After piling and lashing down the empty diesel oil cans in the back of his plane for refilling at his headquarters in Shelmera, and rechecking his list, he would jump in, fasten safety belt and shoulder harness, wave goodbye, and take off. It was a bright spot in the week for the isolated missionary. Man, there's nobody like old Nate, Ed would say to Mary Lou as they walked back to the house. Truly, the coming of Nate Saint with the Piper had marked the beginning of a new way of life on the isolated mission station of this jungle area. Heretofore, the missionary and his family would be completely cut off from the outside world long months at a time. 4, 6, 8 days of heartbreaking struggle on a dangerous jungle trail separated him from medical and other help. Then one by one, airstrips were hacked from the jungle. Radio transmitters and receivers were installed, and the airplane, when it came, covered in 5 minutes the distance of a long, hard day on the trail. Housing was vastly improved, from vermin-ridden bamboo and short-lived thatch to boards cut and planed by machinery brought in by air. Nate worked out a special frame underneath his plane for hauling sheets of aluminum. These provided a durable and easily constructed roof. Electric light plants and fuel to run them, kerosene refrigerators, filing cabinets, stoves, power saws, and cement, all helped to make life in the jungle safer, healthier, and more efficient. Nate and his wife Marge arrived in the Oriente in September 1948. His first job there was to set up some kind of living quarters for himself and Marge in Shelmera. A tent sufficed during the weeks he was building a small frame house, which soon became warehouse, dormitory, tool shed. But the job of serving the missionaries was not allowed to wait until the saints were comfortably settled. Nate had come down as a pilot of the Missionary Aviation Fellowship, an interdenominational organization founded by 2 ex-Navy pilots whose aim it was to transport evangelical missionaries, their supplies, their sick, to and from remote outposts. Thus, by lightening the physical burden which the missionary carries because of the primitive nature of his surroundings, the MAF could give him more time and energy for his spiritual ministry. Almost at once, Nate started ferrying missionaries in his plane, transporting their cargo, making courtesy flights, and handling all the maintenance on the plane himself. Marge began entertaining all the missionaries and their visitors who came through Shelmera. These were numerous, and she was the only available hostess for miles around. She never knew whether supper should be cooked for 2 or 12. "And they eat like harvest hands," she said. "I cook what I think ordinary people would eat, and then double it." For the stringent requirements of their unique job, Nate and Marge were eminently suited. Nate's appreciation of Marge's role was once expressed in a letter. "How glad I am to have you working at my side always. I have felt that I had sufficient snort and drive for the sprints, but God knew I would need a flywheel to steady me for the long haul." Nate's first concern in flying was that it should be safe, efficient, and economical. Missionaries who used to travel the old trails made sure they weren't carrying anything that wasn't necessary. Today, in the airplane, we too make sure we don't carry anything that isn't necessary. When our mission bought the plane, it had nice soft seats in it, but we found that these seats weighed almost 8 pounds each, so we decided to use harder seats that weighed only 1 pound and take 7 pounds of extra food and cargo. Every ounce counted in a plane of this type. When Nate found that the streamlined wheel covers were collecting mud, he took them off. Characteristically, Nate turned this to spiritual illustration. When life's flight is over and we unload our cargo at the other end, the fellow who got rid of unnecessary weight will have the most valuable cargo to present the Lord. Nate had always regarded himself as expendable for the cause of Christ. In a short sermon delivered over the missionary radio station, HCJB, the voice of the Andes in Quito, he shared his belief with others. "During the last war, we were taught to recognize that in order to obtain our objective, we had to be willing to be expendable. This very afternoon, thousands of soldiers are known by their serial numbers as men who are expendable. We know there is only one answer to our country's demand, that we share in the price of freedom. Yet when the Lord Jesus asks us to pay the price for world evangelization, we often answer without a word. We cannot go. We say it costs too much. God himself laid down the law when he built the universe. He knew when he made it what the price was going to be. God didn't hold back his only Son, but gave him up to pay the price for our failure and sin. Missionaries constantly face expendability. Jesus said, 'There is no man that hath left house, or brethren, or sisters, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands for my sake, and the gospel's, but shall receive 100-fold now in this time and in the world to come eternal life.'" However, Nate's convictions about expendability did not lessen that sense of caution which is ingrained in the fiber of any first-rate flyer. On the contrary, his brain teemed with ideas for improving the safety of his plane. "I'm trying to steer clear of gimmicking for the sake of gimmicking," he wrote. "Nevertheless, I can't help the gadgets that run through my head, but I do try to sort out stuff that might have some value." One of the devices of real value which he put into operation was an alternate fuel system. He often tried out his ideas on his older brother Sam, an airline pilot with long experience in the field of aeronautics. "As I sit above the jungle listening for the symptoms of trouble that I never want to hear," Nate wrote to Sam, "I have in the back of my mind little things like the fuel line that fell off in my hand in Mexico a few years back. The flare had broken off one end of the tubing, but natural spring tension had kept it in place. I also think of the quick work of mud wasps when they decide to plug up a fuel vent. To be sure, I'm impressed by the long end of statistics, but I am also impressed by the dire consequence to my passengers, not to mention to my own bones, if I should come out on the short end somewhere over these tall trees. While turning over in his mind methods of eliminating a breakdown in the fuel system, Nate was working one day at the hangar at Shelmera when he noticed a truck en route to Ambato, high in the Andes. Trucks in that region were not common, and this one had an additional attention catcher. A small boy was clinging to the roof of the cab holding a 5-gallon can of gas and a siphon, while an older boy sat on the front fender, holding the lower end of the siphon, pointed in the direction of the carburetor under the partially opened hood. Whatever had caused the failure of the regular fuel system, here was a truck preparing for an ascent of 6,000 feet, most of the way in second or third gear, with a great deal of shifting, while a boy metered gas to the engine through a rubber hose. Nate's lively imagination immediately transferred this method of feeding gas to his own need. He lifted the cowl of his plane, removed the temperature gauge fitting from the intake manifold, and squirted in gasoline. Each squeeze on the gas-loaded tube produced a burst of power. Encouraged by his experimentation, he went into the kitchen and borrowed one of Marge's cooking oil tins to use as an auxiliary 3-gallon tank. To provide a streamlined fairing for the tank, he sent an Indian boy for a piece of balsa wood, which the lad obtained by chopping down an 80-foot balsa tree. The tank and fairing were then strapped to the struts under the left wing. Salvaged fittings, strainers, and a screw-type valve finished the rig. Nate mounted the valve on the firewall and extended a control rod to the instrument panel. So far, so good. But darkness forced him to wait until morning to test his homemade safety device. He put in a sleepless night, thinking of various reasons why his idea was totally impracticable. But still, there was that truck racing along in second gear without its normal fuel source. Then, too, from his long experience as a mechanic, he knew that the complexity of a modern carburetor arises from the need to accelerate smoothly from slow speeds to higher speeds. And a dead engine in the air, he told himself, will windmill fast enough to stay out of those critical lower speeds. The next morning, first tests proved that the alternate fuel system could work without a hitch on the ground. The moment it had come to test it in the air, he described the experience. 2,000 feet above the landing strip, I pulled the mixture control to idle cutoff. It was quite a novel experience for a fellow who had listened so long, hoping never to hear it happen. But a turn of the new little T-handle on the instrument panel brought with it a wonderful feeling as the engine wound back up to smooth, full power. For the next 20 minutes, the normal fuel source was shut off tight. Even though the carburetor was bypassed completely, the engine never missed. It picked up from the windmilling condition without a cough. I put the plane into every imaginable attitude at various power settings. It never faltered. Feeling for the best mixture setting with the emergency T-handle was no more difficult than leaning the engine with the regular mixture control. Same thing. The whole rig, tank and all, weighs only 4 pounds. The only thing it has in common with the ship's fuel system is the engine. It takes care of all the common troubles such as clogged vents and broken lines. With the simplicity and low cost of a deal like this, why do we fly along with our only source of fuel supply in jeopardy at several points between tank and engine and no alternative? We are all sold on dual ignition. Why not an alternate fuel system for emergencies? With government permission, every MAF plane now goes out to the jungle a safer machine because it is equipped with Nate's alternate fuel system. Another ingenious invention of Nate's has astonished many in the aviation world. He developed a method of lowering a canvas bucket from an airplane in full flight into the hands of a person on the ground. This spiraling line technique, as he called it, later made possible the first direct contact with the Aucas. A canvas bucket is let out behind the airplane on a line about 1,500 feet long. As the airplane goes into a tight turn, the bucket moves toward the center of the circle, the drag of the cord across the circle overcoming the centrifugal force tending to throw the bucket outward. As the bucket moves toward the center, it falls until it eventually hangs almost motionless at the bottom or vortex of an inverted cone. Not only could the person on the ground receive mail, medicine, and small parcels, but more important, could send messages or other things back to the airplane as the bucket is pulled up again. Sometimes Nate substituted a telephone wire for the cord, with a field telephone in the bucket. In this way he could talk by telephone to a missionary on a sandbar or in a jungle clearing in areas where there was no landing strip. One of the essential safety measures was the maintenance at all times of shortwave contact with the plane. This was Marge's job. Whenever the plane was in the air, she stood by for regular checks of location, altitude, and fuel load. She checked on weather conditions in Shalmera and kept in touch with the missionary to whose station Nate was flying for a check from that end. Each missionary station was equipped with transmitter and receiver, and at 7 o'clock every morning the missionaries called in to Shalmera. If a medical emergency had arisen since the previous call, help could be obtained and flights arranged for evacuating the patient. Routine supplies were ordered, and flights scheduled by means of this contact. It meant hours and hours of sitting by the radio, but Marge was as convinced that this was her share of missionary work as Nate was that flying was his. Thus, on any morning, a visitor to Shalmera might have heard something like this. Shalmera is standing by for Makuma. Makuma, over. Makuma standing by. We'd just like to know how many carriers to have at the airstrip when our cargo arrives, over. Good morning, Makuma. I think 2 will be enough, over. Okay, thanks. And how is the boy we sent out to the clinic, over. I'll phone the clinic and find out if he can come home on Thursday's flight. Incidentally, you'll be having a visitor on Thursday. A missionary just came in on the bus and would like to see a typical jungle station. Over. Okay, Marge. We'll be glad to have him. Better send us a little more food than our usual order this week, though. Over. Okay, Makuma. Shalmera calling Shandia. Shandia, do you have any traffic? Over. Shandia standing by. No traffic, Marge. Over. And so the morning would pass, Marge taking orders for food, supplies for the Indian schools, medicine for the dispensaries, standing by while one station talked with another, relaying messages from missionaries to the doctor, getting his answer by telephone and relaying it back to the missionary, and calling 56 Henry, Nate's plane, as he flew out over the jungle, carefully noting down his position every 5 minutes. There were those back home who smiled at Nate's constant concern for safety. After all, they said, a missionary is supposed to trust the Lord. Perhaps my reasoning is pagan, as I've been told, Nate wrote home. I do believe in miracles. They are nothing to God, surely. But the question is one of finding the pattern that the Lord has chosen us to conform to. I wouldn't be here if I weren't trusting the Lord. Chances are that those who shrug it off by saying, the Lord will take care of you, are the same ones who would hardly expose themselves to the bacteriological risks of working in a downtown rescue mission. Forgive me if I feel a little strongly at this point. I'm concerned about safety, but I don't let it keep me from getting on with God's business. Every time I take off, I'm ready to deliver up the life I owe to God. I feel we should be quick to take advantage of every possible improvement in carrying out the job before us. Besides facilitating the work of the jungle missionaries, Nate had a direct influence on the Ecuadorians at his own doorstep. He never appeared to be hurried, and many a national came to him just to talk, recognizing in him a love for God and a sympathetic heart which drew them. He improved steadily in the Spanish language and was respected for this effort. Street meetings, Sunday school, and literacy classes, personal chats, these things made Nate a missionary as well as a pilot. Small contrivances to add to the convenience and pleasure of his family also took his attention. He built a concrete cistern to catch rainwater from the roof, and also built up a lower outer wall so that the children, Kathy, born in 1949, and Stevie, born in 1951, could have a place to wade in the overflow from the larger tank. He put a bell-ringing timer on the washing machine to save Marge steps while she was at the radio. Dampness is a major problem in Shalmera, So Nate created a drying room behind the kitchen by building the kerosene refrigerator flush with the kitchen wall and backing the heating unit into the little room, into which he also put the hot water heater. Thus clothes and other equipment could be kept dry. What had brought a man with this inventive, ingenious turn of mind, with these modern technical skills, into the primitive jungle of Ecuador? Like Ed, Pete, and Jim, Nate came from a family whose guiding principles of life were rooted deep in the teachings of the Scriptures. As a small boy, he understood the personal implications of the New Testament and placed his faith in Christ as the only ground for his hope of salvation. In the Saint home in Philadelphia, where Nate was born in 1923, movies and dancing were not allowed, nor any form of gambling, from pitching pennies to playing poker. But it was no monastery. The children went fishing, trapping, sledding in wintertime, and were allowed such adventures as sleeping out of doors. Nate blueprinted and built model gliders, boats, and locomotives. His older sister Rachel was like a little mother to him, reading him missionary books about Africa, Japan, India, and South America. His imagination fastened eagerly onto these stories, and he once said, "I don't expect ever to be a preacher, but someday I would like to talk to someone who has never heard about Jesus." His oldest brother Sam took him flying when Nate was 7, so small that he had to stand on the seat to see out of the cockpit of the old biplane. From that time on, he was captured by wings and the wide sky. At 13, he suffered a severe case of osteomyelitis in his leg, and enforced inactivity gave him time to think. Could it be that God wanted him to be a missionary? Later he recorded, "Through high school, everything was evaluated in terms of flying machines, and all emotions were turned to imagined air adventures. All else became almost unbearably confining. In fact, any occupation that keeps me where I can't see the sky for a day is still one of my rougher tribulations." The 4 walls of the classroom finally did become unbearable, and in his senior year Nate took a daytime job in a welding shop and went to night school, completing his high school course in a few months. A job at a small airport, where he learned to fly small planes, took up the next 6 months. After this, he worked in an airline overhaul shop and gained a mechanic's license. The next step was to sign up for the Air Force Pilot Cadet Program. "It looked as though the Eagle was about to lay the golden egg," he said. $25,000 worth of pilot training. By this time, he had piloted a 40-horsepower light plane about 80 hours, but he had dreamed long of flying the big, powerful planes of the military. The night before he was to report for his first military flying instruction, he became aware of pain around his old osteomyelitis scar. Yanking up his trouser leg, he knew the truth. It was inflamed. All his boyhood ambitions of the past years, wrapped up and focused on this shining opportunity to get into big-time flying, suddenly collapsed. I didn't say a word to my roommate, but jumped into bed and turned out the light without a word. There I barred myself into the small, dark confines of my heart, which had now become a dungeon for solitary confinement, except for the tossing and choked, then sighing respiration. No one would have known the thing that was almost overwhelming me. No fooling. I was heartbroken. The shock of losing the opportunity of getting out of the flying putt-putts into real airplanes left Nate in a state of numbness, not caring much about anything. When he came out of the hospital, the Air Force made him a maintenance crew chief. On this job he had time to burn, and he used it for Bible reading, which he had neglected. 1 year after he was grounded, he was sent to Detroit on detached service to study new and larger engines that were soon to be on the line, and there, at a New Year's Eve worship service, he felt that the Lord was turning his heart to the mission field. What was going on in the service wasn't important, he recalled later. I wasn't hearing anything with my ears anyhow. I pleaded helplessly with my Heavenly Father for the answer that stood between me and the peace that Jesus had said should be ours. Now, you've heard about people being spoken to by God. I don't know about the other fella, but that night I saw things differently. Bing, like that. just as though a different Kodachrome slide had been tossed onto the screen between my ears. As soon as I could, I stepped out of the building and started out, just to get away from people. It was snowing, and there was already a deep virgin snow on the ground, and the moan of city traffic had been muffled as it is when deep snow is around. A joy, such as I had never known since the night I accepted Jesus' forgiveness for my sins, seemed to leave me almost weak with gratitude. It was the first time that I had ever really heard that verse, "Follow me, and I will make you to become fishers of men." The old life of chasing things that are of a temporal sort seemed absolutely insane. It was at this juncture, when Nate thought that he would have to say goodbye to planes and flying and buckle down to a couple of years of college in preparation for the mission field, that he heard of the Missionary Aviation Fellowship. He wrote to his mother, "Methinks the aircraft industry has suffered the loss of a big operator, and the Lord has won for himself a little operator." Shortly after VE Day, he was shipped out to Salinas, California, to work as crew chief with the 4th Air Force. There he met the 2 ex-Navy pilots who had founded MAF. It sounded like the perfect made-to-order spot for Nate Saint. He got hold of an old beaten-up 40-horsepower airplane, fixed it up, and began flying in every spare minute, practicing, always practicing. While he was still in the Army, he met Marge Ferris, whom he later described in a letter, "Among other blessings, the greatest. She has just finished her state exams and is now a practicing registered nurse in California. She is a graduate of U of California at Los Angeles, an ardent student of the Word, and has a challenging love for the lost. She is the most selfless person I have met in my life except my mother. She is a meek girl of deep conviction, ready for service for the Lord of the harvest." When Nate was discharged from the Air Force, he asked God specifically to show him his next move. Suddenly, he found himself with his first assignment with MAF. Early in July 1946, he was asked to go down to Mexico to repair a plane that had crashed there during a landing. "When God took over my life a couple of years before," Nate said, "He had not defined my duties, but somehow it seemed immediately clear that this was to be my first missionary aviation assignment." Less than 2 weeks after he accepted the job, he found himself near the Guatemalan border, in the town of Tuxtla Gutierrez, with a knowledge of Spanish limited to my childhood acquaintance with the Lone Ranger. He knew he was something of a sight, with a duffel bag containing 40 pounds of tools, plus all his worldly goods. He wondered, too, if he might have difficulty at the customs office. It's not exactly usual for tourists to carry 7-foot airplane propellers under their arms. I tried to imagine the damaged plane. It wouldn't be too bad. A damaged landing gear and probably a splintered prop. Little did I dream that I would later find 2 completely demolished wings in a bushel basket. The plane had crashed in the bush at the edge of the jungle airstrip. Pieces of wing struts, landing gear, and the panels had been brought out to the Tuxtla airport for Nate to rebuild, with the help of a Mexican cabinet maker to whom everything had to be explained by drawings. He set to work to put the pieces together again. He was impeded by the fact that the blueprint he had been given did not match the plane, and that a factory-made wing spar sent down as a replacement matched neither the blueprint nor the plane. When he had finally reassembled the parts, the problem arose of taking the wing panels out to the airstrip in the bush where the wrecked plane lay. It was not feasible to crate them and send them on the trail, where narrow canyon walls had to be scaled. The crates would never make the turns. So the wings were built up like a model plane kit, piece by piece without any glue. Then each piece labeled, the whole works disassembled, tied up in bundles, and flown out to the jungle airstrip. When Nate got to the wrecked plane, he found that some parts had been stolen and that mud wasps had lodged in the fuel tank and lines. For lack of rigging data, he had to prop the tail on a stump and rig the new wings to match the old by eye, as he used to rig model planes as a child. Thus he finished his first MAF assignment, the plane being flown out barely within the work permit time limit. Later, Nate went to Los Angeles and spent 10 happy days with his little nurse. As he bade her goodbye, he said, Well, Marge, as far as I'm concerned, it's all settled but the hardware. The winter of 1947-48 found him enrolled at Wheaton College, and in January Marge took a nursing job in a nearby town, studying Bible at the college in preparation for the missionary life they anticipated together. They started a Bible club for teenagers. Nate called the program a sort of candy box loaded with gospel dynamite. But their training practice period was shorter than they had expected. The need of a pilot in Ecuador was presented to them. They cut short their courses, pooled their funds, bought an engagement ring and a Model A Ford, and set out one midnight for Long Island, New York, nearly 1,000 miles away. They stayed with his brother Sam and were married. After a 4-day honeymoon, they headed their old Ford west, all their worldly goods stacked up in the back seat. Meals were cans of food heated on the engine. Finally, they reached California, and Nate began final work on a plane that had been purchased by the MAF for its operation in Ecuador. Marge took another nursing job. On September 8th, the plane was ready, and Nate, with another MAF pilot, flew it to Ecuador, leaving Marge to follow later that month by commercial transportation. The years at Shell Mera passed quickly. The house grew into a large chalet of dark wood, with spacious porches, wide eaves for protection against tropical rains, a running water system for kitchen and shower, connected with the rain pipes from the aluminum roof and with tanks under the eaves. After they raised the roof and built in a second story, there were 10 bedrooms to accommodate the many guests who came through, and a radio room where Marge could work efficiently and where radio repairs for the missionaries could be made. Another pilot, Johnny Keenan, arrived with a second airplane to help in the work, and Nate soon had a comfortable house well on the way for the Keenans, plus accommodations in the hangar for the 2 planes. He installed a hydroelectric plant down by the river behind his house to furnish electricity for the establishment. They were now set up to operate with the greatest efficiency. Jungle stations were all being supplied, and Nate and Marge began to ask God in what new way they might forward his work in the Ecuadorian jungle. Nate, despite the unceasing load of responsibility that weighed on him, had never forgotten that the Auca Indians lived only some 60 air miles from Shell Mera. Shortly after arriving in South America, Nate had written home. Long ago, we talked with another missionary who was longing to reach a tribe of killers, the Aucas. Few white persons have contacted them in a friendly way and lived to tell about it. We expect the airplane to play an essential part in reaching these people with the gospel. Nate used his plane to make an occasional survey flight over Auca territory, but not much was located on any of the flights, only a house or 2 which had been abandoned. He was beginning to wonder where they were. Then one day in July 1954, the jungle grapevine carried the news that there had been another Auca killing, and this time Nate became personally involved. He wrote home his own account of what happened. Yesterday I landed at Villano, about 45 miles west of here. Just after I got on the ground, a runner came up and told me of an Auca raid. Later, 2 Quichua survivors arrived at the airstrip. The woman was being carried on a bamboo stretcher and had a serious-looking lance puncture under the armpit. They told us that the lance broke off in the wound. Her attacker was going to jab at her again, but she grabbed the end of the lance and hung on to save her life. She is about 6 or 7 months pregnant. The man arrived under his own power, although considerably crippled up with chest punctures, a hole all the way through one thigh, and a hole through his hand, where he had apparently tried to stop one of the deadly shafts. We loaded the 2 patients onto the plane. Once in the air, I told Marge what had taken place so that when we arrived here in Shell Mera, she had cots set up, and with another woman helping, the Indians got the best care that local facilities would permit. We can't talk directly to our patients, but our hired couple speak Quichua and converse easily with them. Last night, our hired man read the Bible to them in Spanish, interpreting into Quichua as he went along. They had never heard of the Bible. Apparently the truth had not yet found its mark, because this morning the man asked if I couldn't fly back out there in the plane and kill at least one of the Aucas for him. Again, the hired man explained that we were not interested in taking life, but rather in saving it through the Lord Jesus Christ. Greatly as this incident intensified Nate's sense of urgency about reaching the Aucas, there were also other tribes whose ignorance of the gospel offered a spiritual challenge to missionaries. In 1954 came an unusual opportunity for Nate to help push deeper into the dark reaches of the jungle. One of the key figures in this new page of missionary history was Roger Youderian. 6. Missionary to the head-shrinking Jivaros. At Mikuma, a mission station in the southern jungle served by the Little Yellow Plain, lived Roger Youderian, his wife Barbara, and their 2 children, Bethy and Jerry. Mikuma, run since 1945 by Frank Drown, is reminiscent of a busy farm in the United States. As the plane comes in, chickens scatter off the airstrip, while cows continue chewing their cud undisturbed. Buildings are made not of split bamboo, but of sturdy wooden planks, and an atmosphere of stability and permanence pervades the compound. Mikuma is located in Jivaro territory. The Jivaros, whose lives are punctuated by fierce interfamily feuds, are famous the world over for their custom of shrinking human heads. They live throughout 7,000 square miles in the southern part of the jungle, independent of the white man who has nominally ruled their country for 400 years. Roger, tall and thin with a shock of black hair, had been born on January 21, 1924, on a ranch near Sumatra, Montana, the 7th child of a ranching family. From his mother he received a devoted and thorough Christian training. Roger had been an active youngster and on the way to becoming a good pianist when polio struck him at the age of 9. This crippled him, so that he not only lost his musical touch, but for the rest of his life walked and ran like an old man. In high school in Lewistown, Montana, he overcame the effects of polio sufficiently to play basketball. From high school, Roger went to Montana State College with 3 scholarships. He planned to become a teacher in agriculture. He was chosen the outstanding freshman of his year in 1942 and worked during the following summer drawing maps of farms around Lewistown that are still used by the Federal Land Bank. In October 1943, Roger enlisted in the Army, eventually becoming a paratrooper. He was stationed in England, where he became assistant to Army chaplain Pascal Fawkes, who wrote to Roger's parents, "Christian work in the Army is not greatly different from Christian work outside, in that the leader must learn to depend on a comparatively small number to carry the load and give inspiration to others. I thought you would be proud and happy to know that I count Roger one of those strong pillars." During this time in England, Roger's faith was deepened and strengthened, and in December 1944, we find him writing to his mother, "The happiest day of my life was the day I accepted Jesus Christ as my Savior for the remission of my sins, duly repentant for, and with God's help I hope and pray for the faith and strength to glorify our Father through my daily living as a witness and follower of Christ. Searching the Scriptures is my greatest source of hope and inspiration, having yet to learn the full power of prayer. I used to say, this is a great world. With this new faith, this feeling has increased 1,000-fold, and I fairly ache within from happiness and rejoicing in sharing God's manifold blessing, which He gives to the world with infinite mercy and grace." Roger survived the Rhine jump of 1944 and was decorated for action in the Battle of the Bulge. The idea of dedicating his life totally and completely to the Lord was taking root in Roger's mind, and in August 1945 he wrote from Berlin, "I have a secret to tell you, Mother. In this more than anything in the world, I want the action to precede the announcement. Ever since I accepted Christ as my personal Savior last fall and wanted to follow Him and do the will of the Lord, I felt the call to either missionary, social, or ministerial work after my release from the service. Can't say now what the calling will be, but I want to be a witness for Him and live following Him every second of my life." Roger returned to Montana in January 1946, and during that winter, his conviction that he had been called to the mission field was confirmed. He enrolled in the College of Liberal Arts at Northwestern Schools in Minneapolis, where he met Barbara Orton, a quiet, fair-haired girl who was also studying Christian education with the mission field in mind. She came from a Baptist family in Lansing, Michigan, and all her childhood she had heard of mission work, listened to missionaries speak at her church, and met them in her home. "I believe that the Lord just spoke to me while I was a child," she says now, "and made me feel that that was what I should do." In September 1950, Barbara and Roger enrolled in the missionary medicine course at Northwestern schools. All winter they sat next to each other in a little classroom with 9 other students, learning how to set bones, deliver a baby, give injections. They were engaged on Easter Day 1951 and married in September. They were accepted as candidates by the Gospel Missionary Union, a non-denominational board, and left immediately for 6 months probation work in Kansas City. Here they had Spanish classes, learned how to approach some of the practical problems of a mission station, took turns leading Sunday services, and worked with groups of children from the city slums. In January 1953, they set out with 6-month-old Beth Elaine for Ecuador. After a period of Spanish study in Chalmera, the Udarians went to Macuma. Frank and Marie Drowns, senior missionaries at the Macuma station, had come to Ecuador 8 years before from the farm country of Iowa. It was through letters written back to the States by Marie that Roger became interested in working with the Jivaros. Once settled on the station to which God had sent them, Roger and Barbara plunged into a study of the Jivaro language and were soon able to help in the development of a method of teaching the Jivaros to read and write their own language. Roger made little pen and ink drawings of familiar sights: a sloth hanging upside down on a branch, a blowgun, a lizard lazing on a tree trunk, and next to the drawing he printed the sound of the Jivaro words. Although Roger had come to preach the gospel, there is much a missionary must accomplish and learn before he can expect to make successful contact with a primitive tribe. And even after he has mastered the language, built himself a home, gained the confidence of the Indian, he still has to spend a large amount of time in what is best described as maintenance. The jungle grows with incredible speed, and therefore has to be kept at bay by the constant use of the machete. The generators that are used for current at the bigger stations break down with irritating frequency. Roofs leak in the hard tropical rain, and the only person who can cope with all this is the missionary himself. Roger's skill as a carpenter and his pleasure in this kind of work stood him in good stead when he first came to Macuma. Barbara wrote, "Raj is in his glory in Macuma. They have 2 men sawing boards, 2 fellers are planing, 2 are grooving, 2 more sawing and planing 2x4s. Raj has his power saw going, and they have poured pillars to set the house on. Raj has planted 74 tomato plants from the seeds he got from the station in Costa Rica." It was not to do construction work, however, that Raj had left his home. Soon he was driving himself to reach the Jivaro Indians with the gospel. A fiercely independent people, the Jivaros combine warlike hostility and a boisterous sense of humor. "All they do is laugh and spit," said one missionary in describing them. They seem to laugh with little provocation, and have a way of punctuating their conversation by spitting through the 2nd and 3rd finger with an explosive sound. Like the Quichua, the Jivaro never tires of pressing his face to the screen of the missionary's window, watching all that goes on inside. Raj became accustomed to this after a short time, though he found their sotto voce comments and sudden outbursts of smothered giggles upsetting at first. Wearing shorts, a sweatshirt, cotton cap, and canvas leggings and sneakers, Raj spent much of his time visiting Jivaro houses. He followed the twisting and exhausting jungle trails, more often than not knee-deep in mud. He might pause sometimes, arrested by an indescribably sweet fragrance, sweeter than orange blossom. But because of the forest, he would be unable to locate the source. The most striking flowers are found high up in the treetops, nearly smothered by the ubiquitous green foliage. He would also have to be on his guard against the most dangerous of jungle fauna, the snakes. Protective coloring renders many varieties almost impossible to detect. The tiny viper may lie in the center of the path, but the dappled pattern of its skin so blends with the pattern of sunlight on fallen leaves that the traveler seldom sees it. The bushmaster carries enough poison in his sacks to kill 100 men.
The coral snake, whose poison attacks the central nervous system and causes death without previous symptoms in 24 to 48 hours, is one of the smaller species and therefore more difficult to see. Suddenly, the forest path would end, and Roger would step into a clearing, his eyes blinded by direct sunlight after the twilight zone of the jungle. Each Jivaro house stands in its own clearing. It is oblong-shaped, a narrow slit about 5 feet high at either end serving as window and door, and covered with a palm-thatched roof of pointed leaves, whose fringe almost touches the ground. Strict rules of etiquette govern the behavior of the Jivaro host and the visitor who enters his clearing. A formal greeting, which may take 10 or 15 minutes, is proper. It is a series of utterances, which may go something like this. I have come. You've come? Yes, I've come to your house. You have come well. Raj learned that no matter how many people were present, the newcomer goes through this dialogue with each one. Bending his head to get his 5 feet 11 inches through the slit, he would enter the murky interior through which he could just barely see the dim figures of women moving about at the far end of the house, trailed by several little naked children. Hard-packed earth serves as a floor in these houses, and small fires glow at intervals down the long 30-foot interior, the smoke creating an acrid odor and adding to the lack of visibility. The Jivaro house is strictly divided between the men's section, the front part, known as the tangamash, somewhat the equivalent of the small-town front porch, a place where men can sit and gossip for hours on end, and the back part of the house, which is exclusively for the use of women. The women wear a long piece of cloth that hangs down straight to the knees, the two ends tied at one shoulder. The men are bare-chested, but wear cloth tied around their waists. Like the Quichuas, the Jivaros have long, straight black hair. It hangs loosely around the women's faces, little attempt being made at any kind of coiffure. The men, as befitting their position as superior beings, go in for an elaborate hairdo. The waist-long hair is combed and then dressed in bright red, yellow, or blue tropical bird feathers. Roger would be invited to sit down on a bench alongside the wall, and facing him, on a low stool, sat the head of the house. If the man were trying to impress his visitor with his position, he would go through an elaborate charade for the first 5 minutes before he permitted conversation to begin. One of his 2 or 3 wives would bring him a bowl of water, from which he took a mouthful, but not to swallow. He spat it out over his hands, and then washed his face with his wet hands. After that, he combed his hair slowly and deliberately. The entire performance was carried through wordlessly and with dignity and deliberation. He would then be served his chicha, the bowl offered to his guest, and conversation begun. Thus Roger spent many hours talking to the Jivaros in their houses, slowly acquiring their language, absorbing their way of life, and above all, telling them the story of Jesus. Among the Jivaros, witchcraft and sorcery, hate and murder, take deep roots early in life. Children, as they fall asleep at night, are taught to repeat a list of names of those they must learn to hate. Writing of the tribe, Nate said, "They aren't cruel, except that they are made that way by the religion of fear and evil spirits, with which they hope somehow to cope with their sin problem. For instance, a witch visited the Auca Indians a couple of months ago. He was from another section of the forest. For some reason or other, he got mad and cursed a certain woman. Usually Jivaro difficulties are over women, who are soulless possessions of the man and are frequently stolen or traded in business deals. At any rate, the woman that had been cursed died within 24 hours. Her husband, brothers, and father then felt duty-bound to avenge her blood, because the witch was as guilty as if he had shot her outright. They went over to the other tribe and brutally killed the witch and another fellow. The thing is a couple of months old now, so life goes on as usual. But one of these days, there will be another killing. It's routine in the Jivaria. There's no end to the killings. The miserable part is that to pay off these debts, as they call them, they don't necessarily have to kill the very murderer himself. Any relative will do. Their consequent fear determines even the construction of their houses, which are very much like military fortresses. They often put traps in the trails for their suspected enemies. Not long ago, one missionary in the Jivaria was out doing visitation work in the jungles. His barefoot carrier was in front, and as they approached a Jivaro clearing, he pulled up to a sudden, painful halt. A needle-sharp palm wood spike was sticking out of the top of his bloody foot.
These were the people with whom Roger had lived for over a year.
He had learned their language on the Makuma station and helped make up primers for the literacy program. At times, the atmosphere of vengeance and murder affected Roger deeply, but with typical energy he kept driving ahead. Nate Saint once said of him, "Raj is one of the few missionaries I know who display a real sense of urgency in the task of winning souls." Now this sense of urgency was prompting Roger to consider making a move. Knowing that Frank Drown could carry on the work of this established station alone, Raj began to pray for a wider sphere of service. As the Apostle Paul wrote, "It is my ambition to preach the gospel, not where Christ has already been named, lest I build on another man's foundation." 7. Breaking jungle barriers. Among the tribes where Christ had not yet been named were the Achwaras, first cousins of the Jivaros, but their deadly enemies. Roger prayed often for an opening in this group and talked it over with Nate, who had shared his concern for some time. Frank and another missionary had tried to contact them 5 years before. On that occasion, Frank and his colleague had almost reached the house of the chief when they were met by a boy carrying a verbal message, "If you do not turn around at once, you will be killed." The reputation of the chief was such that there was no doubt about the accuracy of the message. The missionaries turned around. Roger finally decided to move closer to the Achwaras.
On June 5, 1954, he left Makuma and traveled southeast 2 days on foot to a place called Wambimi, where the Shell Oil Company had abandoned an airstrip and a few dilapidated houses. "This location is particularly important as a possible doorway to the Achwaras," he wrote. "It was marvelous how the Lord worked for us in preparing this outstation. He enabled us to erect a new building 20 by 60 feet, with a permanent roof to augment the small houses already available on the spot. He protected us in those 11 days from snakes, I stepped on one, scorpions, tarantulas, injury, complications from nails, from roofs caving in while dismantling old buildings, etc. The airstrip needed only a little grass cutting and was ready for Nate's plane to land. Nate recorded the subsequent events on magnetic tape. We flew in Barb and the 2 children, and they set up housekeeping, started language study and literacy work among the local Jivaros, as well as evangelism. While Raj was down there, as any missionary does, he carried on medical ministry. One of the sicknesses that plagues the Jivaro is leishmaniasis. It affects nasal cavity, nose, and the back of the throat, the roof of the mouth. It's a hideous disease that is long and drawn out, eventually kills them, and of course is very shameful. It disfigures the face terribly, and the Indians dread it with a passionate dread. Several years ago, missionary doctors ran down a cure, a drug called Repodral. Raj had some with him, and he scored a couple of notable cures among the local Jivaros. Despite the continual running feuds that go on between the Jivaros and the Achwaras, as well as within both groups, there is some liaison on the trail, and word of the cures got across the line to the Achwaras. One of the chiefs over there in the Achwara country was called Santiago. A chief in this case, as in most jungle situations, is just a number 1 man in a given small area. Jivaros and Achwaras don't group up. They're scattered all over Timbuktu, and the fellow that's the strongest or the most feared in a small area is a chief. The chief, Santiago, had come down with this dread disease, and despite fear and happenings of the past, he finally showed up at Wambimi. And of course it was a milestone and a cause for great rejoicing because it was an answer to prayer. Raj did help. The Repodral helped his nose condition, and he showed up again later and invited Raj to go back to his house. Of course, this is what everybody had been waiting for, but as in the case of the spider and the fly, Raj wasn't going to accept this offer carelessly. So he said to Santiago,
Okay, I'll come over to visit you at your house if you come and take me over there. And so, good enough, the escort did come and escorted Raj Udarian, Frank Drown, and another missionary into Achwara country. Somewhere along the way, Frank coughed, and the Achwaras stopped right there. That was as far as they were going to go because they are deathly afraid of catching cold. Apparently it's a cold, or grippe, what we call flu, that kills them off because they haven't much resistance to it, the disease never having touched their group while the generation was younger. It was with great difficulty that Frank convinced them that he was just clearing his throat. Frank says that night when they were camping along the trail, somewhere he felt a tickle in his throat again, and he just didn't know what in the world to do, so he feigned that he had business off in the bush, and got away from them and cleared his throat, fearing, of course, that he might break up the whole expedition by coughing and being heard by the Achwaras. When they got to Santiago's place, it turned out to be a great big house, about 3 times the size of the long Jivaro houses. Raj says it was just about big enough to put a basketball floor inside. The Achwaras speak a somewhat different dialect, but understand Jivaro. Their facial features are different, and the women have narrow hips instead of wide hips like Jivaro women. When they got there, Frank started to give them the gospel in Jivaro, telling them of the love of Christ and how he had died for us. It was a question of giving these Indians a story from scratch that they had never before heard any suggestion of. Frank talked until he was hoarse and exhausted. They had a little wind-up phonograph with them, and they played gospel recordings made in the Jivaro language, and they would play these until Frank got his voice back, and then the Achwaras would say, "All right now, Panchu," an affectionate Spanish nickname for Frank, "tell us more." And for 3 days the Achwaras went on like that, just sitting around listening to the story of Christ, a most amazing opportunity, and Santiago showed real interest. Because of the isolation of the Achwaras and the tense situation with the neighboring Jivaros, it seemed as though the key to getting in there and actually doing some good was air communication. Frank suggested right off the bat that they build themselves an airstrip. It seems to me that it was a really bold stroke of genius, and I'm sure I wouldn't have had the faith to suggest it the first time. The idea took hold. The Lord blessed the suggestion and brought it to fruition, because they started clearing an airstrip. The missionaries, while they were there, showed them where they could cut down the trees in line with their manioc patches, so that they would have some natural approaches to take advantage of the forest they had already cleared. Then the missionaries retired. After several months, we thought it time to encourage the Achwaras, so we flew down over there to see how they were coming along, and found that they had cleared about 100 yards of the jungle floor for an airstrip, but 300 feet with trees standing all around it, trees that grow to 100, maybe 120 or 150 feet, is hardly an airstrip. So we dropped them a couple of pieces of cloth to encourage them, and then we went away again, and a few more months went by. The other day we went down and had a look again, and to our disappointment, we found that the direction of the strip in the forest was such that it was lining right up with the great big house, and of course, it's not ideal to have a house sitting right on one end of a strip in the approach. And the work didn't seem to have gone very far. Looked like they needed help at this point. So we went back and had a short council of war, and Raj said, "Well, it sounds to me like they need help, and I think I should go." He had a little hand-crank radio, but he didn't have enough provisions. He really hadn't contemplated such a trip at all. Well, I guess he had a machete, but the need was there, the opportunity was there, and he could be there within 2 days' walk. He decided to try to get some Jivaro to help him carry the radio and guide him over the trail from Wambimi to the Achwara country. We left Raj at Wambimi on a Wednesday, and on Thursday we listened on the radio for him. We thought it might just be that he would have set it up along the trail somewhere, or maybe he was still in Wambimi. We didn't hear from him on Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. Monday we thought surely we'd hear from him, that he'd be with the Achwaras and surely be on the air. We still didn't hear a word from him, and there he was with no other missionary, but with those unconverted Jivaros who were known to be rascals, and I guess many of them out there have killed They're killers, and some have survived killings. Not the choicest group to have for company on a dangerous trail. At any rate, we decided on Monday, when we didn't hear from him, that we ought to go in and check on him and make sure he was all right. So we assembled provisions, notes to drop him, food and medicine. And we took out the air-to-ground telephone. Frank and I went together in the airplane. We flew with the door off, of course, so we could operate the telephone if necessary. We got down there, and when I first saw the strip, my heart sank. In the first place, because I couldn't see right off the bat that anything at all had happened to it, and I knew that if Raj had gotten there, something would have happened to that strip, because Raj just doesn't have anything in hand very long before something happens to it, especially if it needs something to happen to it. Then I started looking around for a white shirt. We looked for several anxious minutes before we finally distinguished him down there on the airstrip. I'll tell you for sure, I hadn't realized how anxious I was about his safety until that moment, when I looked for him, and the thing was in the balance, either yes or no. Then I realized how concerned we had been about him on the trail, with just a Jivaro guide and a few provisions. There are snakes out there. But we saw him, and our hearts were very rejoiced by seeing him. We made a couple of low passes over the field. First we flew low over and throttled back the engine to quiet it down, and I shouted down to Raj to ask him to get the Indians off the strip, that we had some stuff to drop to him. He heard us perfectly and cleared the Indians out of the way. We made about 4 runs, dropping the food and some axe heads and cloth to the Indians as gifts for them. We needed to know what the situation was down there, so we pulled up and put out the telephone on a double-wire cable, using the spiraling line technique. We reeled out about 1,500 feet of telephone cable and then started to circle. The telephone on that long line duplicated our circling, then slowly slid toward the center and began to drop. Finally it hovered, drifting around in a slightly unruly way, its horizontal velocity perhaps 6 or 8 miles an hour, while we above were circling at 60 miles an hour. With a little trial and error and compensating for the drift, we were able finally to get the phone down close to Roger. I heard Frank's voice saying, "Hello, Raj. Hello, Raj," and I knew that we had contact with him down there. Frank talked with Raj for about 10 minutes there on the phone, getting data from him, and then he apparently had all the information he needed, and we started to pull up to put the tension on the line. Meanwhile, Raj had tied his mail sack onto the cable, his outgoing mail and a note to his wife, and turned the phone loose. It went soaring up just about vertically, cleared all the trees, and we had it trailing behind us on the end of 1,500 feet of wire that we then had to reel in. We waved goodbye to Raj and shoved off for Wambimi. When Nate landed again in Wambimi, Frank informed him that Roger had asked for a landing on the following Friday. "It's impossible," said Nate. "The strip won't be ready." But then he added, "I guess that's not my department. I'd better get in there as requested and then decide whether or not the strip is landable." Roger had also explained over the ground-to-air telephone that he needed medicine. The Achuaras had contracted the flu from a group of soldiers who had passed through. This accounted for Roger's not having a radio. The Jivaro who had promised to carry it in had gotten wind of the sickness among the Achuaras, and knowing how deadly flu can be, refused to go near the place. Friday came along, and I was getting kind of keyed up about this business of inaugurating a new field. Nate continued on the tape recorder. "It isn't child's play. It isn't a Sunday school picnic, as they say. It is a very serious business, where you have to do your best possible calculating and double-checking on everything, and then, trusting the Lord, go in and do your duty." Friday morning woke up, as they say in Spanish, raining. By noontime we knew that it was out of the question for that day. The field would be wet anyway, and we can't add mud to other unavoidable hazards of such an operation, so we canceled out for that day. We took it that it was God's indication that it was not the day to go, and we left it pending for the next day. The next morning we made the preparations, and Frank and I flew down to Wambimi after lunch. Frank got out, and we unloaded the extra cans of gasoline, and I took off alone with a very limited supply of gas. The airplane was completely stripped, with even the right seat taken out so that it was as light as you could possibly get and have enough gasoline to be safe. I had a safe reserve, perhaps an hour and a half of gasoline aboard, and the round trip over to Santiago's place and back would have been about 40 minutes, so I had 100% reserve. Taking off, Nate headed for a little river halfway between the Macuma River and the Pastaza, which was the only landmark for Santiago's place. When he found it, figuring he must be south of the spot, he turned north, scanning the horizon near and far in search of the little island in the sea of green. Nothing. Suddenly, just below him, he saw a little house of the square stockade style, but without a chakra, an agricultural clearing in the forest. That's strange, thought Nate. Maybe it belongs to some Indian who's just killed somebody and is lying low here for a while. Probably his chakra is off somewhere else to confuse the enemy. Mystified, he kept on. Ah, there it was. He called in to Marge on the radio. 56 Henry, I'll be over Jimmy's place in 2 minutes. 56 Henry, I'll be over Jimmy's place in 2 minutes. Over. Since Santiago is a form of the Spanish name for James, they had nicknamed the spot for secrecy. Lo and behold, Nate's record continued. When I got over it, 2 minutes later, there was no airstrip there. Looked just like his place, but no strip. This was a little disconcerting because I didn't have a great deal of gas along, so I flew a little farther north and climbed on up, gaining altitude, trying to decide what I should do. I decided I'd better beat a track for Wambimi, landed there around 4:30. I hadn't been in a hurry before because I wanted to get to Jimmy's place late in the afternoon when the air is cool and buoyant. It's steadier for this type of operation. Frank was a little surprised to see me back so soon. I described the house I'd seen, and he recognized it as one they'd passed on the trail to Santiago's. He passed me about 5 gallons of gas, and I took off, heading due east, picked up the little river, and turned south. Nate's blue eyes squinted through the plexiglass. Visibility that day was about 100 miles, and you can almost imagine you see steamship smoke on the horizon. But in all that expanse there was not a sign of life. I went south, he continued. I went farther south. I was really beginning to make bets that I had never seen anything before, and goodness, I thought, there's no percentage in this. About that time I stumbled onto a house that was on a riverbank, well stockaded, and the way that house was situated, you just wouldn't see it unless you flew directly over it. That's all. Tucked down there in the forest, it was made differently from the other houses that I'd seen, Quichua or Jivaro. I didn't feel that I was exactly in a friendly neighborhood. I decided that the Lord's hand must be in this somehow. I was farther south than I had ever flown on survey. Even though Nate, by this time, was greatly concerned about finding Roger, he looked this new house over carefully and made a mental note about its location. Because they would need to hear the gospel too, way out there in their isolated places. You feel convinced that it is the will of the Lord that we do everything possible, that each Indian have an opportunity to know of the grace of God and to hear that name that is above all other names. So I went on. I felt buoyed up by the challenge of the very isolation of these people, and the challenge to help other missionaries to get the gospel to them. So the risk involved seemed to be offset and justified by the spiritual challenge of the situation. Nate kept on flying till he figured the gas load was getting down. Then he switched on his transmitter.
56 Henry to Shalmera. I've looked up and down the river, can't find Jimmy's place. I'm turning around now, heading upstream, gaining altitude. Do you read Shalmera? Over.
Okay, came Marge's answer. And Nate started looking for smoke on the horizon, for surely he must be in Achwara country, and if Raj had heard him, he'd get a smudge going. Presently he saw it. There, apparently to the southwest, was a column of smoke. But it seemed to be in the wrong direction. Was his compass off? Or was it that he was not as well oriented as he had thought he was? The situation seemed incongruous, but Nate thought, once in a while you get in a situation like that, and the answer, when it comes, is a kind of surprise. So with that in mind, and with the fact also that where there's smoke there's fire, and where there's fire there are people, I decided to trust the Lord and head out across the stuff and see what in the world was producing that smoke. When I got there, I was well rewarded, but not in the way I'd expected. Down a steep bank that had been cleared, in a little hidden river set in the trees, there was a little flat place. And down in the flat place, sunken way down deep, was a big house with rounded ends, and Indians all over the clearing. Again, Nate made a mental record for future use. After a quick look with gas getting low, I rolled out of the turn and started climbing and looked to the left, and I'll be switched, there was a great big house, bigger than the one on the bank of the river, tucked down in there just off to one side. I just don't know how in the world it is that you can't see something until you're right on it. It's like hunting needles in a haystack. Nate then started climbing, still circling. I thought it just possible that if I got up really high, where I could look down into those little barrels of isolated pockets of mankind, he said, I just might see some more interesting things. I was all eyes and quite excited over these finds and thrilled to find myself completely thrust into the arms of the Almighty. Because down there, there's no question at all about that. If that old engine had quit up there, God alone could have saved me. I might just as well admit it frankly right here. I don't like to fly over stuff like that, and I have to have a pretty good reason to be over it without a good position check and a good river to identify my position by. But these are people for whom Christ died, and you have to find them before you can take the gospel to them, so I was happy to have stumbled on them. I had one last look around before turning over to Wambimi, and on that inspection I noticed a little blemish off to the east, and I thought I could afford to fly just a minute or two and see what it turned into, and so I did, and within 2 minutes I could distinguish a house, and then a few seconds later I could see a clearing, some solid earth behind some trees, some tall trees that indicated that it was Jimmy's place, and there, completely hidden behind those tall trees, was the runway. I finally realized I'd had all this trouble finding the place because the late afternoon sun was hitting the low ridges at a different angle than I had been used to on previous trips over the area. Anyway, when I saw that clearing, I got on the radio, but quick, and started down. That old airplane really let down in a hurry, and when I looked over at the vertical speed indicator, I was clocking about 1,500 feet a minute. I was spiraling down at a good clip, reporting into Shell, getting confirmation on the position, circling over the clearing, and having a look, a heart-saddening look, at the strip. It just wasn't what you would describe as an airstrip at all. My heart sank. I knew Raj needed to get out of there because I know the way he works. He never spares himself. He'd been in there a couple of weeks almost, and I knew he would be a wreck and needing badly to get clear of the place. So I was anxious to do my best, consistent with safety and our responsibility to MAF and the other folks that MAF serves. While I circled back, I shook my head and said to myself audibly, "No, that just is no good. It's just impossible." Nevertheless, I figured I owed Raj a better look, so I came by low a time or two, and one time I was about to cut the engine and yell down to Raj and tell him, "I'm sorry, it's no soap." But I went on by and took another look at it. He had it nicely marked with bandage material. He had 50 yards on the lead end toward the big house marked off, and then he had a line with the word wheels on it. I knew I could touch down from where the wheels sign was. Down at the far end he had marked off 250 yards. Then I got to thinking that I can't just say no on a hunch, but I can too. Sometimes a hunch saves a fella's life. When a slide rule says yes and a hunch says no. So I thought, well, the airplane is light, about 250 yards more or less of strip. Maybe I should try one approach. The air certainly was quite steady, and I thought that if I could get down there closer it might look different. So I prepared to buzz the field, let down steeply, over the trees, and down over the roof at Santiago's house, going about 100 miles an hour. When I got down in there was one tree sticking out along the edge of the strip, and I said to myself as though someone could hear, "Raj, man, this thing does have wings sticking out." And I pulled up and got to thinking the problem over. The surface looked all right. I trusted Raj on that. I know he's careful about making sure that there are no soft spots. He's been through 2 other strip inaugurations with me. That is to say, He's gone ahead to prepare and check the ground, so I felt confident. There wasn't much time left. I was well down in gas again, so here goes, I said to myself. Maybe I can get by that tree. And then the thought came to me that I might not be able to get out of there later. I figured that between the two of us, with the Indians, we could fell enough trees in a couple of days to get out of there. The radio was working on the airplane. I could tell Marge where we were. I told Barb that Raj was okay. Okay, I called in quickly, preparing to land at Santiago's place. I reeled the antenna in, slowed the plane down, and put in the approach toward the trees. As I cleared the trees, I took it into a very steep side slip, pulling the flaps into full position, and cleared Santiago's house by about 15 to 20 feet. As I measured the situation, I wasn't measuring just the tree sticking out, but the whole thing, seeing everything at once. As a matter of fact, I didn't even see that tree. At least I wasn't conscious of it. In a situation like that, a pilot's subconscious drives him pretty much. It's a kind of automatic pilot that takes over because you haven't time to think out individual problems. They had been thought out while I was circling above, thinking through objectively, and I'd decided that I could go in there safely, and, as an old-timer said, from there on, the seat of your pants guides you. I went on in there, and I slipped that plane just as steep as she'd slip, a pretty solid 45 miles an hour. I straightened out just over the 50-yard rough stretch, plunked the wheels down just beyond the wheels sign, and got stopped in a little over half of the 250 yards that was available. I thanked God, first of all, for my being on the ground safe and sound. Naturally, the first thing you do in a situation like that is to get the trailing antenna out and transmit the news of the successful arrival without accident or incident to Marge, and other loved ones and colleagues who are listening on their radios prayerfully. But this time I didn't. It never came to mind. There were too many things happening there too fast. Raj came running up and said, "Have you got any medicine?" "Yes," I answered. "It's in here," and I tossed him the sack. I had it all bundled up, ready to throw out of the plane. There wasn't any, "Hello, I'm glad to see you," or "Dr. Livingstone, I presume," sort of stuff. Raj was haggard. He had a week's beard, a dirty T-shirt, ripped full of holes. He was a really pitiful sight, emaciated. He was at the bundle, tooth and nail, taking that stuff out. Then he started shouting at the top of his lungs, voice almost breaking, to the Indians down the strip, barking orders. I've never seen Raj behave quite like that. I know that he can snap at people when things are tight, but in this case I didn't know quite what to make of the whole situation. So I grabbed him, kind of firmly, by the arm and said, "Slow down, Raj, slow down. We've got time." He looked up out of those eyes and said, "We haven't got time. We haven't got time." So I didn't argue with him. He handed me 2 bottles of penicillin and said, "Here, shake these." So I did. He was barking orders at the Indians, and I thought to myself, my goodness, how on earth can these people think he's a friend when he talks to them like that? The first thing I knew, everyone and his brother were getting shots. It was soon evident that just everybody was sick with grippe. Some of them looked as though they were ready to die right there while we were working with the medicines. I did what I could to help Raj. Santiago was sitting on a log, stoop-shouldered, looking sick, painted up fit to kill, doing his best to look like a chief, but very, very sick. Raj told me while he was shooting that one of the chiefs had already died the week before. When he got there, he had shot all the worst cases, and they recovered, and this was the next batch of light cases that were getting worse and worse, and the people, well, you can imagine how they felt without any medical help. We had 2 little bottles of penicillin. How precious those bottles were, standing between life and death. When Raj threw down the first bottle, I said, "Take it and try to see if there isn't another drop in it." Mothers would shove their little bare-bottomed babies toward Raj. He'd give them a swipe with a cotton swab of alcohol. It was just a tiny bottle that Raj might so easily upset because his hand was shaking like a leaf. He'd holler out at the Indians, "Now don't move," and everybody just obeyed his orders. He was the chief in that outfit at that moment, the real master of the situation. There was no question about it. Raj peered into the faces of the Indians as they came along. The graver cases got the medicine. He looked across the clearing, and there, coming out of the forest, was Tisha, a close Achwawa friend. The Indians had tried to save his life by carrying him out to an army base. but the river was too great an obstacle for him in his weak condition. He arrived in time to get the last drop of penicillin from Raj's needle. "Praise the Lord," said Raj. "It's unbelievable, but here he is, and this will probably save his life." Raj straightened up for the first time, looked at Nate, and smiled. The strain was off his shoulders. Nate looked at his watch, just a few minutes before their deadline for getting out of there, while Raj walked toward the plane, now at long last relaxed and at ease. Nate ran over and offered his hand to the bewildered chief. He didn't know what to do with it, but I just grabbed his and started talking English. They'd understand as much of that as of Spanish. "So long, glad to have known you fellows," I said, and headed for the plane. Raj was shaking his head, smiling. "Well, God is certainly in this thing." Nate took off alone to satisfy himself that he could get out with the heavier load, and then came back in to pick up Roger. In the plane on the way to Wambimi, Raj told how the work on the strip had been hindered by sickness, how because of the sickness his Indian carrier had refused to bring the radio, and how he had worked on the strip himself for lack of anyone else to do it. At one point an Indian had shouted at him, "Watch out, there's a snake by your foot, don't move." Raj froze, and there, not 2 feet away from his foot, lay a bushmaster, coiled to strike. The Indian grabbed a stick. "Nothing doing, that's too short," yelled Raj. With the words "God help me" on his lips, Raj slashed his machete at the snake's head, cutting it off cleanly. "You can't imagine how I prayed that you wouldn't make it on Friday, as we had originally planned," said Raj. "Then Saturday I prayed you would get here, and began to wonder if you'd make it. It got to be 4 o'clock and no plane. I was getting pretty discouraged. Finally, there it was. We heard it coming all right, but no, it was turning away. I just died 1,000 deaths out on that field. I was really shot. After working all day in the rain on Friday, straining every muscle to get it done, and then straining our ears all day Saturday, well, then half an hour later we heard you again. Again, instead of growing louder, the sound faded away. The Indians tore down to the chakra and saw the plane disappearing. This was it. I decided to call it a day and gathered the Indians together for a meeting and a little gospel teaching. We had just started when the Indians yelled that the plane was coming back. Some said, "No, you're hearing it with your heart," but soon we saw it. Man, you can't imagine what it does to a guy to see this little yellow job coming in over the trees. These 2 men, imbued with the Christian pioneering spirit of the 1st century, using the tools of the 20th, had pushed back the boundaries of their faith one more step. Not only Roger and Nate, but also Jim, Pete, and Ed were missionary pioneers, always looking to the regions beyond immediate horizons. Just over the distant ridges were the Aucas. "One of these days, we're going to spot those boys," Jim Elliot had said, "and from then on, they'll be marked men." 8. The Aucas. For a number of years, Nate Saint once wrote, the Aucas have constituted a hazard to explorers, an embarrassment to the Republic of Ecuador, and a challenge to missionaries of the gospel. Since his arrival in the Oriente, Nate had often flown over Auca territory, his trained eye trying to find houses or villages. It is no easy matter to find a people numbering perhaps 500 to 1,000 in a dense jungle covering 12,000 square miles. No census, of course, has ever been made. The area is merely estimated by the Quichuas, an area undoubtedly far larger than the Aucas themselves would claim, as the Quichuas, quite understandably, give them a wide berth. This part of the jungle lies about 150 miles east of Quito. It is bordered by 3 rivers, on the west by the Arajuno, on the north by the Napo, on the south by the Viano. To the east it runs into the Peruvian border. The history of the region goes back to the early days of the Spanish conquest of Ecuador. In 1541, Gonzalo Pizarro, brother of the famous Francisco Pizarro, who brought the Inca Empire to an end, crossed the Andes, explored their eastern slopes, and permitted one of his adventurous lieutenants to follow the Amazon to its mouth. In his astounding explorations, he lost all but 97 of his hundreds of soldiers. Some died of hardship, but many were killed by hostile Indians. Some of these Indians were undoubtedly the ancestors of the Aucas. The conquistadors were followed in the 17th century by Jesuit missionaries, some of whom were also killed by hostile Indians. Little was done to settle or exploit the area from the 17th century to the middle of the 19th. Then the demand for rubber in the industrial parts of the world brought rubber hunters to the Amazonian basin, at that time the source of the best rubber in the world. Unscrupulous, treacherous, cruel. The rubber hunters wooed the Indians with presents only to raid their villages, plunder whatever of value they might find, carry off the able-bodied young men as slaves to work on haciendas, and murder the rest so that there would be no one left to drum up reprisals. In 1874, a later Jesuit missionary made a trip down the Curaray, intending to found a mission, but instead spent his time, according to his own report, protecting the Indians from the rapacious rubber hunters. Another record called the rubber traders civilized savages against unbaptized savages. Certainly from that time on, hatred spread throughout the Auca country, and a legacy of reprisal has been passed on from father to son. It was the behavior of the white man that closed off this area to colonization. There was a time when the country could have developed with the cooperation of the Aucas, but that time is now past. In the early days of this century, haciendas were scattered throughout what is now a closed country. The Auca's growing distrust of the white man is illustrated in a story told in the Oriente of a hacienda owner, a Señor Sandoval, who lived in the Auca's domain shortly after the turn of the century. Señor Sandoval had 2 captured Auca families working for him and managed to carry on a lively rubber trade with the Aucas still in the jungle. They would leave rubber for him at the edge of his property, and in exchange he would leave machetes, knives, and clothing for them. For about 10 years, this peaceful trading continued with no violence on either side. The captured Aucas were such superior workmen that Sandoval asked them to approach their tribesmen with offers of work on the hacienda. Through his intermediaries, the patron offered them fair pay, good living conditions, clothing, anything they felt they wanted. The offer was refused out of hand, and the answer came back that the Aucas wanted nothing whatever of the white man's world, that they were independent and wished to remain so. Sandoval died in 1917, and his death was the signal for an Auca attack on the hacienda. Almost all his Indian workers were killed. Those that survived, including some of the captured Aucas, moved permanently out of range of Auca attacks. The Shell Oil Company, prospecting for oil in the Oriente from 1940 to 1949, had to contend not only with the usual hazards and inconveniences of the jungle, but with the attacks from Aucas on their workmen. In 1942, 3 of their employees were killed in the company's camp at Arajuno. The incident is described in a letter written by a Shell Oil Company executive. "We regret to have to inform you that a most unfortunate incident occurred on Wednesday, January 7th last, in our camp at Arajuno. A group of hostile Indians attacked a gang of our laborers working near our camp, and our foreman and 2 other Ecuadorian laborers were killed with spears. This attack caused some panic among our laborers, which was aggravated when the following morning these Indians made another appearance and seemed to be surrounding the camp. We fear it will become more difficult than before to engage an adequate number of laborers for our camp at Arajuno." 1 year later, the company lost 8 employees. In an attempt to win the confidence of the tribe and ward off further killings, a visit was made to an Auca house. Gifts of machetes, shirts, magazines, and empty bottles were left for the inhabitants, who proved to be absent when the white men arrived. The Aucas responded with a present of a vine-woven basket which they left on the trail. This encouraged the oilmen, and one of them reported, "It seems that our hope of friendship is going the right way. I think that this will become a reality in the near future so long as our personnel always follows the indicated line of conduct, which could be put down as absolute respect of private property. A stray bullet might, in my opinion, constitute something like a declaration of war, which could be fatal to our party. An attempt at dropping gifts from an airplane was also made by the Shell Oil people, but as Nate later observed, a 2,000-horsepower transport roaring over the village at a low altitude would seem sure to scare anyone, not to mention particularly a Stone Age people with no knowledge whatsoever of science. In spite of all these overtures, the hopes of the Shell Oil Company were not realized, and no one made any further serious attempts to win the Aucas. It was becoming increasingly important for these young missionaries to know every available fact about the Aucas. They read the reports of the Shell Oil Company and talked to anyone who had ever had any contact with the Aucas. An invaluable source of information was Senor Carlos Sevilla, who owns and operates a hacienda about 10 minutes' flight from Shandia. Don Carlos had lived in Auca territory for 26 years before he was driven out by repeated attacks. He is a tall, spare Ecuadorian in his middle 60s who has probably had more experience with Aucas than any other living man. His body still bears 6 scars inflicted by Aucas during his last encounter with them. His first narrow escape came in 1914, when 7 Indians and 1 Colombian who were working for him were killed on the hacienda El Capricho on the Curaray. In 1919, while Sevilla was hunting for rubber, he left 15 Indian families at a camp on the Tsupaino River while he went upstream to get medicines. On his return, he was met by an Indian boy who was wounded in the arm, the sole survivor of an Auca attack on the camp. Hurriedly rounding up 60 Quichuas, Sevilla set off to find the Aucas responsible for the massacre at his camp. He found an Auca home and 1 woman peacefully working in the manioc patch. She was captured, but as Sevilla's men surrounded the house, she broke away from her guards and ran screaming into the bush. This sounded the alarm, and those who had been in the house were able to escape, while the guards rushed to recapture the woman. As Don Carlos repeats this story so many years later, there is still a note of bitter disappointment in his voice. He has been able to observe Auca strategy closely. It seems that attacks are always by surprise, and that the Aucas invariably outnumber their opponents. One method of surprising travelers is to wait at the bend of a river until the current forces a canoe close to the shore, and while the polers are frantically trying to pull the canoe back into the main stream, the spears are hurled, accompanied by wild yells to confuse the victims. The advantage is all with the Aucas. Sevilla's advice to any adventurer in savage territory is that he travel with at least 2 canoes, so that 1 canoe could fire to protect the others should an attack come. In 1925, Don Carlos and his Indians were attacked twice within 4 months. Sevilla and his men were traveling by canoe upstream on the Nushino, when at a narrow bend in the river they found themselves the target of dozens of Auca lances. The canoe capsized, 5 Indians were slain immediately, and Sevilla and 1 other escaped. Fighting his way through the hail of spears, he succeeded in killing 2 of the attackers with their own weapons, but emerged severely wounded himself. 8 days later he reached his hacienda on the Ansuc River, his body rotting with infection, his wounds worm-eaten. An attack in 1934 finally drove him out of the territory, but it has not discouraged his making plans for a possible re-entry. "I don't think it is too late," says Sevilla. "True, we've lost our best chances, but perhaps if we build a strong, lance-proof house, fairly close to the Auca houses, make a large clearing around it, keep constant watch, and never use a gun, they would ultimately accept our friendship." But there are men in the Oriente who roamed the region looking for rubber, gold, or oil in the days when this was open country, who say that never, never will the Aucas allow the white man to live peacefully in their land. It is too late. By the flickering light of kerosene lamps on the verandas of haciendas, these old-timers sit evening after evening, recalling their experiences and conjecturing about the Aucas' real motives. Are they natural-born killers? Do they kill only to preserve their land from outsiders? Do they kill to rob? No one knows, and there is no set pattern that shows any one single motive behind the killings. It is known that a few killings have been followed by robbery. Articles which the Aucas considered useful, particularly the machete, have been stolen. Other things whose use they do not understand, they leave behind. In some cases, all possessions of the victim have been left intact. Surprisingly, Quichuas are allowed summer fishing privileges in the heart of the Auca domain. Undisturbed, they take their canoes down the Napo or the Curaray for weeks at a time. Then, for no apparent reason, the Aucas will attack. They may kill or wound a group of Quichua fishermen within Auca boundaries, or they move just beyond their frontiers and attack a Quichua family working in its chakra. One fact only seems firmly established. The white man is unwanted. When he sets foot within the area that the Aucas have marked off for themselves, he risks his life. Killings, however, also occur within the tribe. Anger finds immediate expression in a killing. As it was with the Hatfields and McCoys of the Kentucky mountains, feuds flare up frequently, each death to be avenged by the surviving members of the family, to form a chain reaction of murder. Thus, the taking of life is not alien to the Aucas. From an early age on, young boys are trained in the accurate use of their 9-foot hardwood lances. Don Carlos tells of coming upon a deserted Auca hut and finding there a life-sized human figure carved of balsa wood. The hard and facial features were clearly outlined with bright red achiote, and the entire figure was torn with lance marks. This method, as modern as bayonet training for combat troops, had been used to develop the deadly marksmanship for which the Aucas are famous. Don Carlos has working for him on his hacienda an Auca woman who escaped some years ago from a tribal killing. There had been a typical family feud in which both her parents and brothers and sisters were killed by a neighboring group. Dayuma, then in her mid-teens, had managed to escape by hiding out in the chakra until the invaders left. She then made her way to the nearest settlement of Quichuas, who took her to Don Carlos. Like any refugee, Dayuma spent her first years among the Quichuas adapting herself as quickly and totally as possible to their customs. One of her hardest adjustments was the food of her hosts. Aucas have no salt, and it took her almost a year before she could enjoy seasoned food.
Clothing was another major change. Aucas are entirely naked, except for vines that are tied tightly around wrists, ankles, and the waist.
Now Dayuma wears the customary shapeless cotton dress of the Quichua woman. In an effort to hide her Auca ancestry, she combs her hair down to cover her disfigured earlobes once adorned with round balsa wood plugs more than an inch in diameter. Watching her go about her work on the hacienda, feeding the animals, helping in the kitchen, there is little else to distinguish her from her Quichua fellow workers. The Aucas have the same straight black hair, the same tea-colored skin, and about the same height, a few inches over 5 feet. Dayuma has been able to give many facts of ethnological interest. Although the Aucas drink chicha, made just as the Quichuas make it, they drink it unfermented. Consequently, Dayuma never saw drunkenness until she reached the outside world. Wife-beating was also unknown to her. Auca houses are long, oblong-shaped, with mud-packed floors, and hammocks used as beds hanging from the roof. Living in each house may be anywhere from 20 to 50 members of a clan. The women work in the plantations of manioc and cotton. The men work on their lances, shaping the sharp points with stolen machetes. Every man in the household has his collection of 9 or 10 spears, which he takes with him on a foray for food or on a raiding expedition. Dayuma says that the Aucas can recognize a footprint in much the same way that we would recognize a familiar face. They can identify the individual Indian who has passed by. She told Don Carlos that every step he had ever taken in Curaray country was known to her people. They also spent many hours spying on the shell camp at Arajuno. At one time during the shell occupancy, the people had considered approaching the white man. They had talked seriously among themselves of the possibility of sending in 2 men as a scouting party, and, if they were not killed, the rest of the group would follow. In actual fact, just the opposite happened. The Aucas attacked and killed 3 shell employees. Pets are common among Aucas. They snare parrots, monkeys, and the wild boar when they are still young, and keep them in small huts surrounding the main house. Like other people, the world over, they have their legends and fairy stories. At one time, so goes the Auca legend, fire fell from heaven, spread out all over the world, and burned all the trees. The Aucas hid under the leaves of the sweet potato plant until the fire was over, and then came out and repopulated the earth. They fear evil spirits, as do all jungle people. They like their children and amuse them with tales. Dayuma tells one of the tales, whose hero is a turtle. One day a baby turtle met a powerful jaguar on the road. "Ha," said the jaguar, "your parents are far away, and there is no one here to protect you." The little turtle in fear drew in his head. "Put out your head," the jaguar commanded. And the turtle, hearing the mighty voice, put out his head. Then, looking into the jaguar's savage mouth, he said, "What terrific teeth you have!" The jaguar was flattered. He opened his mouth still wider to display all of his fine, fierce teeth. So the little turtle, who was much quicker than he looked, jumped into the jaguar's mouth and bit his throat so hard that the jaguar forthwith died. Then the little turtle left the jaguar and went to the neighboring Aucas and told them that he had killed a jaguar and left it lying in the path. The Indians went to see, and there was the dead jaguar. Happily they snatched out the teeth and claws to make ornaments for themselves and went off, entirely forgetting to thank the little turtle. So the little turtle simply returned to the jungle and grew up to be a big turtle. Dayuma is constantly asked why the Aucas kill, and she can only answer that they are killers. "Never, never trust them," she repeats with emphasis. "They may appear friendly, and then they will turn around and kill." There are those, however, who have not and will not accept this verdict as final, those who cannot rest in peace while generations of Aucas remain beyond the frontiers of Christianity. Pete Fleming was one of those who could not be content while the Aucas remained in darkness. In his diary he wrote, "It is a grave and solemn problem, an unreachable people who murder and kill with extreme hatred. It comes to me strongly that God is leading me to do something about it, and a strong idea and impression comes into my mind that I ought to devote the majority of my time to collecting linguistic data on the tribe and making some intensive air surveys to look for Auca houses. I know that this may be the most important decision of my life, but I have a quiet peace about it." 9. September 1955. September 1955 was the month in which Operation Auca really started, the month in which the Lord began to weave 5 separate threads into a single glowing fabric for his own glory. 5 men with widely differing personalities had come to Ecuador from the eastern United States, the West Coast, and the Midwestern states. Representing 3 different faith missions, these men and their wives were one in their common belief in the Bible as the literal and supernatural and perfect word from God to man. Christ said, "Go ye." Their answer was, "Lord, send me." The missionaries who were about to join forces in Operation Auca had made several moves. After the flood, it had been decided to rebuild Shandia, keep it as the main station of this area, and build outstations. The technique of maintaining a number of outstations is particularly important in the Oriente, because the Indians in this part of the world, as already pointed out, do not congregate in large villages, but are scattered in small groups throughout large areas of the jungle. It was agreed that an outstation should be established in Puyopungu. Jim and Ed and Pete had visited this little settlement of Quichuas on a survey trip down the Bobonatsa River in August 1953. There they had met Atanasio, the chief who had invited them to establish a school for his children. "Because of God, will you not stay?" he had asked. "We need you very much. I have, 13, 14, and another one, yes, 15 children. No one has taught them. They want to learn to see paper. I have some orphans, too, in my house. Will you not come?" Usually it is an uphill struggle to win the confidence of the people in a new area. Here, however, was not only an open door, but an outright invitation. The three men saw it as the answer to their prayer for enlarged borders. So plans were made. The McCulleys moved to Shandia to begin their study of Quechua, and Pete, who was still single, was chosen to stay and help them learn the language and get established. Jim and I decided it was God's time for us to marry so that we could, together, open the station at Puyapungu. Thus it was that Jim and I arrived there in November 1953, with all our worldly goods in 4 canoes. After greeting us with much back-slapping, hand-shaking, and laughter, the men carried the white man's incredible quantity of equipment up the high bank where Atanasio's 2 wives and throng of children waited expectantly. The building of the house and airstrip did not take all of Jim's time. Together we began having meetings for the Indians, telling them in their own language the most wonderful story in the world, that of the Son of God who had come to earth and paid the price of man's sin with his own blood. The recognition of God's great love dawned slowly in the Indian mind. But one day we rejoiced, as Atanasio said to Jim, "I am very old, perhaps too old to understand well, but it seems to me your words are true. I will die in your words." Meanwhile, the McCulleys were making good progress learning the language in Shandia. Pete Fleming had built himself a little shack near their bamboo house and took meals with them. He wrote in his diary, "It is surprising what joy and pleasure I had in building my little 2-room house. I really got a kick out of it. And though it took only 4 or 5 days, I could hardly wait to move in. It is very comfortable, and it is pure luxury to have a place to myself, a bed, a desk, and a chair where I will not be under observation. Best of all, it aids in leading a disciplined life. Things are in a convenient place, and privacy for prayer is now possible. I have begun again to add to my file system on the New Testament, a thing I haven't done since I left the U.S. I am happy inside myself to be getting things done in an orderly way again. There is no question that it is the way I was meant to live, with regular bedtime, evenings free for study, and a full hour's devotional time in the morning." As Pete watched the McCulleys become oriented in the work, he began thinking more specifically about his own future, and about his fiancée, Olive Ainsley, a slim and beautiful girl, with dark eyebrows in striking contrast to lighter hair and blue eyes. They had become engaged in an exchange of letters while he was in the jungle. With typical candor, this quiet, studious man wondered if there were any conflict between his coming marriage and his call to the Aucas. "Last night Nate and I talked a long time about the Auca problem," he wrote. "Strangely enough, I do not feel my coming marriage will prohibit me from being eligible to help in efforts to reach them. I feel that if pushed to it, Olive would rather have me die after we had lived together than to indefinitely postpone our wedding on the possibility that something fatal might happen. Our life has become one, and I do not feel that God will separate us in our discernment of the will of God." In June 1954, Pete felt free to return to the United States to marry Olive. After Pete's departure, Jim and I moved back to Shandia with Ed and Mary Lou McCulley. Puyapungu, having been established as an outstation, we arranged for future visitation and teaching sessions. Shandia, with a school, medical clinic, and small store, was considered our permanent base of operations. We all agreed that Jim and I could take the responsibilities of the Shandia station, so Ed and Mary Lou began to consider a move to an area of their own, another place where the gospel had not been carried. The McCulleys knew of Arahuno, the abandoned Shell Oil Company base on the very edge of Auca territory. In survey flights over the area, Ed had estimated the Quechua Indian population to be somewhere around 100. Why not take advantage of the excellent airstrip which the company had built and move in there for a while to preach to these Indians? The runway would need only a day's work at the most to clear it of the grass, and the gravel base would be good as new. Arahuno, one of several Shell Company projects aimed at finding oil in the area, had been fabulously expensive. A small city had been hacked out of the forest, roads had been laid out, brick houses with electricity and running water had been built, A hotel and tennis courts, bakery, and even a narrow-gauge railroad had been included in the project. Now abandoned since 1949, the buildings had been claimed by the rot and ruin of the jungle. However, some useful materials might be salvaged. The idea of opening a station at Arahuno seemed a good one. Ed began visiting Arahuno each weekend, flying over with Nate on Friday. Ed visited the Indians' homes and conducted meetings for them on Saturday and Sunday. The welcome he received encouraged him to build a simple house, using the foundations of one of the abandoned Shell Oil buildings and boards salvaged from roundabout. Finally, when Ed decided to stay on full-time at Arahuno, he moved Mary Lou and the 2 children in their new quarters.
Mary Lou soon had an attractive home fixed up. Bright curtains at the screened windows, a sofa made of a pile of salvaged bricks covered with a mattress and a sheet of plastic, pictures on the bamboo walls, and colorful Ecuadorian rugs on the cement slab floor. Nate Saint spent several nights rigging up the burglar alarm system and an electric fence, for the McCulleys and their co-workers on other stations were fully aware of the dangers of living near the Aucas. The Arahuno River forms the western boundary of the Auca territory, and the new mission station was on the Auca side of the river. It was the very site where the Shell Oil employees had been killed some years before. Such sporadic raids, with the Aucas darting from the jungle to kill swiftly and disappear again, had made the Aucas fearful and fascinating to their Quechua neighbors. The Quechuas never allowed the McCulleys to forget the possibility of a visit from the Aucas. The Quechuas refused to remain after 4 o'clock on that side of the Arahuno River. "This is the Auca part," they would say. Every so often rumors would spread around that Auca footprints had been found near the house, or that the grass was pressed down, indicating that Aucas had been lying there, spying on the foreigners. The electric fence was set up a good 30 yards from the house, beyond accurate spear-throwing range, and Ed and Mary Lou always kept a pistol or gun handy. "Even though we don't think they're around," Ed said, "it gives you a good feeling to know that the fence is buzzing. With our lights on in the house at night, we'd make a good target." Thus it was that the Lord had placed Ed and Mary Lou in the strategic spot that was to become the base of Operation Auca. Meanwhile, Pete had returned from the United States to Quito with his bride, Olive. They spent a year in the mountains while she learned Spanish and he translated scriptures into Quechua, spoke at Indian gatherings, and refreshed his knowledge of Spanish. In the fall of 1955, Pete and Olive came to the Oriente to begin Indian work together at Puyupangu, where they settled in the little thatched house which Jim and I had built. Pete began again to teach the Indians there, slowly and carefully, reviewing the things they had learned before, leading them into new truths. Olive's initiation into jungle life included a spectacular display by the active volcano Sangay, visible from the living room at Puyupangu. "At night," Pete wrote, "it looks like a huge bonfire, out of which shoot flares in a long, graceful arc, landing a couple of 1,000 feet down the mountainside. With the binoculars, we could see the individual balls of fire burst and spray out all over. It was a real show. Clouds of steam coming from the lava on the snow would momentarily blot out the pyrotechnic display, only to have it clear and start over again." Their hearts were sometimes saddened by the drunken behavior of many of the Indians at a fiesta. The results of such fiestas can be imagined: husbands beating their wives, pitiful naked children left to find their own place to sleep at night, while parents stagger about until dead drunk. On one occasion, a drunken mother rolled on her 2-week-old baby, smothering it. An Indian will sometimes attempt to find his way home through the dark forest, usually ending up asleep on the muddy trail, waking hours later to find huge scavenger beetles digging under his legs in an attempt to bury him. But there were signs, too, that the gospel message was getting through to these sons of the jungle. Pete's journal records, "Today the angels are rejoicing over Puyupangu, and so are we. How faithful God is. This morning a number of Indians decided for Christ.
I felt led to speak on baptism since I had noted several misunderstandings while I listened to Indians talk. So after speaking from the story of Philip and the eunuch, I tried to explain simply and clearly the difference between faith and baptism. After an early fight with squalling babies, the attention was excellent, and I felt the Spirit moving in hearts, so asked for a show of hands after carefully explaining what a decision for Christ would involve. A number of hands showed: Tito, Benito, Pascual, and others. A number more began to put up their hands when Alejo broke out from the back telling them that it would mean giving up drinking and living immorally. Some of the hands went down at that. I closed in prayer, inviting those who were really repentant to go into the back room of the school where I could deal more carefully with them. 12 came. We encouraged and exhorted them and arranged for a believers' meeting on Friday afternoon. Several others are very close. What joy! This is what we came here for. At 26 years, how good God has been, and how full and blessed his ways. How continually I thank God for bringing me here, almost overcoming the impossible and pushing me out. I felt thrust out, and how grateful I am for God's impelling. In September 1955, God's impelling moved 5 pioneering missionary families to crystallize their plans of months and years into common action. Truly they were being thrust out to carry the word of God to the Aucas. The McCulleys, in the station at Arajuno, provided the vanguard. Jim and I were in Shandia. The Flemings were in Puyapungu. Roger Udarian and his family had returned from their outstation at Wambimi and were again helping the drowns at Makuma.
Nate Saint, with his little yellow plane, and Marge at the radio, remained at Shalmera, their permanent base at the hub of these outlying jungle stations. 10. Operation Auca begins. On the evening of the second day of October 1955, Nate Saint fed some yellow tissue into his old typewriter and began, "This will be an attempt to note developments that have led to the recent decision to launch efforts toward contacting the Auca tribe. These notes, of course, will record only personal points of view of the situation and will not touch past efforts of other missionaries. Last night, Ed McCully, Jim Elliott, Johnny Keenan, and I were on the living room floor on elbows and knees, poring over a map of the eastern jungles of Ecuador. We had just decided that it was the Lord's time to try to contact the savage Auca tribe located somewhere east of Ed's Quichua Indian mission station at Arajuno. Later in the kitchen, over a midnight cup of cocoa, we decided that our efforts should be carried forward as secretly as practicable, so as to avoid arousing other non-missionary groups to competitive efforts. Their efforts would undoubtedly employ a heavily armed invasion party going in overland. This, we fear, might set back for decades the missionary effort among these Stone Age people. This afternoon, in meditating on the situation, it seemed to me a shame that the secrecy required might deny our prayer-supporting colleagues at home the blessing of a fresh running account, reported at first hand, of our efforts and of the Lord's good hand upon them. Therefore I have taken it upon myself to set down the status quo and hope to add to it as we progress in the days ahead. A number of sporadic efforts have been made to change the status of these killers of the forests. Armed attacks and counterattacks on the part of whites only thinned out the tribe and fanned the furor of hatred already present. Fear of firearms did not diminish the Auca's desire for revenge, even though it had to be carried out from ambush with hardwood lances. The story of the exploration attempted by Rolf Blomberg, a Swedish explorer, and guided by a missionary in 1947, has been written in detail. The party was approaching the Auca's location on balsa rafts when they were ambushed at a point where the current pushed the rafts close to the river bank. An Indian porter in the party opened fire immediately and then dove into the river, following the missionary who was swimming underwater. This experience makes us wary of combining our efforts with those who have no love or special regard for these people. When Ed McCully moved his family to Arajuno, he asked Nate for an aerial survey of the Auca territory, and together they looked up and down the Nushino River Valley, where the Aucas were known to have been some 7 years before.
They found nothing more than had Pete and Jim in their survey 2 years earlier, only the vast ocean of dark green treetops that stretches off into a smudgy horizon. The effect of an ocean is heightened by the choppy wave-like hills that break up the terrain. The coffee with cream-colored rivers snaking through the trees serve as a reminder that it is landscape, not seascape. Only the trained eye, however, would be able to spot human habitation in this wilderness, perhaps a ragged scarf of smoke rising above the green, or the infinitesimal spot which indicates an Indian chakra. Nate's diary continues, "The actual search did not get underway until the morning of September 19th, when I was letting down for our Juno on the regular weekly vegetable run. It was around 8:30 a.m., as I recall, and the atmosphere was unusually clear. Visibility was about 75 miles, and all the little river valleys, which are usually camouflaged by the more common light haze foliage combinations, were clearly discernible in the distance. When I climbed out of the plane and greeted Ed, I asked him how he'd like to go looking for his neighbors. He was all for it, so he set to work raiding Mary Lou's larder for canned goods and scrounged around for other special emergency equipment, and took off about half an hour later. We followed the Nushino east, but flying the north side this time. We were able to scan a 6 or 8 mile swath. About 50 miles east of Ed's place, out over the middle of nowhere, we turned due north toward Coca on the Rio Napo. About 5 minutes later, we spied some spots that looked as if they might have been planted manioc patches years ago. It's hard to be sure from a bird's point of view, even after you've been studying the woods for some time. We circled and then went on north until the Napo was getting close, without seeing anything more. The left turn toward home was inevitable. We didn't have gas enough to press on much farther, and we had covered what we had outlined for this particular trip. However, it was hard to give up. It takes so long to get that far out, and it is so difficult to find such ideal weather. I'd been eyeing a blemish, barely discernible in the jungle, maybe 5 miles away. Ed couldn't make it out, but we decided to fly that way for just a couple of minutes, and if we didn't turn up something more concrete, we'd beat it for home. The blemish grew into a well-defined pockmark, and then into a good-sized clearing, covered with well-cleaned manioc. This was it. We'd been cruising very slowly, and our fuel consumption was getting low, but we could still hang around for 15 minutes without cutting into the reserve, so we hung around. All told, we must have seen about 15 clearings and a few houses. It was an exciting old time, a time we'd waited for. We never did let down for a close look. In the first place, we had to watch fuel consumption. In the second, we didn't want anyone to get frightened on our first visit. We'd be back again with more thoughts on the best manner to approach these people. On the way back, Ed observed that he thought there must be other clearings closer to his place. He felt it would be a long hike for Aucas from this settlement to show up at his place or in its environs. I didn't think so. To me it seemed logical that they should be all the way out there in the wilderness, since there had been a raid at their old location on the Nushino. We decided to keep thinking about the whole thing and to compare notes later. We also decided to keep the find in the family until we were sure it was okay to spill it. The news was exciting to Marge and to Ruth and Johnny Keenan. As we reflected, it seemed providential that we had investigated that tiny spot that turned into the first Auca clearing we had ever laid eyes on. A couple of weeks later, September 29th, I was to take Jim Elliot and Pete Fleming over to Viano, where they were to spend several days preaching among a group of Quichuas who had never heard the gospel. Our route was to be via Arajuno, so we decided that since we'd be flying over what was Auca territory, and since it would take 2 trips to move in the men and their equipment and 2 Indian guides, which would mean that I would cross the area 4 times, we would keep our eyes open and fly slightly different routes each time. On the first trip over with Jim and the equipment, we didn't see a sign of life. The return trip also yielded nothing. Then Pete and the 2 guides and I started out. Having decided to go far enough east to see an area that hadn't been covered by the previous 2 crossings, we zigzagged slowly, favoring the more hospitable-looking jungle valleys. About 15 minutes from Arajuno, we spotted some clearings. Pete and I spoke only in English, but there was no hiding our excitement. Our Indian guides spotted the clearings also. They were Sharpies and immediately said, "Aucas." It was their first time up in a plane, yet they knew just where they were and could name the rivers. We flew down a little river and spotted a half-dozen big houses with smaller ones around them. That was it. There they were, as plain as the nose on your face, and only 15 minutes from Ed's place at Arajuno by plane. As we approached Viano, we talked over the problem of keeping the guides quiet. We decided that we would have to impress on them the danger to them personally if word of the location of the Aucas got around, and if, as a result, there were attacks on the Aucas by the Quichuas or others, followed by Auca reprisal raids. I landed from the inhabited end of the Viano Strip, coming in fast so as to appear to have to use most of the strip. That took us away from the waiting crowd and gave Pete time to admonish the guides as per our agreement. They agreed to keep the secret, probably as secret as a full-sized toy elephant under a Christmas tree. Everyone who was in on our plan was again thrilled by the news. To some of us, the most significant thing was not the information gained, but the fact that after so much fruitless searching, we had located the first group of Aucas, and then in a couple of weeks had stumbled over the other group. It seemed to mean that now was the Lord's time to do something about them. Again, we agreed to pray about the matter and compare notes further, after the whole episode had a chance to sink in. Several days later, when Johnny Keenan was moving Jim and Pete and their guides from Viano back to Arajuno, he hit bad weather and finally had to come back on to Chalmera to land and spend the night. That was the night that the map was on the living room floor, surrounded by 4 men who were now laboring under the conviction that the Lord was leading us to do something about the Aucas. That night and into the wee hours of the morning, we circumnavigated the problem a dozen different times. It was most fascinating to try to imagine how those people would respond to different approaches. One of the problems that the missionaries grappled with that night was that of language. The need to convince the Aucas that here were friendly white men could best be effected by communicating with them in their own language. This was of the essence. As the men talked over this problem, Jim Elliot came up with the answer. He remembered having seen Dayuma on Senor Carlos Sevilla's hacienda, which lay only 4 hours' walk from Shandia. He offered to go and talk to her to pick up phrases that could be useful in case contact were made. A few days later, Jim trekked over. He found Dayuma cooperative, although he was very careful not to divulge to her the reason for his desire to be taught some simple Auca phrases. Among Quichuas, gossip spreads as quickly as anywhere else. Fortunately, Dayuma, accustomed to the strange ways of strange people, assumed he was only casually interested in learning the language. Bitimiti Punimupa, which means, I like you, I want to be your friend, Jim wrote carefully in his notebook. This was followed by Bitiwinki Punga Amupa, I want to approach you, or more colloquially, let's get together. How do you say, what is your name? Jim asked in Quichua. Awum Irimi, Dayuma answered in Auca. And so Jim built a practical vocabulary list. Thus, one of the obstacles that lay in the path of the missionaries was partly overcome. A presentation of gifts seemed the obvious next step. Perhaps a carefully planned regular program of gift drops, made over a period of time, would show the Indians that the intentions of these white men were friendly, and the repetition would gradually convince them. 11. A line from plain to ground. The men decided to begin the gift drops to the savage Aucas at the earliest possible moment, employing the spiraling line technique that Nate Saint had pioneered in Achuara country. There, the accuracy of delivery had been of paramount importance. In the new venture, the technique would have the additional value of making it clear to the Aucas that the visitors in the plain had the power to give or retain the gift right up until the moment of delivery. From captive Aucas, it had been learned that the Indians thought that the gifts from the shell plane fell out of its stomach as a result of its being wounded or scared by the lances they had thrown. Nate typed out his continuing record of the start of Operation Auca. That night on the living room floor, it was decided that we would make our aerial visits regularly, leaving something different each week in order to work on their curiosity. We calculated that under the circumstances, sooner or later the hostile spirit would melt. The following day, Johnny flew Jim and Ed back to Arajuno. At Chalmera, I began tests with the line to see what kind of simple, dependable mechanism we could use to release our gifts when they touched the ground. Johnny and I flew together on most of the tests, and Marge and Ruth hooked on the test weights and watched their release on the runway. We marked off a target on the runway and tried to hit it. Finally, we were ready for a dress rehearsal. The test went off fine, except that when we flew over the strip to drop the line, it fouled the strut, and we had to tie a knife on a stick so that we could try to cut it loose. There was no danger except that it could have come loose by itself while we were not over the field, and that is just what happened. I saw the line drape itself in some tall trees just beyond the end of the runway. However, by the time we landed and got in there to hunt for it, it was too dark, so that it had to remain there till morning. That night I was so keyed up I couldn't sleep much. On the other hand, I realized that the whole thing was in the Lord's hands. I had no way of knowing how long it would take the next morning to get the line out of the trees, but I told Marge that if I could be ready to take off by 9 a.m., we would go through with it. If not, we'd cancel until the following day. Next morning I rigged a fishing line with a weight that I could toss over the lost line high in the trees. With that and a lot of trudging around through brush, I finally got all the line, and by 9 a.m. we were ready for takeoff. October 6th, 1955. The first gift was a small aluminum kettle with a lid. Inside we put about 20 brightly colored buttons, obviously not for their non-existent clothes, but buttons do make good ornaments. Also, we included a little sack with a few pounds of rock salt. We understand that they do not have any salt of their own. If only they could discover what the stuff was good for, we felt sure we'd win friends. To these things we attached some 15 brightly colored ribbon streamers about a yard long. All was ready. Out at Arajuno, all was readiness and happy anticipation. I was very anxious lest by some fault of mine we might miss on this first attempt. We loaded in our emergency equipment, rigged in our special gear, made a dry run test of getting the rig overboard, and took off for points east. We could hardly believe that we were to have the privilege of making the initial effort. 15 minutes flying brought us over the first clearings. It was Ed's first look at his neighbors, and he was plenty keyed up about it. We decided to try to find the downstream edge of their domain, so that if we had a forced landing, we could travel downstream away from their territory. About 15 minutes more of looking around assured us that we were over the house that interested us. We were about 3,000 feet above the ground and could not see anyone below, yet every indication showed that the house was occupied. The large house was thatched, with round ends, Jibaro style, and around it were several smaller squarish houses with thatched roofs, square on the ends. Well-beaten paths linked the smaller houses to the large central one. The main house was about 40 yards from the edge of the stream and had a nice playa, sandbar in front of it, perhaps 75 yards long and 25 yards wide at the widest place. A path showed that they used the playa frequently. It would be our target. We slowed the plane to 55 miles per hour and held the gifts over the side, the door having been removed at Arajuno, and hooked up the automatic release mechanism. Slowly we lowered the gift packet until it was well clear of the plane. Then we allowed the airspeed to come up to 65 and began the heart-racking job of reeling out the line. I say heart-racking because if there is a bad knot anywhere in that bundle of cord, the whole effort is lost for that time. But all went well, and we began circling at about 65 miles per hour. Since our altimeter reads only the altitude above sea level, we had no way of knowing how high we were above the ground. No sign of life below. We continued circling until the gift was drifting in a small, lazy circle below us, ribbons fluttering nicely. If no one was watching, it made it more important that we put the gift in an obvious place. The gift still seemed pretty high, so we started spiraling down, noting a considerable wind drift from the north, necessitating correction every time around in order to keep us over the target. Finally, the gift appeared to be pretty close to the trees below. Time for the attempt. The wind was making it difficult, and the hills on either side of the stream were covered with tall trees. A couple of times it seemed that we snatched our charge upward just in the nick of time to keep it out of the trees bordering the sandbar. Once I believe the ribbons dragged across a tree and hung up momentarily. At any rate, that gave us our working elevation. We made about 6 attempts at this elevation, gradually drifting the prize against the wind until it was over the bar. Then we rolled the turn steeper and held our breath while it lowered toward the earth. It wouldn't be ideal for it to hit the water, and it was heading closer. Plunk! It hit about 2 or 3 feet from the water, directly in line with the path to the house. They couldn't miss it, since they probably got their water for cooking right at that spot. Now another problem. I thought I saw our gift move just a little as we began a slow climb, still circling. That raised the question as to whether it was released or dragging on the line. But finally we were sure the line was free, and there was our messenger of goodwill, love, and faith, 2,000 feet below on the sandbar. In a sense, we had delivered the first gospel message by sign language to a people who were 1/4 of a mile away vertically, 50 miles horizontally, and continents and wide seas away psychologically. How much do these people know? What do they think of what little they have seen of the outside world? We know they used to watch airplanes of the Shell Oil Company land and take off at Araujo, for the Shell workers saw the spots where they hid in the bush to watch these monstrous messengers of another world. The trip back to Araujo was short and happy. Back home again, everybody who was in on the secret wanted to know if we had seen any Aucas. They were a little skeptical about anyone's finding our gift when we confessed we hadn't seen a soul. Nevertheless, a start had been made. Friday, October 14th, 1955. I haven't brought the narrative up to the moment, but rather than let the hottest stuff cool off while I catch up, I am going to go ahead with what just happened today. This morning the weather was good, so we took off around 8 a.m. On the way out, we could see some early morning fog still lingering in the river valleys to the east, so we were in no great hurry. We landed at Araujo and began to prepare for the drop, which was to be a new machete. We understand that these people have killed for machetes. That is, they have killed people working in the fields in order to steal their machetes or axes. It is easy to imagine the importance of such items among a Stone Age people. We wrapped the blade in canvas so that no one would get cut, and then tied on a number of colored ribbon streamers. After rigging the automatic touch-release gadget, we climbed in the plane for a dress rehearsal. Going over all our plans and precautions again, it seemed that we were ready, so we had a word of prayer for the success of the trip and took off. It is always a bit of a strain on me to reel out the line in the air, but I slowed the plane down and we carefully lowered our second messenger of goodwill over the side. By the time the line was all out, we were almost at our destination. We used a little less line this time than last. Our plan was to check the sandbar where we left the gift last week. There were some low clouds, but we found the house and the sandbar. The gift was gone. The binoculars removed any doubt. Either they had accepted it or a flood had taken it away. We saw no one, but it was evident that the site was well occupied. The plan was to fly upstream to the next house this time and leave the gift there. We figured that if we specialized on one house, the others might get jealous or become suspicious that the occupant of that house was in league with us or was in some way a traitor to their cause. When we got to the target house, we found it directly under a cloud, so we inferred that the Lord would have us go on to the next. As we approached the house we had decided on, we spotted 3 or 4 canoes pulled up to the stream bank in front of the house. That was interesting because one report has it they don't have canoes, but there they were. That meant, too, that somebody must be around nearby. As we started the circle about 2,500 feet above the house, it became apparent that we were going to be inside the cloud about 10% of the time, but all other conditions seemed so favorable that we decided to go ahead. The high-riding machete was behaving nicely. Ed was glued to the binoculars. All of a sudden he let out a yell and all but crawled out the open door to get a better look. We were seeing our first Auca. He was running around, but not hiding. Pretty soon there were 3 of them out in front of their big leaf-covered house. Now we felt sure that they had received our gift of last week, and that the idea had caught on in a hurry. If it was half the sport for them that it was for us, their excitement was understandable. After about 4 circles, we had compensated for the wind, etc., and started letting the gift down. I was no longer worried about their getting it, because we felt sure they were already watching the dangling prize. We let on down. At first it looked as if it would hit the house, but it drifted toward the stream. Splash! Then, quicker than you could bat an eye, another splash, and Auca had dived after the treasure. Minutes later there must have been a half a dozen or 8 of the men on the bank examining the prize. Our hearts were grateful. We had not hoped to see this for perhaps months. Of course, we wonder what they were thinking. Several things seemed evident. They got our first gift. They aren't afraid of us in this type of approach. They are as animated in one way or another about this thing as we are. Back at Arahuno, Ed learned another interesting bit of news. His local Indians reported the tracks of Aucas who had apparently hidden in the brush near Ed's house to observe what was going on there. Although there was no way of verifying this conjecture, it was credible. A Quichua woman, Joaquina, who had been captured by the Aucas and later escaped, had once told Dr. Tidmarsh that it was the Aucas' practice to sit on a certain hill overlooking the camp at Arahuno to observe what went on. It seemed that they had an intricate espionage system, which perhaps at this very moment was operating near the McCulley's house. The men planned to make a wooden model of the plane, with ribbons dangling from it, to hang outside Ed's house in order to identify Ed with the operation. 8 days after writing the previous report, Nate Saint typed a heading on a fresh sheet of tissue. "Report on the 3rd visit to the neighbors," he continued. "We refer to the Aucas as neighbors and to their area as the neighborhood to avoid the use of the name on the radio or in the hearing of those who aren't supposed to be interested. We couldn't go out on visitation on Thursday as we had planned because the Army called on us for a flight down the Curaray River in the interior looking for the body of a soldier who had drowned. We did not see any sign of the missing man, but we did see a lot of Ecuador that lies beyond habitation.
We understand that beyond the area we checked, out toward the Napo, some vestiges of civilization reappear. However, we flew for 45 minutes, following every curve in the river without seeing a single sign of human life. Saw a little wildlife, several tapir, some giant turtles, and an abundance of birds of paradise. Beautiful things gliding over the woods below. Next day, Ed and I got away from Arahuno at about 11 o'clock, while Marilu kept all the Indians in school so they wouldn't ask too many difficult questions. First, we flew down the Curaray looking for possible campsites or temporary landing strip sites. This was 40 or 50 miles above the start of the area searched yesterday for the missing soldier. We saw some interesting possibilities, but nothing ideal for an airstrip. However, up on the horizon along the ridges we saw something that looked like smoke. It seemed to be about the place where the Aucas are, so we decided to have a look. Maybe the boys had a smudge going, so we'd be sure to find them with our gift bag. The smoke turned out to be the remnants of a low cloud, but we found ourselves over the Auca neighborhood at a lower altitude than we'd ever been before, and took the occasion to circle each of the 4 main houses and take some pictures. We saw Indians all over, some running down the stream bed from the manioc patch toward home, others coming from other directions. They didn't seem at all afraid. We shouted Auca phrases until we were hoarse, after we circled the house where we had received such an open reception last week, and flew on toward the next house. The Indians apparently thought the show was scheduled there for this week, and all took off down the stream bed to try to be in on it. At any rate, when we decided to repeat at the same house to reward their confidence, we came back over and found the place deserted, except for what appeared to be 2 women. But soon the menfolk came charging back up the stream bed. There must have been big excitement down there. This week our gift was to be another aluminum pot containing a bunch of trinkets and beads, well ribboned. We also tied on a little 10-inch Indian basket, empty, in hopes they might put something in it and send it back up. But somehow or other, after we got the whole thing clear of the plane, the automatic release failed and we lost the kettle to the jungle below, perhaps 300 yards distant from a smaller manioc patch. It seems likely that they might find it, but not too probable since everyone was over at the big clearing waiting for the show to begin. We were already getting a little tired from all the photographing and shouting to them, but we felt we mustn't leave without giving them something, so we tied on a new machete from our emergency kit, left on the little basket, and lowered the whole works without any release mechanism. One of the more tiring elements on this trip was the rough air. We were constantly bouncing around and had a snappy drift from the northeast, so that our machete drifted badly.
Several times when it was lowering near them, they would scramble helter-skelter in that direction. It is really great sport. We don't know whether or not they have any system for determining who gets the prize, but as long as the supply holds up, they should all keep encouraged. Finally, after a couple of near misses, we set the packet within 10 feet of the front door of their house. They had it immediately and took it out on the riverbank. Here the wind fouled up the works because every time around I had to roll completely out of the turn to compensate for drift, and thus stay over the house. And every time I'd roll out of the turn, the pull on the line got really hard. They must have had the line for several minutes. We could not tell whether they were putting anything in the basket or not. They may have put in something too heavy to pick up, or they may have tied the line to something. At any rate, we finally saw one fellow run diagonally into the river and stop abruptly and do something, suggesting that he was unsnagging the line. I felt the line loosen, and we were free. We shouted at each other about the thrill of holding a line, the other end of which an Auca held. Our next decision was to fly past them low enough so that they could see us. That meant pulling in the entire line, a tough job, but after 10 minutes of hard work, we had it all in. Then down we circled. As we got lower, the crowd, formerly 8 or 10, thinned out until there were only 2 or 3 in sight. We had another little bundle of ribbon to throw out as we went by. We tossed the ribbon from about 200 feet, and a brown-skinned man had it like a spider takes a fly. We shouted. From the man's gestures, and from past experience in similar operations among other Indians, I feel sure that the man shouted back to us, flailing his arms. He was the only one in sight, and when we circled around the other side of the house, he ran in one side of the house and out the other. I felt a keen disappointment as I thought how frightened they must have been when we swooped low. However, as we circled slowly higher and higher, they seemed to regain confidence and slowly reappeared. Finally, everyone seemed to be present. How we hoped that they regained their party spirit and laughed off their fright. Going away, we flew directly toward the Kururai, since we feel more and more that that will be the site of the first contact if the Lord is pleased to continue blessing our efforts. 12. The savages respond. From all appearances, the Aucas understood the white man's attempt to introduce himself. They seemed to recognize the regularity of the flights, and in successive weeks appeared in large numbers, more eager than ever to receive the gifts. Had they any idea of reciprocating? What were their real reactions? For the 4th flight, Nate rigged up the plane with a battery-powered loudspeaker. As they approached the clearings, Jim called out the Auca words, "I like you. I'm your friend. I like you." Then they dropped another machete, wrapped and decorated as usual. Jim's diary describes the reaction. A group raced back into the trees behind the house, and one lone man walked to the beach. He cupped his hands and seemed to shout, then flashed the new machete over his head. We dropped a small aluminum pot with ribbons. It contained a yellow shirt and beads. The Aucas below us converged on it like women at a bargain counter, as Nate put it, and one was soon flailing the shirt. As we approached the house, 2 canoes some distance below it, going downstream, turned and came back upstream hurriedly. At one time I noticed people come running up through the water onto the beach, and another time a single one with a white cloth. We returned via the Kururai, looking for possible landing beaches. Hope's not good. Guide us, Lord God. Back at Arahuno, the 3 pioneers had a council of war, deciding that the next full moon would witness the first attempt at a contact on the ground with these remote people who had won their hearts. Nate wrote that night, "May God continue to put his good hand on the project, and may we drop it when not fully assured of his direction. At present we feel unanimously that God is in it. May the praise be his, and may it be that some Auca, clothed in the righteousness of Jesus Christ, will be with us as we lift our voices in praise before his throne. Amen." On the next trip, their reception was even more favorable. McCully manned the mic to call out, "We like you, we like you. We have come to pay a visit." The Aucas danced about eagerly, grabbing the machete the men had thrown, and stripped its canvas so that it shone in the sun. While circling low, Ed leaned far out the door and held out both hands. The Indians, about 3 of them, responded by reaching out their hands, too. Ed's observations on this trip were, "No fear manifest today, even when the plane was down low. No running inside or away. Most stood under the banana trees, possibly because of the sun. The plane gets close, but somehow one longs to get closer. No sign of malice or anger. No lances seen. If there were a ladder down from the plane to them, it would seem a good and safe thing to go among them." By this time, each man on the team had had time to form a judgment. "The team has a spectrum that ranges from impatience to conservatism," wrote Nate. Pete, who constantly conferred with the other three, did not feel that the next full moon was the right time for the first attempt at contact. It was too soon to assume that a long-standing hatred of white men had been overcome. The language problem was a big one, and it lay within their power to gain more knowledge of it by working with Dayuma, the escaped Auca woman from whom Jim had gathered his material. Ed's reaction was that the next move should not necessarily be an effort at contact, but rather the establishment of a usable airstrip down the Kuwarai, perhaps within 5 miles of the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Jim was chewing the bit. If a friendly contact were made, Jim and I were prepared to leave the work in Shandia for a time and go in and live among the Aucas. Nate felt that the men should follow the already established course of making regular contacts, and that nothing should be done suddenly, but that each advance be allowed to soak in before pressing another. On November 12th, Nate Saint returned to his self-imposed task of keeping the record of Operation Auca. He wrote, "This was the 6th week in succession that we have visited the neighbors. It was a beautiful Saturday morning. There wasn't much cargo to go along, nor much fog in the river valleys, so I got out to Ed's place at about 8:30 a.m. He was waiting at the airstrip when I arrived." We took off with the public address system and reel aboard. Ed had a machete and a small aluminum pot and a large aluminum pot set up with ribbons. Again, we flew down the Kuwarai at low altitude so as to familiarize ourselves with the sandbars and various possible landing locations along the river. With familiarity, the sandbars look increasingly useful for our purposes. When we got to the point where we were closest to the neighbors, we decided that rather than to turn into them, we would fly on down the big river to see if perhaps there might not be some ideal landing spot farther down. We found none. Then we decided that since we were down that far, we'd go a little farther and turn back up the little branch river along which the Aucas live. We flew perhaps 8 to 10 minutes up the small river before we stumbled onto a house, one that we hadn't seen before. It had the coarser leaf type of roof which slanted all the way to the ground, a gable roof. The ends of the house were also of leaf and slanted perhaps 10 to 15 degrees out from the vertical. We saw no one by whom we could judge the size of the house. It appeared to be smaller than the others, but if in reality it is smaller, then the doors in the ends were such as to require one to stoop quite low to enter. Outside the house were 2 distinct plantings, 2 patches. The taller growth was darker green and covered perhaps an acre. It did not appear to be manioc, being taller and thicker in the foliage cover. But the interesting thing was that the plot was surrounded by a well-made fence, comprised of upright posts, perhaps 6 feet apart, interwoven with what could have been opened-up bamboo basket-weave style, so that apparently an animal larger than a cat might not be able to pass through the fence. After circling 3 times to have a good look, we headed upstream to the next house, which was the one we had previously supposed to be the most easterly of this group. This house is also the one at which we did the first line drop of the little pail full of buttons. Here, for the first time now on this trip, we saw people. About 6, I would guess. One went out on the sandbar where we had left the kettle before and waited patiently. When we waved and yelled, he waved, but not with the enthusiasm that is always displayed at the other place. We supposed that he was an older fellow. His body appeared to be smeared with something opaque, such as clay. There were no clothes in evidence. We made a run and dropped him a machete, free fall. It landed right on the sandbar and was carried off with relatively little ceremony or enthusiasm. Nevertheless, there seemed to be no demonstration of hostility whatsoever, nor fear. We went on, after shouting with the public address system that we were friends. At the next house we ran across a few of the neighbors on the sandbar. We flew quite low, shouting and waving to them without using the public address system. Then we dropped the little pot. It hit the playa near them and was enthusiastically received. They jumped around quite excitedly. Also at this house, let's number them from the east, making this one number 3. We noticed 2 items especially. First, at either side of the doorway were boards, perhaps 25 inches wide and about 5 feet high, decorated with bold, bright red decorations. I suppose they are doors of some sort. The other item of note was that the owners had made a woven leaf end for their house. Heretofore it has been open, where it faced on the river. From there we went to house number 4, which is the one we've visited most often and at which we've been received with the most evident enthusiasm. There was a good crowd on hand to welcome us, and to our surprise, out behind their house, where there had been a stand of trees and undergrowth, there was now a clean clearing about 75 to 90 yards in diameter. Some of the stumps were still there, but aside from that it was as clean as a basketball court. From the reaction of the people below, I would guess that they couldn't decide whether to expect the drop on their new clearing or whether we would drop it down by the house, as has been the custom. Ed's diary picks up the account of this day's operation. We went in low and threw an axe head, wrapped in canvas. It lit just on the west side of the clearing in the bushes. They pounced on it immediately. Then we yelled, "We will give you a pot," and went up higher, tied on the pot and reeled it out. This was a definite leading of God, for we almost had decided to throw the pot free instead of bothering with the line. Nate made a perfect drop. I held the line and could feel their holding on to it. They cut the pot off and tied something on. Nate spotted it and praised the Lord. When we got back to Arajuno, we found that it was a yatu, or headband of woven feathers, a real answer to prayer, another sign to proceed, an encouragement that friendly relations are possible and that they will hear the gospel. On November 26th, Nate Saint recorded later developments. Last week, since Ed was not back from Quito in time for the usual run, Jim Elliott took it on with me. I picked him up in Shandia after doing some shuttling between Pano and Tena and Pano and Shandia. We stopped by Arajuno and picked up the gear. There were 2 Indians near the plane, and despite our caution, they apparently managed to find out what was in the supply and said to Jim, "Why do you crazy fellows give all that good stuff to Aucas?" Jim ignored the question, but it meant quite surely that the secret was more or less out, even though they could not know any of the details. We flew, as I recall, quite directly to the neighborhood and started visiting around. At number 4 house, 2 men had climbed up on top of what we had previously thought of as a sun shelter, a high bamboo roof or platform, perhaps 6 feet off the ground. We circled low several times and decided to go ahead with the previously discussed plan aimed at getting them to cut down the trees at the far side of the clearing as a sort of approach or go-around, which would permit us to fly low enough for them to see us, so as to be able to recognize us later on the ground. The plan was to drop our gifts into the trees we wanted down. First, we dropped an axe head. Unfortunately, it landed at the foot of the trees in question. Next time around, we tossed out 4 plastic combs with streamers of bandage material tied on them. Happily, a couple of them at least got hung up in the trees. Next, we went to number 3. Everyone was out in great style. One man had one of our gift shirts on. The rest were in more typical uniform. We circled and waved and then went on down to the old man's house. He was out with his 2 women. We didn't feel that he warranted too good a gift, so we tossed him a pair of store-bought trousers. After circling back to make sure he got them okay, we went on back to number 3. We tossed the people there a machete with a pair of shorts attached. From here we climbed on up over number 4 to get ready to let down the kettle for the last act of the day. I neglected to mention earlier that in rummaging in the emergency kit Ed had made up, we found a roll of tissue. We thought it might help to get those tall trees down if we were to drape the tissue along the treetops. Such a drop might seem to be utilizing their curiosity to an unfair advantage, but on the other hand, they were amply repaid for any trouble that they went to. When we tossed the roll, however, it reeled off about 6 feet, and then the wind tore off that length. This process was repeated until there was a curious white dotted line floating down into the trees. The wind was rather strong today, and I had trouble staying over the clearing as we let the kettle down. It required some 6 or 8 attempts before the kettle landed in the little river at the edge of the clearing. They were at it in an instant. But in that same instant I had to roll out of the turn upwind to keep from getting too far from the clearing. That put quite a pull on the line at the moment they were trying to work with it. In about 30 seconds they let it go. It appeared to have a gift in it, something small, perhaps like the combs received earlier with the headband. As we left the area, I called in and reported that we were on our way back. Marge answered that the drowned baby was sick and that I should make the best possible time so as to be able to fly into Makuma if necessary. Therefore, I flew at 70 miles per hour, and somewhere along the line we lost the gift. About halfway back, I noticed that it was missing, and it was a keen disappointment. In Jim's account of this day's operation, he said, "I saw a thing that thrilled me. It seemed an old man who stood beside the house waved with both his arms, as if to signal us to come down. Aucas, waving me to come. God send me soon to the Aucas." At the end of his record of the 8th visit, Nate wrote, "One of the problems we face now is getting another man to bring our manpower up to strength. The Lord is abundantly able." Although 5 men would eventually make up Operation Auca, only 3, Nate, Jim, and Ed, were definitely committed at this time. Pete, who had been as vitally interested as these 3, was, however, not clear whether God's leading was for him to go or to stay. It was now that Nate thought of Roger Udarian. They had worked together opening up the Uchwara country, building 2 other outstation airstrips, and Nate was sure of Roger's capabilities. He saw him as a soldier of Christ, a man capable of great effort, trained and disciplined. He wrote of him, "He knows the importance of unswerving conformity to the will of his captain. Obedience is not a momentary option. It is a die-cast decision made beforehand. He was a disciplined paratrooper. He gave Uncle Sam his best in that battle, and now he is determined that the Lord Jesus Christ shall not get less than his best. Everything that made him a good soldier has been consecrated to Christ, his new captain." Ed and Jim hardly knew Roger. Working with different Indians in another part of the Oriente, they had had little occasion for more than a passing acquaintance, but they trusted Nate's judgment implicitly. As it happened, Roger was in Shalmera at this time. He had come out from Makuma to help build a mission-sponsored hospital there. So one day, as Roger was nailing down sheets of aluminum on the roof, Nate came to him, told him of Operation Auca, and asked him to go along as the badly needed 4th man. Nate did not want to leave his plane on the beach at night where it might be open to damage. Neither was he anxious to leave the 2 men alone overnight. Would Raj go? Roger agreed immediately, but all unknown to the others, he was, at that time, passing through a deeply personal spiritual struggle, and he began to wonder if he should join the others in the physical venture when not with them completely in spirit. Only he and Barbara were aware of the struggle he was going through. He questioned whether, after all, he was accomplishing anything whatever in the mission field. He had broken the language barrier, to be sure, but why had there not been an immediate show of fruit for his labors? A missionary plods through the first year or 2, thinking that things will be different when he speaks the language. He is baffled to find, frequently, that they are not. He is stripped of all that may be called romance. Life has fallen more or less into a pattern. Day follows day in unbroken succession. There are no crises, no mass conversions, sometimes not even 1 or 2 to whom he can point and say, "There is a transformed life. If I had not come, he would never have known Christ." There will be among those the Indians who say that they accept Christ, but what of the forsaking of heathen custom and turning from sin to a life of holiness? The missionary watches and longs, and his heart sickens. The forces of evil, unchallenged for so long, are now set in array against the missionary. Roger Udarian was finding out the power of these forces. He wrote in his diary, "About ready to call it quits. Seems to me there is no future in the Hiveria for us, and the wisest thing for us to do will be to pull stakes. We'll wait until I've had a chance to talk it over with Barb and see what she has to say. We might pass Christmas here, finish the hospital in Shell, and head home. The reason? Failure to measure up as a missionary and get next to the people. As far as my heart and aspirations are concerned, the issue is settled. It's a bit difficult to discern just what is the cause of my failure and the forces behind it. Since March, when we left Wambimi, there has been no message from the Lord for us. I just picked up my Bible to share with the same Lord who made me a new creature in England 11 years ago. There was no word of encouragement from him. He had kept us safe wonderfully and met our needs, but the issue is far greater than that. There is no ministry for me among the Jivaros or the Spanish, and I'm not going to try to fool myself. I wouldn't support a missionary such as I know myself to be, and I'm not going to ask anyone else to. 3 years is long enough to learn a lesson and learn it well. Some people are slow to catch on. It will be tough on Barb and the children, but I've always been convinced that honesty and sincerity pays. The milk is spilled. I'm not going to cry over it. The cause of Christ in the Hiveria will not suffer for our having been there, but I must be honest and confess that it has not helped. I don't think it will come as much of a surprise to many, and will only be an "I told you so." There is no spiritual pressure in the issue, and in fact, very little of emotion or stress, perhaps none. I realize that many along the way will say that we gave up too easy. Perhaps. But I believe that God's way is to face the issue and let our yea be yea and our nay be nay. I'm amen for the cause of Christ, but believe that the part I cannot say the part I chose. I believe that the Lord chose the Hiveria for us, but I just didn't measure up to it. You will say that when the Lord calls, he supplies. You can have my boots any time you want them. It isn't there. I'm not good at pretending. I do not put any blame on personalities or circumstances involved. The failure is mine, and my failure to achieve the personal experience of Christ that could meet the needs here. It didn't pan out. It is not because of wife and family. Makuma Station is ample for a home for them, and all we need has been offered. The issue is personal, and personal it shall remain. What is the answer? I do not know. And I'm discouraged about finding any satisfactory solution. Have been battling and thinking the issue for many months. There is no answer. It is a combination of situations and talents that has me buffaloed. This is the first time in my life that I have turned my back, but they say there is a first time for everything. We are a happy family. He has kept us well and given us sound bodies, and we trust, sound minds. Whatever he has for us is fine, but I'm afraid that anything along missionary lines has been scared out of me. If I couldn't make the grade here in Makuma, I'm not foolish enough to expect a change of setting would change me. This is my personal Waterloo as a missionary. It seems strange to try and sit back and view it in an impersonal way. Of this much I am sure. It will draw me to read his word more, be more tolerant of others, and less venturesome in my activities. Some will wonder why we don't seek a place in the Spanish or Quichua work. Frankly, I'm not interested. And especially after this experience, I'm not begging for any more headaches. Only a fool makes the same mistake twice. One mess seems to me ought to be enough. Here I sit at 11 a.m. Wednesday listening to the services. I told them from the window that I would not come. First they sang wonderful words of life, and then, "Oh, say, but I'm glad." I found an English hymn book to see if there might be some consolation in a hymn. There is none. It is beyond me. My, what a world of time I've wasted. The ruts are worn deep, and it won't be easy to change habits and give up the lost ground or let it be gained by the Lord. But surely it will be worth the battle. My mind was made only to love him. My body also, which includes my tongue in all its activities. How slow some of us are to learn. I will be led and taught of the Holy Spirit. God desires full development, use, and activity of our faculties. The Holy Spirit can and will guide me in direct proportion to the time and effort I will expend to know and do the will of God. I must read the Bible to know God's will. At every point I will obey and do. A week spent in Shalmera, prior to this period, when I reiterated many times a day, "Thy will be done," helped much to fortify me for this struggle. Roger had not yet emerged from his dark night of the soul when Nate approached him. The days which followed found him in a desperate struggle to know the will of God. He had no doubt of his own desire. He would go if that were all that mattered. But to go without the smile of God, that would be impossible. If thy presence go not with us, carry us not up hence. Roger recognized something of what this decision might mean for him, and the hours spent on his knees with God witnessed agony of soul. But God, who causes us to triumph, brought him out of his slough of despond. He was cleansed through the Spirit for the task that lay ahead of him, said Barbara afterward, and went with a happy, expectant mind and his heart full of joy. On December 19th, he wrote in his diary, "I will die to self. I will begin to ask God to put me in a service of constant circumstances where to live Christ I must die to self. I will be alive unto God, that I may learn to love him with my heart, mind, soul, and body." Just before he left Macuma to join the four in Arajuno, he wrote, "There is a seeking of honest love, drawn from a soul storm-tossed, a seeking for the gain of Christ, to bless the blinded, the beaten, the lost. Those who sought found heavenly love, and were filled with joy divine. They walk today with Christ above." The last line eluded him, and as he put down his pencil, he said, "Barb, I'll finish it when I get home." Chapter 13. The Search for Palm Beach. Although plans for meeting the Aucas on the ground occupied more and more time, the regular weekly visits to Terminal City, the name the men had given the Auca village, were continued without a break. On December 3rd, Nate recorded the 9th visit. "We left Arajuno at about 8:45 with good weather. Before taking off, Ed and I shot some pictures that we hope will be suitable for enlargement up to almost life-size, so that the neighbors will recognize us when they first see us on the ground. We took close-ups of our faces, together with the combs and headdress they had given us. When we got over the first house, number 4, we noted that a couple of pretty big trees were chopped down where we had tossed the gifts into the trees for that purpose. There are not many trees left now between the two clearings. If we can get them to cut down the rest, we will be able to make low passes. Once this morning we swooped down so low that the 2 men who were up on the platform directing traffic ducked down. When we swooped down again, the 2 men were content to view the proceedings from the ground. The platform appeared to be perhaps 8 feet off the ground. Both the platform men had on shirts, period. Shirts we had given them, of course. In these runs, we dropped an axe head, a plastic cup, and a cheap knife. We tried again to put these in the trees that still separate the 2 clearings. There were perhaps a half-dozen other people around number 4. From there we went to number 3. As we made a low pass, we nearly fell out of the airplane, for there on the grass roof of the house was a model plane. We wondered if they made it after observing the model plane at Ed's place. In any case, it indicates goodwill, and a craftsmanship hitherto unsuspected among such primitives. We noticed another platform, larger and higher than the other and made of chanta. I'd guess it is 15 feet off the ground. On top was a man, complete with his uniform, shirt. He waved responsively as we waved to him. We made a couple of passes and tossed out a machete so that it fell just beyond the director. We noted that the east wall of leaves was off the house so that we could see inside, fire sites, etc. It was a very friendly-looking deal, but it's possible that they're going to put in a chanta wall to replace the leaves. Yes, I just checked the photo of number 3 taken a while back, and it shows leaf wall all the way around except at the river end, which was open. It is easy to see how the availability of even so simple a tool as the machete can profoundly alter a culture. Next, we decided to have a close look at a fresh clearing that has been made on the ridge crest just above number 3. No one was there. We discussed briefly the possible benefits of trying to lure them up and decided to try. First time around, we tossed out an aluminum kettle. It was a poor shot and fell into the forest. Fortunately, on the slope facing the number 3 house. It was then that we noticed that the undergrowth on the slope was in the process of being cleared out. That means that they will be tipping over the trees on that edge of the clearing, which will enable us to fly within 20 feet of them in perfect safety. As a further lure, Ed decided we should toss out a cheap plastic-handled knife. All these gifts are generously trailed by ribbon and bandage material. In view of the miss with the kettle, I said to Ed as we approached, "Let's put this one right on top of the house," referring to the sketchy shelter that must serve as a sunshade while they work on the new clearing project. And that's exactly where it landed, right on the roof. "Let's go see how the old man liked his new pants," I suggested. "Okay," so we went. He is about 2 minutes away from number 3. He was waiting for us in pants and t-shirt. His 2 women were out too. One wore a baby and the other nothing. The area around their house was nicely cleaned up, grass cut down to roots, etc. The old man evidenced the usual reserve and lack of enthusiasm. We dropped him a machete. One of the women had to go get it. His gestures are willing but slow. We flew by within 200 feet of them about 3 times and headed back upriver to number 3. Back at number 3 area, we checked the hilltop clearing again. From a quarter mile away, I could see that someone was there. We were thrilled by this quick result since we had thought it might take weeks to coax them up. The figures proved to be 2 women, young, I would say about 16 and 20 maybe. They had got the knife, and we passed within 50 feet of them, taking pictures. We made about 4 passes, and for the first time looked full into an Auca face. She was good-looking, with hair cropped to bangs in front. The controller of number 3 was still on the platform. We waved goodbye to him and headed on toward number 4. Back at number 4, the boys were all waiting for the last act, the bucket drop. We climbed up to 3,000 feet and slowed down to 45 miles per hour with power off. In this slow, power-off glide, the kettle gets clear of the plane very nicely. It took only about 3 times around to set the kettle in the middle of the big clearing behind the house. They ran back and forth in a group, curiously to us. I was afraid that I was piling loose cord in after the kettle. However, it seemed to have too much tension on it for that. Finally, after a minute and a half, they turned it loose, and up it came with a gift, bright red and good-sized. We flew back to Arajuno at 55 to 60 miles per hour so as not to lose the gift if we could help it. We had no trouble setting the gift down on the runway, and then we dropped the cord. On the ground, we ran to the spot. We found another feathered crown, a new one, freshly made, and attached to it a little hank of hand-spun cotton string. It was attached to our drop line with a square knot. That night Ed noted in his diary, "It is time we were getting closer to them on the ground." To Jim he wrote, "I've been giving the trip some thought, and I feel this way. We should set a definite limit on the number of days we will wait on the Kururai for them, and if they don't show, we should be ready to go in to them. For myself, I am definitely ready to go in and feel that it would be reasonably safe, if we can ever use that term in our initial ground contact with these people. We should go in, 1, wearing the headdresses, 2, carrying small airplanes, such as I have hanging here, 3, carrying gifts wrapped as we have been wrapping them, 4, shouting Bitimiti Punimupa, I like you, or other phrases that we are making familiar from the plane. God being with us, and up to this point we have every confidence that he is. I think this would put us in. The whole project is moving faster than we had originally dared to hope, and while I'm not for getting ahead of God, I feel that we shouldn't lag." On December 10th, Nate's journal continues with an account of the next visit. In spite of our evasive maneuver, Ed's Indians tell him that they were down the Kururai last week and saw us go by. They say, what a sense of humor, that they stripped off their clothes when they heard us coming and got sticks like lances so that we would think they were neighbors. They probably thought that we would drop them gifts. During the week, in talks with the members of the team, it was decided that January 2nd would be the tentative date for the entry attempt. We were thinking in terms of going down with Indians, setting up a house, and then having the Indians retire while the team would wait for a contact. Then, with the plane, we would try to get the neighbors to come over and pay a visit. We know how to say, "come to my house," and also "kururai" in their tongue,
and I feel confident that by repeated circling right over the ridge from them, we can use curiosity to bring them over to the big river. Roughly, the strategy calls for the carrying of arms only by the missionary personnel, and that out of sight. We presume that the first shot fired signals the failure of the entire project and the scuttling of any hope in the near future. Therefore, utmost care will be taken, and the guns will be used only to frighten the savages in case of need of self-defense. There were 2 views or 2 possibilities under consideration. 1, set up a little house at Palm Beach,
the name agreed upon to designate the river beach chosen for landing the plane, and then retire until the neighbors would have had time to visit the site and go back later, or 2, set up and attempt to make contact on that first trip. Since the events of this morning further affect this decision, I'll leave further discussion of it till later. This morning we took off from Centerville, Arajuno, at about 9:15, armed with gift-wrapped machetes, axes, and small knives and plastic items. We also had 3 pairs of 1-pound paper packages of paint pigment powder in 3 bright colors. These were for measuring playa sites that might serve for Palm Beach. Yesterday we ran tests here at Shell and found that when flying at 65 miles per hour, we could drop little bags of flour at 7-second intervals and pretty consistently mark off from 190 to 210 yards. This measure was taken in view of the impossibility of satisfactorily estimating the length of sandbars, where there is nothing that would serve as a basis for comparison. We took a route down the Nushino, inasmuch as some of the Indians from Ed's station were down on the Curaray River fishing again this week. We gradually eased over to the south and picked up the Curaray in the area where we hoped to find a good site for Palm Beach. It wasn't long before we located a possibility. Most of the larger playas are on bends and therefore of no value without having approaches cut first. The river is so serpentine that there are few possibilities of a sandbar along a straight stretch. We flew low over, the first. It seemed reasonable. The only drawback was that this beach would require takeoffs with the prevailing wind, a serious difficulty. Nevertheless, after dragging it a time or two, we bombed it with pigment and found that it had about 200 yards usable. Another difficulty was a big dead tree lying on the sand, which forced the landing area very close to the riverbank foliage.
The next one we found was about a mile or less downstream.
It looked better approaches, especially into the prevailing wind. The approach would be steep, but possible. The playa is low to the water, so that a flood would easily cover it, but it is pebbly and firm-looking. We bombed it and found a conservative 200 yards usable. I should not be surprised if a measure would show it to be more like 230 yards usable. Also, it is such that an overshot landing would only put us into shallow water. We dragged it once, keeping good airspeed until more familiar with the pull-out area. In the pull-out, the trees along the banks overhang enough that it is a little squeaky, but by tipping over 2 trees after we land, we can take care of that problem. It began to look as if this would be our Palm Beach. We decided to shoot a simulated landing on it. Down close to it, I could see the surface well, and I put the wheels down lightly twice as we accelerated again for the pull-up. The surface was smooth as a gravel runway and seemed hard. It is really ideal, except for vulnerability to flooding. This finding brings into focus the possibility of landing the team right there with a prefabricated treehouse and aluminum for a roof. It would mean that no Indians need to be in on the deal at all, and barring flood, it would mean that I'd be able to fly them all out following a contact or whenever they should be ready to come. The picture would be something like this. 1. On a Friday morning, Lord willing, free-fall supplies and equipment onto the Palm Beach site from very low, just off the runway, so as to be sure they would not be in the landing area. 2. We land with Jim and Roger, keeping the plane very light. 3. We land with Ed and aluminum. 4. We land with Pete and more supplies, if Pete should feel led to go. On arrival, Jim and Raj would go to work tipping over the 2 or 3 medium to small trees in the approach. Then they would pick out a suitable tree for mounting the prefab treehouse and start clearing around it. When the others are with them, all would go downstream to the first bend and tip over at least one of the 2 trees on opposite banks, which make the pass rather narrow. This is not an absolute must, but would be highly desirable. During this part of the operation, someone should always have a hand on a weapon inside a bag so that it could be fired at a moment's notice and thus upset the equilibrium of any possible lancer. Next, back to the sandbar, with 2 men widening the clearing at the foot of the tree while 2 work on getting the treehouse up in place and the aluminum roof on. Once the house is all set, the men would rotate on the clearing, perhaps with one fellow still concentrating on getting food supplies, stove, water, etc., up onto the platform. One man, resting from the clearing crew, could sit on the platform and cover the men on the ground, always keeping arms strictly out of sight. By evening there ought to be a fair-sized clearing at the base of the tree, connected by clearing to the playa. The plane returns to Arajuno after checking radio setup in the treehouse, etc. Next day, the plane begins the invitation of the neighbors to the Palm Beach site, both by calling phrases as well as by coaxing, circling in that direction from where they are, and then landing at Palm Beach and repeating every hour or so until we're sure they've caught on. Another detail will be the installation of a good-sized model plane on the site. Maybe 5 days would be committed to the effort. If unsuccessful, we would withdraw, either by air or by sending a crew of Indians downriver in canoes. Supplies in the treehouse should be sufficient for 2 weeks to cover possible loss of the playa by flood or siege, the two rougher possibilities to be faced. The practicability of a raft composed of air mattresses and bamboo should be reckoned with as a downstream exit to an army base on the Kururai in case the Indians should refuse to go to the rescue. Back to the narrative. We checked course and distance from the Palm Beach possibility to Terminal City, 135 degrees and 3 minutes at 90 miles per hour. That makes about 4.5 miles from the beach at the Kururai to the Auca village. While letting down, we headed east to the old man's house. The old boy wasn't there, but a young man was waving something like bark cloth and clearly offering it for trade. In the course of 4 passes, we dropped, I think, a small knife, plastic cup, and possibly some article of clothing. Not sure of the latter. Next, we moved up to the clearing on the hill above the airplane house, or number 3. There were 2 women there. We dropped a small knife. The head man was down by the house on his platform, directing traffic. He had on a red and black checkered shirt we dropped last week. We signaled and shouted to him, indicating that we wanted him to come up to the hilltop.
While we circled some more, he disappeared from the platform, and 2 younger boys took up his post.
Next, we made a low pass to drop an axe head beyond the platform. We must have scared the younger fellows because one of them had a lance in his hand as we circled back. That was an unkind gesture, and we swooped down low again to see if they would show any hostility. Someone must have given them the word because the lance had disappeared and all seemed well. Now we spotted the boss man in the checker shirt up on the hill. We couldn't afford to slight him, so we made 2 passes and on the second dropped him a pair of pants which he caught in midair. These fellows will be dressed like dudes before we get to see them on the ground. Next, up to number 4 in the main act. The big shots, 4 of them, were clad in white T-shirts. Youngsters and women were in the older uniform. The trees that we had tried to get them to cut down by tossing stuff into them were now cut down. Also the walls, chanta, were off the house. I failed to mention that they were also off number 3. And beside the house they had built a new and higher platform like number 3's. We made a couple of low passes, calling to them, I like you, etc. On the last low pass, we tossed them a machete. While passing low, we saw one of the big 4 wheels holding up a package, roundish and brown. We figured this was our trade item. We pulled up and climbed slowly. Ed was feeling pretty rough. It has been an unusually strenuous workout, and Ed had had to attend to a sick baby across the river from his place earlier in the morning. He hadn't been feeling too sharp then. I was also feeling as though I'd been dragged through a keyhole, but it was worth it. At 3,000 feet, I throttled all the way back, pulled flaps, and settled into the quiet of a 45-mile-per-hour glide, while Ed got the gift overboard on the line. This week we gave them a couple of little bundles of string, a few smaller items, and 4 6-by-9-inch portraits of the team members, tinted and bearing the insignia of the operation, a drawing of the little yellow airplane. These were glue-mounted on masonite board. When this stuff got down over by the trees, they got it and quickly took it out to the center of the clearing. They went into a 100% huddle over the contents of the white cloth mail sack that carried the mentioned items, except for the fellow who was busy fastening on their gift to us. I saw the gift leave him, drifting lazily. I rolled out of the turn and added power. Within 3 or 4 seconds, the package was swished skyward from them, and the last man joined the huddle over the pictures. What wouldn't we have given to see those boys studying at our pictures and see their reactions? We headed home at 65 miles per hour with the prize dangling at the end of the line. At Arajuno, we set it down at the edge of the strip, cut the line, and landed. On the ground, I bashed my way through the brush at the edge of the strip while Ed lost his breakfast. This is the first time I've beat him to the prize, His legs are at least a foot longer than mine. When I got to the bark cloth bag, it was moving. Since we had given them a chicken last week, I figured it would be a bird. But as I started to peek in a hole, the thought of a snake crossed my mind. However, it was a nice parrot in a basket covered with bark. It was well tied and was complete with a partially nibbled banana inside for the trip. I had lunch with Ed and Mary Lou and talked of the possibilities opened to us by the finding of a beach we could land on. We praise God for this, another indication of his leading and care. We believe that in a short time we shall have the privilege of meeting these fellows with the story of the grace of God.
Chapter 14. An Auca on the Path.
Friday a.m.
Nate tapped out this opening on a borrowed typewriter in Arahuno and continued.
This morning in Shelmera, as I was dressing in the bedroom adjoining the office radio room, I heard Marge checking a message just received from Mary Lou McCulley, who was holding down Arahuno alone while Ed helped in a conference ministry at Puyapangu. Mary Lou said she had rather sound reason to believe that Aucas were in the neighborhood. Two things flashed through my mind. First, the opportunity to make contact with them, then the danger that a shot by one of the local Indians would ruin all the efforts made up till now, and the consequent closing of the door that seems to be opening to us. While Marge got the message relayed to Ed down at Puyapangu, I was rolling the plane out of the hangar. Too much was at stake to hesitate. Also, the weather was threatening to sour to the north. The mission house at Puyapangu is about 5 minutes from the airstrip. I got to the airstrip about 1 minute before Ed. We returned to Shelmera immediately. Then, while Johnny gassed the plane, Marge and Ruth got some cargo and vegetables ready. Ed loaded, and I got some equipment together for the special nature of the expedition. I found that the little blank pistol I had just bought in Quito felt very nice in my pocket. It must be because I feel that it would surely break up an attack, yet I can feel confident of not accidentally hurting anyone with it. It also shoots tear gas cartridges, but as Ed notes, if there is an attack on, and I get close enough to use tear gas, well, the weather held okay until we got over the Arahuno headwater valleys. Their low ceilings pushed us down into the valley, and within 5 minutes of Arahuno, the clouds were on the mesas that line the half-mile-wide valley. I kept a weather eye on the valley behind, got a final look at the clear area beyond the edge of the overcast, and weighed the alternatives. In case of trouble, I could spiral up to 5,000 and head southwest into the clear area 5 minutes away. I yawed the plane to check the turn and bank indicator, without which this maneuver would be impossible. It was okay. Light rain, heavier in patches, made us circle a time or two to get a good look ahead. We slipped across the ridge and down the other valley. In about another minute, these are the long kind of minutes that seem to last about 5 minutes each, we had the strip under us. We kind of figured the Aucas might have wanted to take a look at the plane on the ground, and not having found it at Arahuno, they might have headed for home. We then circled several times to let the neighbors know we'd come to welcome them. We landed around 8:30. As the bad weather moved southwest, it became apparent that if we had delayed 5 or 10 minutes, we would have been too late. Walking from the strip to the house, we wondered if we were being watched. Ed went ahead with both hands full. If they are looking for large stakes on long bone, they passed it up this time. I had one hand in my pocket nonchalantly flipping the safety on and off on my blank pistol, all the while wondering how far things should go before allowing a shot to signal the end of the whole operation. Again, we felt the need of God's guidance and intervention in a special way. As we neared the house, we heard a Christmas carol in Quechua. Ed explained that Mary Lou was rehearsing the local Indians for a Christmas program. When we got in the house, Ed took over for a few minutes and gave the locals a pep talk on how to win friends and influence people, also exhorting the Indians regarding our Christian obligations to reach the Aucas with the gospel. It would seem that at this point the measure of missionary zeal among these new converts would depend pretty much on who saw whom first and under what circumstances. The rehearsal for the Christmas program proceeded rather anemically a few minutes longer and was then dismissed. Ed politely asked the Indians to hit the road for home, but they hung around. Finally, Ed offered them candy if they'd go. They agreed. He gave the 2 leaders some special candy for extra bravery. When we were finally alone, Ed ambled into the living room like the friendly local patrolman and said to Mary Lou, "Now get a hold of yourself, lady. Everything's going to be okay. All we want are the facts."
The capacity of these guys to toss something like this into a serious situation is a great asset. It kind of double clutches you into second gear when you've been pulling too hard in high. It seems that at 5:40 a.m., Fermin, the Indian who has been sleeping in the schoolhouse to help guard while Ed is away, went down the path toward the chakra to take care of the exigencies of nature. When about as far as the pole that holds the model plane aloft, he spotted a man at the end of the path, naked, with lance, and with hair tied up in a bun on the back of his head. As they saw each other, the Auca ran into the forest. At 5:40 and 10 seconds past, Fermin was calling at Mary Lou's window. Fortunately, his gun, in the schoolroom, was not loaded, and he needed powder and shot. Of course, Mary Lou would not give him any. He was sure she had gone mad and proceeded to try to convince her with round advice on how to take care of Aucas. He was genuinely pale and excited. It looked like the real thing. First, Mary Lou took the empty gun from the poor fellow. Then, although she is 7 months pregnant, Mary Lou took a machete for a gift and headed down the path, calling, "Biti miti puni mupa. I like you. I like you." In between her calls, she could hear Fermin calling after her in Quichua, "You're crazy, you're crazy. They'll kill you first." When she was 2/3 the way to the spot where the savage had been seen, Fermin and Carmela, the Indian girl who lives with Mary Lou to help in the house, both came running and caught up just in time for them all three to see a fresh, wet footprint on a dry board across a little ditch. The print was headed toward the house. Across the path they found grass recently stepped on, leading to the forest. Mary Lou then tossed the machete on the fresh path, called out some more, and returned to the house. Half an hour later, when the local witch doctor arrived for school, he accompanied Mary Lou to the spot. Finding no further indication of visitors, Mary Lou picked up the machete and they came back to the house. Carmela expressed a common feeling when she said she would have suspected that Fermin imagined seeing an Auca until she saw the footprint. When Mary Lou asked her if she was afraid, she said she was only a little afraid, and that she was sure God would take care of them. Then Mary Lou heard Fermin call into Carmela and ask if the Signora was scared. Carmela answered that as far as she could tell, she wasn't, to which Fermin answered that she would be when night came and he wasn't there to protect them. Mary Lou then asked him if he was going to stay that night. "I will stay," he said, "if I have a loaded gun. Without a gun, we will all be killed." We talked things over while Ed prepared a machete and a pot, the way we do when we deliver them at the neighborhood. At 10:30, still raining lightly, we paraded down the airstrip, decked out in the feather headdresses they have given us on the line, and calling in Auca phrases while waving the gifts over our heads. We must have looked like a couple of Don Quixotes in the role of Santa Claus delivering goodies to the trees. At 2:30 p.m., we made another safari down to the far end of the airstrip, making our most unusual offer. Then we decided that evening would be the most probable time to contact them here, so we'd fly down to the neighborhood, count heads, and do tomorrow's drop today. We got ready and off, arriving over Palm Beach at 3:30. Spent about 10 minutes there rechecking the beach. Dye and bandage material still on the sand, though nearby playas seem to have been underwater at some time since last week's visit. We rolled the wheels of the plane on the beach about 75 yards and then poured on the coal. The approach is really difficult, but the pullout is good, except for one narrow place, but that is a good way downstream. The whole site had a friendly look to us this time. We checked trees along the beach that might be suitable for the treehouse, and then took the 3-minute trip over to the neighborhood. We found our friends scattered, with no waiting traffic manager, making us think that maybe indeed we had gotten them on a 7-day week by the regularity of previous visits. We made a couple of low passes over the old man's house, taking movies in slow motion. One person showed up holding the same piece of material as last week. We dropped nothing. At the airplane house, we found about 4 people around the house and platform and 3 up on the cleared hill. The fellow on the hilltop had on the red swimming trunks, an earlier gift. We dropped him a small knife with appropriate ribbons and hurried on to the main house, since by now we were convinced that men were clearly missing, making it probable that the visit at Arajuna was indeed real. We made a couple of low passes, taking movies, and then pulled up and let out a pot on the line. The contents of the pot this week were little packages of food wrapped in banana leaves, beef, chocolate, manioc, cookies, candy, and some beads. They received these gifts and helped themselves to about 20 to 50 yards of line and tied on a gift. It was larger and heavier than any so far. We made tracks for Arahuno with it. We let it down, cut the line, landed, and hid out through the brush, trusting that any intelligent snake would know enough to get out of our way. There is anti-venom in the plane. The gift was a large black bird, apparently their chicken, in a basket cage reinforced with netting and a piece of bark cloth. We still haven't decided what to do with the bird. Also in the cage there was a spinner's distaff loaded with cotton yarn, a well-received gift. Evening and night in Arahuno.
Chapter 15. Why did the men go? The time was ripening fast. The men and the other wives and I spent long hours discussing this project of which we had dreamed for so many months and years. Olive Fleming remembered what she had read in Pete's diary of his willingness to give his life for the Aucas. I reminded Jim of what we both knew it might mean if he went. "Well, if that's the way God wants it to be," was his calm reply. "I'm ready to die for the salvation of the Aucas." While still a student in college, Jim had written, "He is no fool who gives what he cannot keep to gain what he cannot lose." Mary Lou McCulley said, "I hope no one feels any pressure is being put on Ed to go. This is a thing for each couple to face by themselves." 2 gift flights remained before the actual ground operation was to begin. On December 23rd, when the Elliots and Flemings had gone to Arahuno to spend Christmas with the McCulleys, Nate flew Jim over the Auca settlement. Seeing the same old man they had noticed before standing in a clearing, they swooped down past him at no more than 50 feet. "Wow," said Jim. "That guy's scared stiff." Nate agreed. "It's as though they had steeled themselves against doing anything that would express either fear or hostility," he wrote later, "possibly afraid that they might scare away the chicken that lays the golden eggs. But their eyes don't lie. They're full of terror. Understandable, though. The expression is that of a 6-year-old in the front row when the circus clown points a big gun right in his face. He's sure it's all in fun, but, oh, brother." At the main house, the chief traffic director was in full uniform, shirt and pants, everyone else more typically dressed or undressed. Jim counted 13 on hand. On our first swoop past, one of them held up what was apparently to be our gift. We dropped them a carrying net containing white cloth, a flashlight, a pair of pants, and other trinkets. What wouldn't we give to see them trying to make sense out of that flashlight? Jim announced the takeoff of their gift on the line, and I rolled out of the turn to hold it up. It is the heaviest yet. We cruised at 65 back to Arahuno and let the bark cloth bundle down hard. It hid in some bushes about 20 yards from Ed's house. Contents: cooked fish, 2 or 3 little packets of peanuts, a couple of pieces of cooked manioc, a cooked plantain, 2 squirrels, very apparently killed by the hard fall, 1 parrot, alive but a bit nervous, 2 bananas in with the parrot, 2 pieces of pottery, clay, busted to bits in the fall, a piece of cooked meat, and a smoked monkey tail. This is by far the most all-out effort at a fair trade arrangement on the part of the neighbors. We are all delighted. Jim and Ed sampled the meat, and we all ate some of the peanuts. Then, meaning no ill to the kind folks who mailed all those goodies to us, we sat down and ate the meal that Mary Lou had prepared. Even though Pete had not yet made his final decision, he and Olive, with 3 other couples who would be directly involved in the project, were together on the 23rd for discussion. Roger and Barbara Udarian still were on their station in the southern jungle. The wives were particularly concerned to know exactly what provisions were to be made for safety. It was decided that arms would be carried, concealed, and that if the situation appeared to be getting delicate, they would be shown, simply to let the Aucas know that the white man held the upper hand. If this were not enough, shots would be fired with the intention only of scaring them. Roger had drawn up a plan of operation. Jim was assigned to the task of prefabricating a house to put up in a tree. This would ensure safety at night, especially if a gasoline pressure lamp were kept burning to illumine the area at the foot of the tree. Ed was responsible for collecting items for trade with the Aucas. Raj would make up the first aid kit. Nate saw to the communications and transportation. Jim took charge of arms and ammunition. And when later on Pete decided that he would go too, he was to be responsible for helping Nate on the flights to and from Arahuno,
for flights over the Auca houses when he would shout over the loudspeaker, and for keeping supplies on the beach. Raj prepared a set of code signs to be drawn in the sand on the beach in case of emergency, and drew maps for each man with the code names he had made up for the strategic points. The language material which Jim and I had gathered in previous weeks was organized and memorized by each member of the party. Marge's place was to be at the radio in Shelmera, standing by at all times when the plane was flying, and keeping set schedules of contact with the men on the ground. It was decided that Barbara would stay in Arajuno, helping Mary Lou with the preparation of food which Nate was to fly daily to Palm Beach. The appearance of the Auca at Arajuno, the fact that the Quichuas were guessing a little too shrewdly for comfort, the great encouragement in the drop flights, indeed, even the weather itself, seemed to be catapulting them toward their D-Day with now-or-never exigency. Within a month, the rainy season would start, flooding the rivers and making landings impossible. The ideal for establishment of their beachhead in Auca territory would be early January during the full of the moon. They set the date for Tuesday, January 3rd, 1956. Christmas at Arajuno was made as much like Christmas at home as Mary Lou's genius could make it. She even had a little Christmas tree made of bamboo and decorated with lights and tinsel. Ed and Jim, who already had reserved seats for the trip to Palm Beach, were keyed up. Pete was still waiting on God in prayer before making his final decision to go. The other wives and I talked together one night about the possibility of becoming widows. What would we do? God gave us peace of heart and confidence that whatever might happen, His word would hold. We knew that when He putteth forth His sheep, He goeth before them. God's leading was unmistakable up to this point. Each of us knew when we married our husbands that there would never be any question about who came first. God and His work held first place in each life. It was the condition of true discipleship. It became devastatingly meaningful now. It was a time for soul-searching, a time for counting the possible cost. Was it the thrill of adventure that drew our husbands on? No. Their letters and journals make it abundantly clear that these men did not go out as some men go out to shoot a lion or climb a mountain. Their compulsion was from a different source. Each had made a personal transaction with God, recognizing that he belonged to God, first of all by creation, and secondly by redemption through the death of his Son, Jesus Christ. This double claim on his life settled once and for all the question of allegiance. It was not a matter of striving to follow the example of a great teacher. To conform to the perfect life of Jesus was impossible for a human being. To these men, Jesus Christ was God, and had actually taken upon himself human form, in order that he might die, and by his death provide not only escape from the punishment which their sin merited, but also a new kind of life, eternal both in length and in quality. This meant simply that Christ was to be obeyed, and more than that he would provide the power to obey. The point of decision had been reached. God's command, "Go ye and preach the gospel to every creature," was the categorical imperative. The question of personal safety was wholly irrelevant. On Sunday afternoon, December 18th, Nate Saint sat at his typewriter to tell the world why they were going, just in case. In speaking these words, he spoke for all. "As we weigh the future and seek the will of God, does it seem right that we should hazard our lives for just a few savages? As we ask ourselves this question, we realize that it is not the call of the needy thousands. Rather, it is the simple intimation of the prophetic word that there shall be some from every tribe in his presence in the last day, and in our hearts we feel that it is pleasing to him that we should interest ourselves in making an opening into the Auca prison for Christ. As we have a high old time this Christmas, may we who know Christ hear the cry of the damned as they hurtle headlong into the Christless night without ever a chance. May we be moved with compassion as our Lord was. May we shed tears of repentance for these we have failed to bring out of darkness. Beyond the smiling scenes of Bethlehem, may we see the crushing agony of Golgotha. May God give us a new vision of his will concerning the lost and our responsibility. Would that we could comprehend the lot of these Stone Age people, who live in mortal fear of ambush on the jungle trail, those to whom the bark of a gun means sudden, mysterious death, those who think all men in the world are killers like themselves. If God would grant us the vision, the word sacrifice would disappear from our lips and thoughts. We would hate the things that now seem so dear to us. Our lives would suddenly be too short. We would despise time-robbing distractions and charge the enemy with all our energies in the name of Christ. May God help us to judge ourselves by the eternities that separate the Aucas from a comprehension of Christmas and Him, who, though He was rich, yet for our sakes became poor, so that we might through His poverty be made rich. Lord God, speak to my own heart, and give me to know Thy holy will and the joy of walking in it. Amen.
Chapter 16. We Go Not Forth Alone. New Year's Day 1956 saw Ed and his family, and Pete and Olive Fleming, in Shandia with Jim and me, while Roger and Barbara Udarian stayed in the McCulley house in Arahuno, to be on hand in case the neighbors came calling. Nate was completing his preparations for the very serious task of transporting the missionaries and their equipment to the beachhead. Monday morning, January 2nd, was a clear day for flying. By this time, Pete had decided to go, so Nate had planned to get Pete and Olive and the McCulleys back to Arahuno from Shandia that day, and to shuttle Jim over on Tuesday. But on the morning radio contact, he said, "Think you better get ready to go to Arahuno today, Jim. We need time tonight for plans and ought to take advantage of the good weather." Jim began throwing his things into an Indian carrying net, while the McCulleys and Flemings were flown over to Arahuno. Everything he could think of that might help or amuse the Aucas, should they pay the men a visit, Jim put into the bag. Harmonica, snakebite kit, flashlight, Viewmaster with picture reels, yo-yo, and above all, the precious notebook of Auca language material, with the carefully arranged morphology file. I helped Jim get his things together, wondering all the while, will this be the last time I'll help him pack? Will this be the last lunch he'll eat in Shandia? When the little plane returned, circling over the airstrip, preparing to land to pick up Jim, his baggage, and the last few pieces of the prefabricated treehouse he had made, we went together out the front door. Jim did not look back. At the strip he kissed me goodbye, and the plane was off. That night in Arahuno, the 5 men made a tentative schedule of timing for the next day's landings on Palm Beach in order to see whether the whole setup on the beach could be ready by evening. No detail was omitted. Lists of equipment for each flight were made, and copies distributed among members. After supper and schedule conference, the stuff was laid out. The place began to look like a full-scale beachhead as each man checked and completed his equipment lists. When they turned in, sleep did not come easily for Nate, on whom rested the greatest burden of responsibility. He was spending the night at Arahuno in order to save time in the morning. His diary tells of that night. "I drowsed off quite soon, but was checking the luminous face of my watch dial at 12:30, again at 2 o'clock, and from then on I was on horizontal listening post guard duty. I prayed, tried repeating verses from memory, and even counting. My entire share in this business seemed to hinge on that first takeoff and landing. Then, too, I told the fellows that I would only take one in alone on the first trip. That meant a lonely vigil for someone. Raj was ruled out because he spoke only Jivaro. Ed had already beat Jim by pulling straws, but Jim held out, claiming to be lighter. When I said a difference of 15 pounds would be decisive, they dragged out the bathroom scales. Ed was only 7 pounds heavier than Jim. "Why, you cotton picker," said Jim. "You've lost weight." Nate continued in his diary. "If I should misjudge, Ed and I would really be in a fix. If the plane were damaged, it would mean vulnerability in a flood, possibly even dismantling it and making a strip on higher ground. All this in a forest inhabited by Aucas. We had faced it in the light of past tests and decided to go ahead. As I slept, or tried, it was still a rough decision, but there was no doubt in my mind that we should forge ahead. The stakes warranted it. The last time I punched in was 4 a.m., From 4 until movement in the house woke me at 5:45. I slept.
The morning of January 3rd dawned clear. Somehow Nate found time later to record the events of that day, the day of the first landings in Auca territory. Raj and I got right out to the plane. We'd been losing fluid out of the right brake. With a 10cc syringe and a number 22 hypodermic needle, we sucked brake fluid out of the left master cylinder and injected it into the right. No soap, not enough. We'd lost too much when I fixed the brake fitting the night before. The others were hauling boards and equipment and aluminum to the strip and arranging it all in order of priority. At the 7 a.m. radio contact, we asked Marge to ask Johnny to bring us brake fluid as quickly as possible. Also, Olive had had a rough night, sick, and planned to go back to Shell with Johnny. This delay gave us a peaceful breakfast and time for prayer together. At the close of their prayers, the 5 men sang one of their favorite hymns, "We Rest on Thee," to the stirring tune of Finlandia. Jim and Ed had sung this hymn since college days and knew the verses by heart. On the last verse, their voices rang out with deep conviction. "We rest on Thee, our shield and our defender. Thine is the battle, Thine shall be the praise. When passing through the gates of pearly splendor, victors, we rest with Thee through endless days." Nate's terse account continues. "It was a beautiful day. Chiggers kept us scratching, but spirits were all high. Johnny hove in sight at 7:40. We decided he should stand by till we'd see how the first landing turned out. Ed and I got airborne at about 8:02 a.m. Curiously enough, we had started the tentative schedule on paper at 8 a.m., and when we got up over the first ridge, we could see by the river fog over the Kuwarai that we could never have made it earlier. The fog got uncomfortably thicker under us, but the holes allowed us to keep in touch with the river. The sun was shining, and we figured it better to wait, if necessary, for the right holes, rather than turn back and make a later attempt. As we got within 2 minutes of the site, the fog thinned so that we could safely slip down under it and make an approach. We went in, simulating a real landing, checking the full length for sticks and other hazards, and pulled up. I had planned 3 runs before landing, but the thing was exactly as we had seen it several times before. As we came in the second time, we slipped down between the trees in a steep side slip. It felt good as we made the last turn and came to the sand, so I set it down. The right wheel hit within 6 feet of the water, and the left 10 feet later. As the weight settled on the wheels, I felt it was soft sand. Too late to back out now. I hugged the stick back and waited. One softer spot and we'd have been on our nose, maybe our back. It never came. We jumped out, rejoicing in the deliverance. The relief at being past that hurdle without damage dampened my sensitivity to the glaring possibility that I might not be able to take off. It was great just to be there. We ran up and down the sand, hunting the best course for a takeoff attempt and removing sticks that could puncture a tire. Then Ed took the movie camera to the far end while I taxied back toward a takeoff position. About 30 yards from the end, I felt the right wheel sink and my heart sank with it. I cut the engine and Ed came on the double. He lifted the low wing and I hoisted the tail around. Then, using the engine, and with Ed lifting the wing, we got out of the softer stuff and cut the engine. Again, we searched for harder spots. Finally, we pushed the airplane backward into some bushes right at the edge of the beach. It meant losing 30 yards of the total 200 available, a critical loss in view of the generally soft consistency of the whole area. However, the plane had been lightened, and we were now working only 1,000 feet above sea level, where we would get more lift out of the wing. As I got back into the plane, Ed went again to the far end of the beach. It shook me a little to think what Ed might record with that movie camera. After a final check, I let her go. The sand really grabbed the wheels, but the acceleration still seemed satisfactory, so I hung on and was airborne in about 130 yards, about 40 or 50 before being over the water, at about 30 miles per hour. I held it down close to the water to gain speed and then pulled up steeply out of that hardwood canyon, circled back, saluted Ed, and beat a trail for Auca, not quite sure yet what I should do next. At least I knew now what I was in for. At Auca, everyone was glad to see the plane back, but my story dampened the festive spirit appreciably. We scrapped the scheduled list for flight number 2 and took instead Jim and Raj and such basic equipment as was absolutely essential, like the walkie-talkie and a little more food. The men gave me more ballast aft.
If anything went wrong, if we nosed over in landing, there would be 4 of us at least. Johnny continues to stand by now. He suggested softening the tires to keep them up in the sand. It never occurred to me, but having taken them down to about 12 pounds each, I felt much better. We took off 3 minutes behind schedule. The fog was almost gone. We circled once, checked safety harness, and slipped down between the trees. The soft tires stayed on top of the sand much better, and the sun was drying things out. The meeting of the 3 musketeers was jubilant. They set to work clearing debris from the playa while I got the plane into position for takeoff, just as I had done last time. Same deal, cut over the water and then up and out. Trip number 3 took in their radio and some tools and the first priority boards for the treehouse, running about 10 minutes behind schedule, I believe. The 3 fellows on the beach located a good tree, close to the open sand and slanted very slightly, in which they started to nail up the ladder and treehouse. They hadn't figured on its being an ironwood tree, but that is what it proved to be, a wood which lives up to its name. Next flights brought in personal items, a larger radio, more food, and the last boards and aluminum. Later, Nate recorded, "Now 25 minutes behind schedule because I was spending time in unscheduled committee meetings on the beach." Working with safety belts, plagued by myriads of sweat bees and tiny gnats, the men managed to nail up the 2 platforms on which they were to sleep, with an aluminum roof overhead. With Nate's 5th flight completed, he headed for Terminal City, where he called out to the Aucas over the public address system, "Come tomorrow to the Kururai." The Indians showed puzzlement at hearing this message. Nate briefly swung back to Palm Beach and called to the fellows that he had given the message to the Aucas. Then he flew to Arajuno to sleep. Next morning, Wednesday, January 4th, Jim wrote me a letter. "Just worked up a sweat on the hand crank of the radio. Nobody is reading us, but we read all the morning contacts clearly. We had a good night with a coffee and sandwich break at 2 a.m. Didn't set a watch last night, as we really feel cozy and secure 35 feet off the ground in our little bunks. The beach is good for landing, but too soft for takeoffs. We have these 3 alternatives. 1, wait for the sun to harden it up and sit until a stiff breeze makes a takeoff possible. 2, go make a strip in Terminal City. 3, walk out. We saw puma, jungle lion, tracks on the sand, and heard them last night. It is a beautiful jungle, open and full of palms, much hotter than Shantia. Sweat with just a net over me last night. Our hopes are up, but no signs of the neighbors yet. Perhaps today is the day the Aucas will be reached. It was a fight getting this hut up, but it is sure worth it to be up off the ground. We're going down now. Pistols, gifts, novelties, and prayer in our hearts. All for now." Ed wrote to Mary Lou, "Dearest baby, it is 1 p.m. and we've just finished dinner and Nate is taking off to see if he can spot the boys. We are waiting for them to show up. Meals are fine and plentiful. I'll send some dirty clothes back with Nate this evening. Bugs are bad. Here's a list of things we need. 1, 2 air mattresses. We are sending plastic ones back. 2, the pricker for gasoline pressure stove. 3, 3 shigras, Indian carrying nets, to hang up in our tree house to put stuff in. 4, 1 empty milk can to put candy in. 5, alcohol for pressure stove. 6, my sunglasses. 7, insect repellent. 8, more milk and lemonade. 9, old scraps of meat for fish bait. I love you very much. Give my love to the boys. Ed. Thanks for everything. 10, sun helmet, if around." On Wednesday morning, Nate and Pete took off from Arajuno, flew over Terminal City, and noticed a definite thinning out of the crowd there. This encouraged them to think the boys were on their way to Palm Beach. Landing on the sand strip at Palm Beach, they found Ed, Raj, and Jim pacing the beach, holding out gifts and shouting welcome phrases to the trees. Nate set to work checking the radio and found the transmitter had not functioned because of a loose connection in the microphone. He was relieved to re-establish contact with Marge in Shalmera. Raj and Nate built a beach house and then went swimming while Ed and Jim sacked out in the treehouse. The afternoon drowsed by, and as the tropical sun began to slide down behind the great forest trees, Nate once more elbowed the little plane out of the river valley, and he and Pete headed for Arajuno to spend another night. "Thank God for the unusually evident blessing we have seen yesterday and today," Nate wrote in his diary. "Thank God for a good team, and forbid that any man should fail to praise him." Again on Thursday, January 5th, Nate, with a driving sense of urgency, was writing of events as they happened. His account of the day's events in that last week was scrawled in pencil in a schoolboy's notebook. There was no typewriter on Palm Beach. "All's quiet at Palm Beach. However, we feel sure we are being watched. On the way in this morning, Pete and I flew over Terminal City. 2 women and 2 children at Old Man's house. Airplane House is deserted. Probably women and children have gone up to Big House. Big House showed 5 or 6 women, several children, and possibly 1 old man. While letting down for Palm Beach, we checked about a mile of playas below campsite. Saw several tracks, probably of tapir and other smaller stuff. On way up to campsite, we were down in riverbed, thinking to salute the fellows and pull up and around to land when, just 1 bend below camp, we sighted footprints. We pulled up and doubled back for another look. They were unmistakable. We buzzed on up past camp, saluted, pulled up and around, checking the 2 playas above camp. No soap, and landed. News of the footprints livened up the party considerably. Everyone had had a good night's sleep in the treehouse. At 9 p.m., strong wind swayed trees and made such sounds that woke up the 3 men. But all 3 were soon asleep again. They had a lighted lantern up there to keep the target well lit. At 5 a.m., they shined the flashlight down on the playa to check a gift machete left the night before. It was gone. For the next 15 minutes, the jungles rang with Auca phrases, perhaps with a Midwestern accent. Then they shined the light for a closer look. A big leaf had fallen on the knife so as to hide it. Tough. As Pete and I pulled in here, Jim was out in the river fishing, almost in Auca uniform. Modesty seems a small consideration after seeing the dress of our neighbors. If our dress is any criterion, we're giving them everything. Pete's long-sleeved shirt, pants, and straw hat make him look like a beachcomber. Flies keep the rest of us pretty well clad in t-shirts, pants, and tennis shoes. Jim sits in the smoke from the fire when not fishing, or standing in the middle of the river preaching out of his notebook of phrases. Except for 47 billion flying insects of every sort, this place is a little paradise. With the help of smoke and repellent, we are all enjoying the experience immensely. A little while ago, Jim pulled in a 15-inch catfish. It is roasting over the fire now. Ed and Raj are up at the bend clearing a bad group of trees out of the approach. It's pretty close dropping down through there. We'll be much better now. Pete is stirring, getting interested in lunch. Just emptied a plastic bag of prepared raw vegetables into a pressure cooker, already partially filled with meat chunks. He's gone up to the treehouse now for salt. The armor Raj made, breast and tummy plate, out of a gas drum worked very well for a stove. While getting steam up on the stew, we tossed termite nests on the fire to chase the gnats like the Indians do. By the time the 3 musketeers got back, the stew was done and everyone was ready to test it. It went down easily, flushed along by generous quantities of lukewarm lemonade. Ever since Pete and I landed and reported the human footprints among the tapir and others, we were the objects of boisterous ridicule. However, curiosity brought on the acid test, and Jim and Raj started downstream, waiting and running the beaches to check up at close range. We agreed that if they didn't show up in an hour, we'd look for them from the air. 50 minutes later, we saw them coming. I waded out to meet them and get the word. "Tapir," they called. Then, at closer range, Aucas, at least 30 of them. Characters. Sure enough, there were footprints. An adult, a youngster, perhaps 12-year-old, and a little tot. But the prints were maybe a week old. The mud they were stamped in was cracked from drying. 60 miles per hour or no, we had sure enough distinguished the prints from the many animal tracks. Among other tracks, there were alligator, puma, tapir, etc. We also saw some good-sized ducks. Someone said, "Too bad they're out of season." We banned firing guns for fear of frightening the Indians. When someone noted with humor that although in Ecuador we weren't speaking any Spanish, the response was, "No one else around here does either." We had all discovered the benefits of lolling in the shallow water, 9/10 submerged, and since I had just finished with the 2 p.m. contact, I shed my clothes and raced the gnats to the water, taking the sun helmet along. The fellows thought it a regal sight, nothing with a helmet and 2 bare feet sticking out of the water, so they dug out a couple of cameras. We enhanced some of the shots by adding Time magazine to the hydraulic siesta. Jim then started reading us a novel. We roared over even remotely funny suggestions and finally skipped to the end to see who married whom and set it aside in favor of some readings from Time magazine. One indulgent description really rolled us. He looked like a tenement Tom starting his 9th life in the garbage can circuit. At 3 p.m., I went aloft and circled up to 6,000 feet, where I could see the Auca clearing and Palm Beach at the same time. And then I glided down slowly, pausing now and then to circle tightly at full throttle so that anyone could hear me and judge the direction from the sound. As I approached to land, I thought I saw fresh human tracks just 2 bends upstream from camp. They were among old tapir tracks. Couldn't arouse any enthusiasm over it at camp. I was about fresh out of enthusiasm, too. For everything. By 4:30, everyone felt that the Aucas had not yet found our location, yet everyone was determined to sweat it out till they should locate us and show themselves. One thing sure is that if we are fagged just waiting on the beach, the Aucas are really going to lose their zip by the time they locate us after tramping 2 or 3 days through the jungle. Pete and I were ready to take off for Arajuno at 4:45. The air was dead. We left all unnecessary weight behind. As we started slogging down through the soft sand on the takeoff run, we weren't doing it all well. At about the halfway point, I cut the throttle and we stopped in about 30 yards. It looked like Pete might help guard the treehouse for the night, but we plowed back to takeoff position for one more try. Raj talked us into shutting the engine off and pushing the plane by hand just as far back as we possibly could. The tail wheel was just a few feet from the water. Then Jim went down to the windsock to give signals, and with Ed and Raj pushing the wing struts, we started out. This time we made it okay and made a beeline for Terminal City. We circled the main house twice, repeating the words Kuarai Apa, river. Engines skipped a beat over Terminal City. Spark plug trouble. A man was on the platform kneeling toward the direction of the campsite and pointing with both hands. This really gave us a boost. We hurried back and glided down over camp shouting the news. They signaled okay and we hit for home. At Arajuno, we circled a couple of times, shouting a welcome to anyone who might be in the bush, then landed. After landing, Pete and I walked at the airstrip with a gift machete. No soap. We find we have a friendlier feeling for these fellows all the time. We must not let that lead us to carelessness. It is no small thing to try to bridge between 20th century and the Stone Age. God help us to take care. Everyone is in bed and asleep here now, so it is left to me to go down the path and shut off the diesel. My little blank revolver is a welcome companion on such a venture. But safety is of the Lord. May we see them soon. Night.
Chapter 17. Success on Friday. About 11 o'clock Friday morning, January 6th, Nate and Pete sat in the small cooking shelter they had built on the sand. Ed was up at the upper end of the beach, Raj in the center, Jim at the lower end, continuing their verbal bombardments of the jungle. At 11:15, their hearts jumped when a clear masculine voice boomed out from across the river answering Ed's call. Immediately, 3 Aucas stepped out into the open. They were a young man and 2 women, one about 30 years of age, the other a girl of about 16, naked except for strings tied about the waist, wrist, and thighs, and large wooden plugs in distended earlobes. The missionaries, temporarily struck dumb by the surprise appearance, finally managed to shout simultaneously in Auca, "Quinani, welcome." The Auca man replied with a verbal flood, pointing frequently to the girl. His language was unintelligible, but his gestures were plain. "He's offering her for trade," exclaimed Pete, "or maybe as a gift." When it seemed that the Aucas wanted someone to come across, Jim peeled to his shorts and began wading over to them. The others cautioned him to go slow. Jim hesitated and the Aucas were slightly hesitant, but as Jim gradually approached, the girl edged toward the water and stepped off a log. The man and the other woman followed shortly. Jim seized their hands and led them across. With broad smiles, many puinanis, and much reference to their phrase books, the 5 conveyed the idea that their visitors had come well and need not be afraid. The Auca's uneasiness fell from them,
and they began jabbering happily to themselves and to the men, seemingly with little idea that we didn't understand them. Raj brought out some paring knives, which they accepted with cries of delight. Nate presented them with a machete and a model airplane. The others, suddenly remembering the guns in the cook shack and treehouse, went back to hide the weapons beneath their duffel. They dug out cameras and shot dozens of photos, while the women looked through a copy of Time magazine, and the man was being doused with insecticide to demonstrate civilization's way of dealing with the swarming pests. The group spontaneously began referring to him as George. Presently, the girl, the men called her Delilah, drifted over toward the Piper, rubbing her body against the fabric and imitating with her hands the plane's movement. She seemed dreamy, wrote Pete, while the man was natural and self-possessed, completely unafraid. They showed neither fear nor comprehension of the cameras. Pete continued. Soon the fellow began to show interest in the plane, and we guessed from his talk that he was willing to fly over the village to call his comrades. We put a shirt on him, it's cold up high, and he climbed into the plane with no sign of any emotion except eagerness to do his part. He acted out how he was going to call and repeated the words. Nate taxied down the strip and took off while George shouted all the way. After circling and shouting briefly, Nate landed again, thinking to give the fellow a rest before making the flight to his village. Nothing doing. He was ready to go right then. Up they went again, this time to Terminal City. What must have been the thoughts of that primitive man as he peered down at the treetops and at the green sea below him, and suddenly recognized a familiar clearing with familiar figures in it. George chortled with delight and leaned out to wave and yell at his fellow villagers. "The woman at the old man's house," wrote Nate. Her jaw dropped on seeing George, expression of delight on the face of the young man on the platform. Back on the sand strip, George leaped out, clapping his hands. The 5 men immediately gave thanks to God, with heads up to try to show their visitors that they were addressing their Heavenly Father. As Ezekiel said, "The word was in my bones as a living fire." And for these men, the drive to deliver the Aucas the message of redemption through the blood of Jesus was blocked only by the language barrier, if only they might suddenly leap over the barrier and convey to the Indians one hint of the love of God. The missionaries demonstrated for their guests such modern marvels as rubber bands, balloons, and a yo-yo, served them lemonade and hamburgers with mustard, which they evidently enjoyed. Then they tried to get across the idea that an invitation to visit the Auca village would not be scorned. For this notion, George displayed no enthusiasm. "Why is it he's so reluctant whenever we broach the subject?" one of the 5 demanded. Another replied, "Maybe he lacks the authority to invite us on his own." At 4:15, Nate wrote, "We decide to fly again. George decides to go along. We say no. He puts his machete and envelope of valuables in the plane and looks at Pete as though we had already said it was okay and climbs in. On the way over, we finally get Marge on the radio. Great rejoicing. Back on Palm Beach, we held a strategy meeting, talked of going over to Auca houses if a delegation of, say, 6 Aucas arrive and seem happy to escort us. After that, every effort would be bent toward building an airstrip in their valley. The fellows tried to explain to George how an airstrip should be cleared in his village. At first he did not understand their word for trees. When he finally got it, he corrected their pronunciation. They stuck sticks in the sand to represent trees. Then with one of the model planes, Nate showed George how the airplane would crash and tumble among the trees. With the model lying on its back among the sticks in the sand, the fellows all shook their heads and moaned in evident distress. The scene was then reenacted, only this time the fellows took machetes and cut down all the trees, sticks, and smoothed the sand carefully. The model airplane approached for a smooth landing, accompanied by great rejoicing. As the day wore on, Delilah showed signs of impatience. Once, when Jim Elliot left the group to climb up to the treehouse, she leaped up and followed. When he then turned and rejoined the others, she acted downcast. Later, as Pete and Nate got ready to return to Arahuno, George seemed to understand that he could not accompany them. Before the airplane took off, the fellows carefully gathered all the exposed film and everything that had been written to fly it out for safekeeping. If something unforeseen should happen, they did not want the record lost. When the Aucas indicated that they might spend the night on the beach, the three musketeers hospitably offered them the small shack they had been using for cooking, motioning that it was theirs to occupy if they wished. Delilah, however, had other ideas. She wheeled and walked off down the beach. George called to her, but she kept going. He followed her into the forest. The older woman stayed by the fire, talking a blue streak with Raj. She stayed on the beach most of the night. The next morning, when Jim came down to start the fire, he found her gone, but the embers from her fire were still red. The events of the next day, Saturday, January 7th, were anticlimactic. The men waited hopefully, expecting the Aucas to arrive momentarily with an invitation to their village, but no one came. Around noon, Jim looked at his watch. "Okay, boys," he said. "I give them 5 minutes. If they don't show up, I'm going over." Wisdom prevented him from carrying out his threat, but he did go back into the forest on a rudimentary trail he had discovered behind the treehouse, hoping to find some trace of them. He found the forest floor remarkably open and abounding in animal trails, but no human footprints. Nate and Pete then flew over Terminal City and were disheartened to find some signs of fear. On the first trip, all of the women and children ran to hide. A few men in sight seemed relieved to hear Nate call, "Come, come, come." He threw them a blanket and a pair of shorts to reassure them. On the second flight, George appeared with a group of men. One old man pointed toward Palm Beach and seemed friendly but not exuberant. The third trip showed that fear had vanished. Nate reported, "I got some good smiles from George and another young man who, one can imagine, probably aspires to ride in the plane." Ed wrote a note to Mary Lou that afternoon. "Dearest baby, it's 4:30 and no sign of our visitors yet, but we believe they'll arrive, if not tonight, then early tomorrow. Thanks for the clothes and food again. We are certainly eating well. This has been a well-fed operation from start to end. We feel now that we ought to press going over there and get the airstrip in as fast as possible, but we'll have to wait and see how God leads us, and them too. Looks like Pete will be there to help you tomorrow morning. Give Stevie and Mikey my love and tell them I'll see them soon. And Carmela, too. All for now. All of my love. Ed." Tossing on his bunk that night at Arajuno, Nate wondered if everything possible had been done to interest the visitors and encourage them to return with their friends. Why had they been so casual? They seemed almost bored at times as he looked back on it. Jim's explanation had reassured him. "That's Indian. If you landed him on the moon, he'd be satisfied in 5 minutes." As they climbed into the Piper on Sunday morning, Pete called, "So long, girls. Pray. I believe today's the day." At Palm Beach, the fellows enjoyed the ice cream and warm blueberry muffins, fresh from the oven, Mary Lou had sent along. All then agreed on a visit to Terminal City. This time Nate went alone. Circling over Terminal City, he found only a handful of women and children. This sent his spirits soaring. Undoubtedly, the men were at last on their way to Curaray. And sure enough, on the flight back, he spotted a group of men en route to Palm Beach. As he touched his wheels down, he shouted to the four, "This is it, guys. They're on the way." A contact with Marge and Shalmera had been arranged for 12:30. Breathlessly and still using their code words, Nate told of spotting a commission of 10 on the way from Terminal City, adding, "Looks like they'll be here for the early afternoon service. Pray for us. This is the day. We'll contact you next at 4:30. Chapter 18. Silence. At 4:30 sharp, Marge Saint eagerly switched on the radio receiver in Shalmera. This was the moment when the big news would come. Had the men been invited to follow the Aucas to their houses? What further developments would Nate be able to report? She looked at her watch again. Yes, it was at least 4:30. No sound from Palm Beach. She and Olive hunched close to the radio. The atmosphere was not giving any interference. Perhaps Nate's watch had run a little slow. In Arajuno, Mary Lou and Barbara had their radio on too. Silence. They waited a few minutes, then called Shalmera. "Arajuno calling Shalmera. Arajuno standing by for Shalmera. Any word from Palm Beach, Marge? Over. Shalmera standing by. No word as yet. We'll be standing by. Not a crackle broke the silence. Were the men so preoccupied with entertaining their visitors that they had forgotten the planned contact? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? No. It was inconceivable that all 5 would forget. It was the first time since Nate had started jungle flying in 1948 that he and Marge had been out of contact even for an hour. But perhaps their radio was not functioning. It happened occasionally. The women clung to each little hope, refusing to entertain the thought of anything's really having gone wrong. Their suspense was the sharper because most of their missionary friends on the network were unaware that Operation Auca was in progress. In Arahuno, Barbara and little Beth Udarian had primped up a bit, since it had been planned that Raj would come to Arahuno that night, while Pete took a turn sleeping in the treehouse. Surely the little plane would come winging over the treetops before sundown. They walked up and down the airstrip, waiting. Just after sundown, Art Johnston, one of the doctors with Hospital Los Andes, affiliated with the missionary radio station HCJB in Quito, came into the radio room in Shalmera. The radio was still on, but Marge sat with her head down on the desk. "Is something the matter, Marge?" She told him the situation briefly, but asked that he not divulge it yet. If nothing serious had actually happened, it would be disastrous to publicize what was taking place. There was little sleep that night for any of the wives. By 7 o'clock on the morning of Monday, January 9th, 1956, Johnny Keenan, Nate's colleague in the MAF, was in the air flying toward the sand strip which Nate had earlier pointed out to him. As he flew, Marge called me and Shandhya. "We haven't heard from the fellows since yesterday noon. Would you stand by at 10 o'clock for Johnny's report?" It was the first I knew that anything was amiss. A verse God had impressed on my mind when I first arrived in Ecuador came back suddenly and sharply. "When thou passest through the waters, I will be with thee, and through the rivers they shall not overflow thee." I went upstairs to continue teaching the Indian girls' literacy class, praying silently, "Lord, let not the waters overflow." At about 9:30, Johnny's report came through. Marge relayed it to me and Shandhya. "Johnny has found the plane on the beach. All the fabric is stripped off. There is no sign of the fellows." In Shalmera, a pilot of the Summer Institute of Linguistics, Larry Montgomery, who was also a reserve officer in the USAF, lost no time in contacting Lieutenant General William K. Harrison, Commander-in-Chief of the Caribbean Command, which included the United States Air Rescue Service in Panama. Radio station HCJB was also informed, and news flashed around the world. 5 men missing in Auca territory. By noon, all possible forces which might contribute to their rescue, including the prayers of thousands of people in all parts of the world, were set in motion. Barbara and Mary Lou were flown from Arahuno to Shalmera. They felt confident that there would be some survivors, and so left a note on the door of the house in Arahuno stating where medicine and food could be found. What if one of them should stagger home wounded, or if all of them arrived back after a grueling trip in the jungle? Mary Lou decided that she must return, to be there to help them. Late Monday afternoon she was flown home again, where she was to remain 3 more days. On Monday evening it was decided that a ground search party should be organized, on the assumption that one or more of the men still lived. And Frank Drown, Roger Udarian's colleague, a man with 12 years of jungle experience among the Jivaros, was unanimously elected to lead the party. Dr. Art Johnston offered to go along in his capacity as physician. 13 Ecuadorian soldiers promptly volunteered. "The news put me in a cold sweat," said Frank, "but I asked my wife Marie if she minded if I went." "Of course you must go," was her reply, and Frank accepted without hesitation. On Tuesday morning I was flown out of Shandhya with Nate's sister Rachel, who had been with me while the men went on the Auca trip. Frank was brought out from Macuma, and many of the missionary men arrived in Shalmera from Quito, some as volunteers to go on the ground party. Word was received via shortwave that a helicopter was on its way from Panama, which lifted the spirits in Shalmera. That night, the pilot of an Ecuadorian airline came to the house to tell the wives that he had flown over the scene at about 6 o'clock in the evening,
and saw, a short distance upstream, a large fire, without any smoke, which would indicate perhaps a gasoline fire or a signal flare. Nate always carried signal flares in his emergency kit. This was a ray of hope for the 5 wives to sleep on that night. On Wednesday, Johnny Keenan took off again in MAF's 2nd Piper cruiser, a twin to Nate's plane, on his 4th flight over Palm Beach to see if there were any signs of life. Marge, who had hardly left the radio since Sunday afternoon, stood by for his reports. Barbara, Olive, and I were upstairs. Suddenly Marge called, "Betty? Barbara? Olive?" I raced down the stairs. Marge was standing with her head against the radio, her eyes closed. After a while she spoke. "They found one body." A quarter-mile downriver from the little denuded plane, Johnny had sighted a body, floating face down in the water, dressed in khaki pants and white t-shirt, the usual uniform of the men. Barbara felt it was not Roger. He had been wearing blue jeans. Some of the land party went over to Arajuno to prepare the airstrip for the big planes, which would be arriving soon from Panama. Late on Wednesday afternoon, the roar of the planes was heard, and far on the western horizon, where the volcano Sangay stands, a smoking pyramid, the great planes were silhouetted. As they drew near and circled the strip, the red, white, and blue of the United States Air Force became visible. During the day, the remaining volunteers who made up the ground party were transported to Arajuno, where Indians, soldiers, and others of the missionaries were milling around the airstrip, waiting to start. In spite of the strain she was under, Mary Lou remained her efficient self. She had a meal ready for all the men before they headed downriver. There was some difficulty in securing Quichua carriers. They had long lived too close for comfort to the Aucas and did not want to get any closer. However, their loyalty to the men who had worked among them overcame their hesitancy, and about 10:30 the party was ready to move off on foot, guns handy, eyes sharp. D. Short, a missionary from western Ecuador, who happened to be in Quito when the news of the disaster arrived, had come to Arajuno. As the party left, Mary Lou turned to him and said with finality, "There is no hope. All the men are dead." Probably most of the ground party would have agreed with her, but nevertheless, every time they rounded a bend of the river, they looked expectantly for one or more of the missing men. Back in Shalmera, the radio crackled again. Marge answered, "Shalmera standing by." Johnny Keenan reported, "Another body sighted, about 200 feet below Palm Beach." And once again, God, who had promised grace to help in time of need, was true to his word. None of us wives knew which 2 these bodies might prove to be, but we did know in whom we had believed. His grace was sufficient. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the ground party reached Oglan, an Indian settlement situated at the place where the Oglan River meets the Curaray. Here camp was set up for the night. Frank Drown organized the group, appointing 1 man to hire canoes, 1 in charge of cargo, 1 to plan seating in the canoes, 1 as mess chief, 2 for safety precautions. That night they slept on beds of banana leaves. Watches were kept all night. Before the party set off on Thursday morning, the missionaries offered up prayer, committing themselves into the hands of God, and the Ecuadorian soldiers, of a different faith, prayed with them. The party moved cautiously down the Curaray. The river was at its lowest, making navigation difficult, and special care was exercised in rounding the many bends, for it was feared Aucas might be lying in wait. At about 10 o'clock, Johnny Keenan again flew over the ground party in the Piper, and Frank Drown was able to make contact with him by means of a 2-way radio which the Air Rescue Service had supplied. Johnny told them of 2 canoes of Quichuas proceeding upriver in the direction of the ground party. He feared that in their excitement some of the men in the party might shoot at the first sight of an Indian on the river. Soon the 2 canoes of Quichuas appeared. There was a small group of Indians from McCully's station at Arajuno. On their own initiative, they had boldly pressed into Auca territory ahead of anyone else, and had gone all the way to Palm Beach. The ground party was saddened when one of the Indians, a believer who had come to know Christ since Ed had gone to Arajuno, told them of having found Ed's body on the beach at the edge of the water. He had Ed's watch with him. Now the missionaries knew who one of their fallen colleagues was, but a chance remained that at least 3 others had survived. They pressed on. In the big house at Shalmera, children played, babies were fed and bathed. The members of the rescue service came and went. Marge maintained contact on the shortwave. Meals were somehow cooked and served. Visitors greeted and informed of the latest word, and prayer went up to God continually. The mechanics were making the final adjustment on the blades of the Army helicopter, which had been dismantled and shipped from Panama in an Air Force cargo plane. My diary recounts the events of Thursday afternoon as the helicopter was dispatched to Palm Beach. 2:00. Johnny's Piper and helicopter headed for Arajuno, also Navy R-4D, Captain McGee and Major Nurnberg in helicopter. 3:00. The aircraft are stacking up over the site of the incident now. I feel sick at my stomach. 3:20. Blessed is she that believed. The aircraft are circling the site. 3:30. Yea, in the way of thy judgment, O Lord, have we waited for thee. The desire of our soul is to thy name. 4:00. Still circling. Hope thou in God, for I shall yet praise him. As the wives hoped and prayed and waited, the procession of flying machines moved slowly down toward Palm Beach, the airplanes circling to keep pace with the slower helicopters skimming along at treetop level and following the bends of the river. The airplanes chose different altitudes to avoid danger of collision as pilots circled with eyes on the jungle below. Johnny Keenan in the little yellow Piper was lowest. A few hundred feet above were the U.S. Navy R-4D, the Navy version of the familiar DC-3, and higher, the big amphibian of the Air Rescue Service. Close by, Colonel Izurieta, in a plane of the Ecuadorian Air Force, flew in wider circles, ready to help should decisions be needed. The teamwork of the United States Army, Air Force, and Navy, and of the government and military services of Ecuador, were heartwarming to the wives. Air Force Major Nurnberg, riding in the Army helicopter, landed briefly to talk with the ground party, still some distance up the river from Palm Beach. Ed McCulley's name was mentioned guardedly on the radio. Those hearing guessed that somehow Ed's body had been identified. Was his one of the two bodies that had been seen from the air? Had three perhaps escaped into the jungle, or been taken captive? After a few moments the helicopter moved on. Finally rounding a bend, it came at last to Palm Beach and landed. Nurnberg, carbine at the ready, jumped out and looked around. Anxious minutes went by. Back in the chopper, he radioed, "No one here." Hope flickered brighter in those who heard. The helicopter was off again and started slowly down the river. Crossing to the other side, it stopped, hovering, the force of its downwash disturbing the muddy surface of the water. Minutes later it moved on, only to stop again 200 yards farther on. A third and a fourth time, Nurnberg and McGee hung motionless, 10 feet above the water, rotor blades beating dangerously close to overhanging jungle trees. Hearts sank in the aircraft above as those watching guessed the meaning of those stops. The aircraft returned to Arajuno. Once on the ground, Nurnberg, his face showing strain, confirmed suspicions. Speaking in low tones to the tight circle of military men, he explained that McCulley's body, identified by the small party of Quichuas the day before, was now gone from the beach, no doubt washed away by the rain and higher water in the night. He leafed through his notebook for a moment. A few Indians stood silent in the tall grass nearby, listening and watching. "We found 4 in the river," Nurnberg said finally. "I don't think identification will be possible from what I have here," indicating his notebook. "One of them may be McCulley." He did not have to say what was in every mind. There might be one who got away, possibly wounded, still in the jungle. How to inform the wives was the question uppermost in military minds. Should Mary Lou be told? She was right there at Arajuno in the house. "We'd better wait," Nurnberg said. "DeWitt is running this show. Let's get back to Shell and talk it over." Captain DeWitt, in the big Air Force amphibian, was overhead, not wanting to risk a landing on the small strip at Arajuno. All returned to Shell, and the military men gathered in the cabin of the amphibian. The wives would have to be told, but how? Someone else had wisely decided to tell Mary Lou that 4 bodies had been found.
Later in the afternoon, Johnny flew her out to Shell to be with the 4 other wives. In the end, it was the wives who persuaded DeWitt and Nurnberg that there was no need to soften the blow. We wanted to know everything in detail. We gathered in Marge's bedroom away from the children. Major Nurnberg opened his notebook and in terse sentences described what he had found. It was immediately evident that identification could not be positive. One body was caught under the branches of a fallen tree. Only a large foot with a gray sock appeared at the surface of the muddy water. In reading his notes of another, Nurnberg said, "This one had on a red belt of some woven material." 4 of us turned our eyes toward the 5th, Olive Fleming. "That was Pete," Olive said simply. As the major concluded, it was still not known whether Ed's body was one of those in the river. There was still hope that one might have got away. The military men, to whom the breaking of such news to loved ones was no new thing, left the bedroom silently. Their news had been met with serenity. No tears could rise from the depth of trust which supported the wives. Barbara Udarian wrote in her diary, "Tonight the captain told us of finding 4 bodies in the river. One had t-shirt and blue jeans. Raj was the only one who wore them. God gave me this verse 2 days ago. Psalm 48:14. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide even unto death. As I came face to face with the news of Raj's death, my heart was filled with praise. He was worthy of his homegoing. Help me, Lord, to be both Mummy and Daddy, to know wisdom and instruction. Tonight, Beth prayed for Daddy in heaven and asked if Daddy would come down from heaven to get a letter she wanted to write him. I said, 'He can't come down. He's with Jesus.' She said, 'But Jesus can help him come down, and God will take his hand so he won't slip.' I wrote a letter to the mission family, trying to explain the peace I have. I want to be free of self-pity. It is a tool of Satan, to rot away a life. I am sure that this is the perfect will of God. Many will say, 'Why did Raj get mixed up in this when his work was with Hivaros?' Because Raj came to do the will of him that sent him. The Lord has closed our hearts to grief and hysteria, and filled in with his perfect peace." That Thursday night, the ground party pitched camp at El Capricho, the former hacienda where there had been some Auca killings. Throwing up some little leaf shacks, a guard was set up of 2 missionaries, 2 soldiers, and 2 Indians. The missionaries, when not on guard duty with the others, tried to decide the best course of action, knowing, through contact with the helicopter, that 4 of their colleagues were dead. It was a long night, and Frank Drown felt an old fear that had haunted him all his life of touching the body of a friend. Here I was, getting nearer and nearer to seeing the bodies of 5 fellows who were as dear to me as my own brothers. Starting out again at 6 in the morning of Friday, January 13th, the party was on the last lap of its mission, with a date to meet the helicopter at Palm Beach at 10. The men had to hurry to get there, and everyone was jittery from the strain of the trip and the thought of the job that lay ahead. At this point, the course of the Kururai is a series of short, sharp bends and twists, and offers an ideal ambush for an Auca attack. At last, the beach was reached. Quichuas were sent up first, as they were best able to spot evidence of recent Auca visits. There was none. The rest of the party followed. "I remember," says Frank Drown, "that the first thing that struck me as we hit the beach was the smell from a pot of beans that had been overturned and were spread all over. I don't think I'll ever forget that terrible, rotten smell." There was no sign as yet of the helicopter. The ground party set to work, everyone having been assigned different duties. The Ecuadorian soldiers spread out in a semicircle in the jungle behind the beach to act as cover. 2 Indians set to digging a common grave under the treehouse. Others waded into the river, looking for the men's possessions. D. Short and Frank Drown crawled up into the treehouse to try to find a clue of what had happened. Some of the men began to dismantle the plane. Others looked for bodies. It was not until the helicopter arrived at 12:15 and hovered over the bodies where they lay in the muddy waters of the Kururai that the ground crew was able to find them.
Frank Drown told of the scene. First, Nurnberg pointed out one body downstream, and Fuller jumped into the water and pulled the body across. Then Nurnberg showed us Nate Saint's body, and we got in a canoe and went downstream, and saw an arm coming out of the water. So I tried to attach a string to the arm, and I just could not bring myself to do it. I'd reach out and try and then pull back, and have to try again, until finally the man who was in the canoe with me did it. Now we were 3 canoes with 3 bodies attached to them, going upstream. We laid all 4 face down in a row on the beach. We never did get the 5th, which was Ed McCulley's body. Then I got over my feeling of hating to touch the bodies, because a body is only a house, and these fellows had left their house, and after the soul leaves, the body isn't much after all. The thing that is beautiful to us is the soul, not the body. Identification of the 4 bodies was finally positive from wedding rings and watches, change purse, notebooks. Ed was not one of the 4, so it was finally definite. All 5 were dead. In the providence of God, the missing body was the one identified by the Quichuas the day before. Not only had they brought back his watch, but also they had taken off one of his shoes, a tremendous shoe, size 13 1/2, and thrown it up on the beach. The day before, Nurnberg had picked it up and brought it back to Shelmera. While the bodies were being drawn ashore, a violent tropical storm was gathering. At that moment, the helicopter came in low and fast. Cornell Kappa, a photographer-correspondent on assignment for Life magazine, jumped out, camera in hand, and ran across the beach. Then the full fury of the storm struck, and the missionaries felt as if the powers of darkness had been let loose. Later, Kappa wrote an account of his landing and of subsequent events. We floated above the jungle about 200 feet over the treetops. The naval mission plane circling overhead did not let us out of their sight. Suddenly the sun disappeared, and we headed into a tropical storm. The pilot looked grim and wasted not a minute, landing on Palm Beach. The atmosphere on the beach was fantastic. Everybody's hand was on the trigger, looking toward the jungle. I did not have to ask why. The rain was coming down in buckets. My handkerchief served no more to clean my water-soaked lenses. Suddenly I saw a struggling group of men carrying the last of the missionaries to his common grave. He was on an improvised stretcher, made out of the aluminum sheets that had covered the treehouse where the men had lived. It was a terrible sight. The light was eerie. The pallbearers struggled against a muddy bank that led to the grave. I just made it in time to see the lifeless legs disappearing into the hole. Grim, weary missionaries looked for the last time at their friends, whom they could no more identify. One said, "It's better this way. I feel less miserable." They lingered for a moment, offered up a few words of prayer. At the end, Major Nurnberg, facing the jungle with carbine in hand, turned back toward the small knot of men about the grave and called, "Let's get out of here." The rain let up a bit. The helicopter was ready to leave, and the time was near for decision. I could either go back with the pilot or stay with the ground party, starting the overnight homeward trek. It was an easy decision. To leave now would be cheating. I gave my exposed film to the pilot. The struggle of the living to stay alive had just begun. At last we were off. The canoes were overloaded, and at the slightest movement, water poured through the side. This was to be no fun at all, I thought quietly to myself. Major Nurnberg was in front with his carbine, and I could see from the back of his head that he had a mean look in his eyes. Nurnberg leaned back on D. Short, a red-headed, very long-legged missionary in a very small boat, who in turn leaned on me, and I leaned on the dismounted wheel of the ill-fated plane which we had salvaged. My back ached. Like a mother hen, I tried to protect my film pouches and to hide my cameras from the rain. It was futile. Soon my rangefinder clouded up. I had to guess the focus. A little later my viewfinder fogged up as well. Now I only aimed the camera and prayed, like a missionary, that it was pointed in the right direction. In and out of the canoe, marching with water squelching out of my boots, anxious eyes everywhere. I unbuttoned my .45 holster. Fortunately, no sign of Auca's. This lasted for about 2 hours, and it was time to bed down for the night. Major Nurnberg, Missionary Drown, and the Ecuadorian under-officer picked an open site for the camp. Their aim was to give us a chance to spot the Aucas before they had a chance to throw their spears. Guards were posted all around the perimeter,
and changed every 2 hours. We had a meal cooked by one of the missionaries. Shelters were erected from the metal sheets we carried, and palm leaves formed the side walls and the floor. It was a temporary paradise. Missionary Don Johnson, sitting in the darkness of the house, buried his face in his hands and offered a prayer. He thanked the Lord for helping them to reach and bury their friends. Then, with great feeling, he evoked the modest and loved characters of the departed men. In the darkness of the night, with the firelight flickering on his face, and the sound of jungle birds and pumas' groans punctuating the air, this clearly spoken conversation with God was of great emotional impact. Don was not expressing sorrow for the departed, so much as testifying to his faith in the Lord's will. When he finished, only the crackling of the campfire filled the air. But there was to be no sleep. All through the night we were in a wakeful readiness. The rushing waters of the river Kurarai were always in the background. There was the sound of an occasional tree falling to set off the trigger fingers of the nervous guards, and at intervals came the beams from their flashlights as the guards made their rounds. Slowly dawn came, and our nervousness increased, for this was the hour, we had been told, when the Aucas liked to attack. Our Indian guides stirred, particularly when they heard the continuing sounds of a puma. The Aucas are well known for their clever imitations of the jungle animals, and the guides were sure that in the shadows of the early morning light our neighbors were everywhere. Major Nurnberg crawled forward and, with a sudden burst of fire, silenced the puma. Breakfast was oatmeal and coffee. Then we collected our gear, and the march was on. Dried socks became wet again, tired feet dragged. The searching eyes and ready fingers of Nurnberg and Drown brought up the rear. Sudden excitement. The chopper appeared overhead, always watched by its big brother, the Navy R-4D. Suddenly, the 20th century descended in the wilderness of the jungle. The helicopter had come for me. As I took off, I was sorry to leave my friends, but no, not sorry to leave.
On Saturday morning, Captain DeWitt of the Rescue Service asked us 5 widows if we would care to fly over Palm Beach to see your husband's grave. We replied that if this were not asking too much, we would be grateful. The Navy R-4D took us out over the jungle, where the Kurarai lay like a brown snake in the undulating green. Pressing our faces close to the windows as we knelt on the floor of the plain, we could see the slice of white sand where the piper stood. Olive Fleming recalled the verses that God had impressed on her mind that morning. For we know that if our earthly house of this tabernacle were dissolved, we have a building of God, an house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. He who has prepared us for this very thing is God. Therefore we are always confident, knowing that, whilst we are at home in the body, we are absent from the Lord. As the plane veered away, Marge Saint said, "That is the most beautiful little cemetery in the world."
Chapter 19.
Yet have we not forgotten thee. 2 days later, we widows, already we were adjusting ourselves to the use of that word, sat together at the kitchen table in Shelmera. Dr. Art Johnston was describing the finding of the bodies. He had just returned with the weary, straggling ground party. When he hesitated, we urged him to give us all the facts. It was evident that death had been caused by lance wounds. But how had 10 Aucas managed to overwhelm 5 strong men who were armed with guns? Over and over we asked ourselves this question. The only possible answer was an ambush. Somehow the Aucas must have succeeded in convincing the men of their peaceful intentions. Nate had assured Marge that they would never allow Aucas with spears in their hands to approach them. Perhaps the commission of 10 that Nate mentioned on the radio had been a decoy party. Certainly if this party had carried spears, Nate would have reported this, and the men would not have looked forward so eagerly to their arrival. This group may have walked peacefully on to the beach while a second party, carrying spears, moved up under cover of the jungle foliage to carry out a surprise attack. It seems likely that the missionaries and the unarmed Aucas had been mingling together, as they had on the previous Friday, with friendly words and gestures, and then at a secret signal. There was evidence of a struggle on the beach.
mark of Ed's leather heels in the sand. One bullet hole through the windshield of the plane. However, no blood was found. If any Aucas had suffered, it was not apparent. Had the men tried to avoid shooting by backing into the river? A lance was found thrust into the sand in the river bottom near the body of Jim Elliot. The fact that all of the bodies were in the water might indicate that they had desperately tried to show the Aucas that they would shoot only as a last resort. The condition of the piper showed real malice. Possibly some Auca had punctured the fabric of the plane with a spear, and finding it vulnerable, had begun to peel it off. Others helped, and soon they had denuded it completely, tossing the strips into the water nearby. But someone intended to put this man-carrying bird out of commission once and for all. Some of the framework was bent, and a part of the landing gear, made of tubular steel, was battered in as if by a very heavy object. The propeller and instrument panel, however, were intact. Perhaps to touch the soul of the creature was taboo, but they had torn the stuffings from the seats as if to disembowel the flying beast. Why, after the overtures of friendship on Friday, had the Aucas turned with such sudden and destructive anger on their white visitors on Sunday? The answer can only be guessed. Among the most qualified to venture a guess is Frank Drown, whose work with the Jivaros has given him shrewd insight into Indian thinking. He says, "An Indian, when he first hears or sees something new, will accept it. Perhaps he accepts merely from normal curiosity, but he does accept. But after he has had time to think about the novelty, he begins to feel threatened. And that is the time when he may attack. A group of Indians will sit back and discuss a new contrivance or a new way of doing things with some eagerness. But the witch doctors, who are the real conservatives, can be counted on for rejection. They have a lot of authority, and when they work on their fellow tribesmen to reject an innovation, the people seldom go contrary to their advice. As in any culture, the younger men may be looking for a new way of life, but the older ones hang on to their traditions and maintain the status quo. Furthermore, most Indians are basically and understandably skeptical of anything the white man offers him. And don't forget that, after all, this was the first time within memory that the Aucas have had an encounter with the white man which was completely friendly. We can only hope they are pondering that fact right now." In the kitchen we sat quietly as the reports were finished, fingering the watches and wedding rings that had been brought back, trying for the 100th time to picture the scene. Which of the men watched the others fall? Which of them had time to think of his wife and children? Had one been covering the others in the treehouse and come down in an attempt to save them? Had they suffered long? The answers to these questions remained a mystery. This much we knew: whosoever shall lose his life for my sake and the gospel's, the same shall save it. There was no question as to the present state of our loved ones. They were with Christ. And once more, ancient words from the Book of Books came to mind. "All this has come upon us, yet have we not forgotten thee." Our heart is not turned back, neither have our steps declined from thy way. Though thou hast sore broken us in the place of dragons and covered us with the shadow of death. The quiet trust of the mothers helped the children to know that this was not a tragedy. This was what God had planned. "I know my daddy is with Jesus, but I miss him, and I wish he would just come down and play with me once in a while," said 3-year-old Stevie McCulley. Several weeks later, back in the States, Stevie's little brother Matthew was born. One day the baby was crying, and Stevie was heard to say, "Never mind, when we get to heaven, I'll show you which one is our daddy." Was the price too great? To the world at large, this was a sad waste of 5 young lives. But God has his plans and purpose in all things. There were those whose lives were changed by what happened on Palm Beach. In Brazil, a group of Indians at a mission station deep in the Mato Grosso, upon hearing the news, dropped to their knees and cried out to God for forgiveness, for their own lack of concern for fellow Indians who did not know of Jesus Christ. From Rome, an American official wrote to one of the widows, "I knew your husband. He was to me the ideal of what a Christian should be." An Air Force major stationed in England, with many hours of jet flying, immediately began making plans to join the Missionary Aviation Fellowship. A missionary in Africa wrote, "Our work will never be the same. We knew two of the men. Their lives have left their mark on ours." Off the coast of Italy, an American naval officer was involved in an accident at sea. As he floated alone on a raft, he recalled Jim Elliott's words, which he had read in a news report. "When it comes time to die, make sure that all you have to do is die." He prayed that he might be saved, knowing that he had more to do than die. He was not ready. God answered his prayer, and he was rescued. In Des Moines, Iowa, an 18-year-old boy prayed for a week in his room, then announced to his parents, "I'm turning my life over completely to the Lord. I want to try to take the place of one of those 5. Letters poured in to the 5 widows. From a college in Japan, "We are praying for you." From a group of Eskimo children in a Sunday school in Alaska. From a Chinese church in Houston. From a missionary on the Nile River who had picked up Time magazine and seen a photograph of her friend, Ed McCully. Only eternity will measure the number of prayers which ascended for the widows, their children, and the work in which the 5 men had been engaged. The prayers of the widows themselves are for the Aucas. We look forward to the day when these savages will join us in Christian praise. Plans were promptly formulated for continuing the work of the martyrs. The station at Arahuno was manned to be ready in case the Aucas should come out for friendly contact. Gift flights were resumed by Johnny Keenan, so that the Aucas would know beyond any doubt that the white men had nothing but the friendliest of motives. Revenge? The thought never crossed the mind of one of the wives or other missionaries. Barbara Udarian returned to her work among the Jivaros, with the 2 little children, and I went back to Shandia with 10-month-old Valerie to carry on as much as I could the work of the Quichua station. Another pilot, Hobie Lawrence, with his family and a new plane, were sent to the mission air base in Shelmera, while Marge Saint took up a new post in Quito, after the birth of her 3rd son in the United States, a few weeks after the death of her husband. Mary Lou McCully returned to Ecuador with her boys to work in Quito with Marge. For Olive Fleming, who had spent only 2 months in the jungle when her husband died, the problem regarding the future has been more difficult. But for her, as for all, one thing is certain. Her life belongs to God, as had her husband's, and he will show the way. In the months since the killing of the 5 men, Nate Saint's sister Rachel has continued with the study of the Auca language, working with the Auca woman, Dayuma. Many flights have been made over the houses of the Aucas. The first group of houses was found to have been burned, a common Auca practice after a killing. But not far away, new houses were discovered, and gifts were dropped to the waiting Indians. When Johnny Keenan swoops over, George appears, jumping and waving the little model plane given him by Nate Saint. Delilah also seems to be there with him. Patches of bright yellow fabric from Nate's plane adorn the roofs of some of the houses. Thousands of people in all parts of the world pray every day that the light of the knowledge of the glory of God may be carried to the Aucas, a people almost totally unheard of before. How can this be done? God, who led the 5, will lead others in his time and way. From among the Quichuas with whom Jim, Ed, and Pete worked, several have surrendered their lives to God for his use, to preach to their own people, or even to the Aucas if he chooses. They have carried on the work begun by the missionaries, speaking to their relatives of Christ, reading the scriptures that have been translated for them, traveling sometimes in canoes and over muddy trails to teach the Bible to others who do not know its message. A converted Indian, formerly a notorious drinker, came to me one day and said, "Senora, I lie awake at night thinking of my people. How will I reach them, I say? How will they hear of Jesus?" I cannot get to them all, but they must know. I pray to God, asking him to show me what to do. In the little prayer meetings, the Indians never forget to ask God to bless their enemies. Oh God, you know how those Aucas killed our beloved Señor Eduardo, Señor Jaime, and Señor Pedro. Oh God, you know that it was only because they didn't know you. They didn't know what a great sin it was. They didn't understand why the white men had come. Send some more messengers, and give the Aucas, instead of fierce hearts, soft hearts. Stick their hearts, Lord, as with a lance. They stuck our friends, but you can stick them with your word, so that they will listen and believe. For the wives and relatives of the 5 men, the mute longing of their hearts was echoed by words found in Jim Elliott's diary. I walked out to the hill just now. It is exalting, delicious to stand embraced by the shadows of a friendly tree with the wind tugging at your coat-tail and the heavens hailing your heart, to gaze and glory and give oneself again to God. What more could a man ask? Ah, the fullness, pleasure, sheer excitement of knowing God on earth. I care not if I never raise my voice again for him, if only I may love him, please him. Mayhap in mercy he shall give me a host of children that I may lead them through the vast star fields to explore his delicacies whose finger ends set them to burning. But if not, if only I may see him, touch his garments, and smile into his eyes, ah, then, not stars nor children shall matter, only himself. O Jesus, Master and Center and End of all, how long before that glory is thine which has so long waited thee? Now there is no thought of thee among men. Then there shall be thought for nothing else. Now other men are praised, then none shall care for any other's merits. Hasten, hasten, glory of heaven. Take thy crown, subdue thy kingdom, enthrall thy creatures. Epilogue, November 1958. Nearly 3 years have passed since that Sunday afternoon. Today I sit in a tiny leaf-thatched hut on the Tijuana River, not many miles southwest of Palm Beach. In another leaf house, just about 10 feet away, sit 2 of the 7 men who killed my husband. Gikita, one of the men, has just helped Valerie, who is now 3 1/2, roast a plantain. 2 of his sons have gone to the forest, shouldering their skillfully made blowguns in search of meat to feed the 15 or 20 Auca Indians who are at present in this clearing. How did this come to be? Only God, who made iron swim, who caused the sun to stand still, in whose hand is the breath of every living thing. Only this God, who is our God forever and ever, could have done it. After the death of the 5 men, the pilots of the Missionary Aviation Fellowship continued making gift drops to the Aucas. Apparent friendliness on their part was unchanged, but we know now that we could never base our judgment of their attitudes on that. Rachel Saint, sister of Nate, the pilot, patiently keeps on with her study of the Auca language with the help of Dayuma, who came to know the Lord Jesus and began to pray, with thousands of others, for the entrance of the light to her tribe. One day in November 1957, I was at the McCulley's former station, Arajuno, when 2 Quichua Indians from the Curaray River arrived to tell us that there were 2 Auca women at their house. I went with them immediately, and there at the Quichua settlement where the rescue party had spent a night, I met Mankamu and Mintaka. Mintaka was the older of the 2 women who had come to Palm Beach. Later, these 2 women went with me back to Shandia, where I began the study of their language, praying constantly that the Lord would take us into their tribe. His answer came first in a promise which he gave from Nehemiah, chapter 19, verses 19 and 24. Yet thou in thy manifold mercies forsookest them not in the wilderness. The pillar of the cloud departed not from them by day, to lead them in the way, neither the pillar of fire by night, to show them light, and the way wherein they should go.
So the children went in and possessed the land, and thou subduest before them the inhabitants of the land, and gavest them into their hands. When Rachel and Ayuma returned from a visit to the United States, we went to see them, and the 3 Auca women, united after more than 12 years, started to talk of returning to their people together. This they did on September 3rd, 1958, remaining among them for 3 weeks, telling them of the kind foreigners they had come to love. The 3 returned once more to Arajuno, where Marge Saint and I were waiting for them. They brought with them 7 other Aucas, and an invitation for Rachel and me to come and live with them in the tribe. Thus, on October 8th, 1958, we arrived. The longed-for entrance had been made. The Aucas were friendly and helpful, receiving us as sisters, building us houses, sharing their meat and manioc. They say they killed the men only because they believed them to be cannibals. Basically, it was fear that led them to what they now regard as a mistake. But we know that it was no accident. God performs all things according to the counsel of his own will. The real issues at stake on January 8th, 1956, were very far greater than those which immediately involved 5 young men and their families, or this small tribe of naked savages. Letters from many countries have told of God's dealings with hundreds of men and women, through the example of 5 who believed literally that the world passeth away, and the lust thereof, but he that doeth the will of God abideth forever. So with this entrance we ask that those who have helped us by prayer will continue. We would remind you that it is only an entrance. Besides this group of 50 or so with whom we have contact, there is a downriver group who are the mortal enemies of these. Will God also lead us into that strong city? Thou art worthy, for thou wast slain, and hast redeemed us to God by thy blood out of every kindred, and tongue, and people, and nation. Epilogue 2. January 1996. This time it's not a leaf-thatched hutch on the Tijuana River, but a small house with big glass windows and real walls high above the Atlantic Ocean on Massachusetts' rock-bound coast. I sit at my desk, looking out at a nearly pure white sea reflecting a white sky, with no horizon to divide them. A winter sun makes a pale, shimmering pathway on the calm water where 2 little boats idle as the lobstermen pull their pots. It is a long way from the jungle, although the pathway of my life has taken many unimagined turns since I wrote this, my first book. I have not been allowed to forget the story. I would not have wanted to forget it, but there have been times when I have wondered if others might. Perhaps they have tired of it. Should I continue the retelling as I am so often asked to do? I spoke of my misgivings to Miss Corrie ten Boom, who, as an old lady, indefatigably traveled the world to tell her own story over and over again, of her family's providing refuge to Jews in Holland during World War II, of their being betrayed and imprisoned in a concentration camp, and of the deaths of her sister and aged father as a result. Sometimes, she told me, I have said, Lord, I must have something fresh. I cannot go on telling the old story. But the Lord said to me, this is the story I gave you. You tell that one. So Corrie encouraged me to go on telling mine. Readers will want to know what has happened to the people in this book. It is easy enough to answer the questions about the widows. 2 of them are still in Ecuador. Marge Saint is now Mrs. Abe Vanderpoy, wife of the former president of HCJB World Radio in Quito. They have 6 children between them and an impressive crowd of grandchildren. Barbara Udarian ran a missionary guest house for the Gospel Missionary Union before returning to live in Orlando, Florida. She has 2 married children, Beth and Jerry. Mary Lou McCulley is retired as a hospital accounting supervisor and lives in Bonnie Lake, Washington. All of her sons are married. Stevie, who is a school teacher, and Matt, a sports writer. Mike, the middle one, travels around the country working with racehorses. Olive Fleming married Walter Liefeld, who is now retired as head of the New Testament department at Trinity Evangelical Divinity School in Deerfield, Illinois. They have 3 children, David, Beverly, and Holly.
Rachel Saint died of cancer in November 1994, and was buried in the Waodani settlement where she had lived for a number of years. My third husband, the second died of cancer, is Lars Gren, who, when he is not managing me and our travel and book sales, works for a private foundation. My daughter Valerie is the mother of several children. Her husband, Walter D. Shepard, Jr., is a pastor. It is difficult not to grasp after thrills. The publicity surrounding the deaths of the 5 men focused what has sometimes seemed to be undue attention on that small jungle group, deflecting, some said, much interest from other vital kinds of missionary work. There can be little doubt that the drama of the story awakened many to the existence of harvest fields they had not thought of. At least hundreds were jolted by the sacrifice of 5 young men to whom obedience to their Lord was quite literally a matter of life and death. In a civilization where, in order to be sure of their manhood, or alas, even their personhood, men must box, lift weights, play football, jog, rappel, or hang glide, it was startling to realize that there was such a thing as spiritual commitment as robust, as total, and perhaps more demanding than the most fanatical commitment to physical fitness. It was a shock to learn that anybody cared that much about anything, especially if it was invisible. On January 8, 1996, my husband, Lars Gren, and I, along with my daughter Valerie, her husband Walt, and eldest son Walter, were with the Waodani. Steve Saint, pilot and son of pilot Nate, and his wife Ginny, kindly entertained us in their jungle home on the Kurarai River. We sat in hammocks as the Waodani crowded in to see us, to laugh and shout about how much I, Gikari, and Valerie, Mangari, had aged. They did their best to pronounce Lars, Walt, and Walter, welcoming them with great glee, powerful handshakes, and deepest interest. Together we reminisced about the years 1958 to 1960 that Valerie and I had lived there. Minkai and Kimo, 2 of those who had speared the 5, talked and talked, telling me of events over the decades since I had seen them. They are Christians now. The New Testament has been translated into their language. The name Auca is a Quechua word meaning naked or savage. It is no longer used. Waodani is what the people call themselves. Their story at the time of the death of the men, later, when I lived with the Indians themselves, and during all the years since, as I have recounted it and reflected on it in the light of my own subsequent experience, has pointed to one thing. God is God. If he is God, he is worthy of my worship and my service. I will find rest nowhere but in his will, and that will is infinitely, immeasurably, unspeakably beyond my largest notions of what he is up to. This is the context in which the story must be understood, as one incident in human history, an incident in certain ways and to certain people important, but only one incident. God is the God of human history, and he is at work continuously, mysteriously, accomplishing his eternal purposes in us, through us, for us, and in spite of us. There is always the urge to oversimplify, to weigh in at once with interpretations that cannot possibly cover all the data or stand up to close inspection. We know, for example, that time and again in the history of the Christian Church, the blood of martyrs has been its seed. So we are tempted to assume a simple equation here. 5 men died. This will mean X number of Waodani Christians. Perhaps so, perhaps not. Cause and effect are in God's hands. Is it not the part of faith simply to let them rest there? God is God. I dethrone him in my heart if I demand that he act in ways that satisfy my idea of justice. It is the same spirit that taunted, "If thou be the Son of God, come down from the cross." There is unbelief, there is even rebellion in the attitude that says, God has no right to do this to 5 men unless... Those men had long since given themselves without reservation to do the will of God. So far as they knew, they were to be plain, ordinary missionaries. Raj to the Achwaras, Jim, Ed, and Pete to the Quechuas, Nate to serve all the jungle stations with his airplane. But small things happen. Nate found some inhabited Waldani houses. Small decisions are made, he told Jim and Ed, which lead to bigger ones. They began to pray with new vigor for an entrance into the territory. And ultimately, a man's individual choices become momentous. Plain, ordinary missionaries with wives and children whom they loved found themselves faced with a life and death decision. They were not looking for anything bigger to do, let alone for fame. The need of the Waldanis simply became the categorical imperative. For us widows, the question as to why the men who had trusted God to be both shield and defender should be allowed to be speared to death was not one that could be smoothly or finally answered in 1956, nor yet silenced in 1996. God did not answer Job's questions either. Job was living in a mystery, the mystery of the sovereign purpose of God. And the questions that rose out of the depths of that mystery were answered only by a deeper mystery, that of God himself. The Lord answered Job out of the tempest. Who is this whose ignorant words cloud my design in darkness? Brace yourself and stand up like a man. I will ask questions and you shall answer. Where were you when I laid the earth's foundations? Tell me if you know and understand who settled its dimensions. Job, chapter 38, verses 1 through 4, NEB. On and on the unanswerable questions went, overwhelming the man on the ash heap with proofs of divine control, origin, generation, legislation, authority, and wisdom. Job's only reply was that he had none. What reply can I give thee, I who carry no weight? I put my finger to my lips. Chapter 40, verse 4. Again God told him to brace himself, stand up like a man, and answer. Dare you deny that I am just, or put me in the wrong, that you may be right? Chapter 40, verse 8. Job stood the test. He recognized who God is. He melted. But he then became the intercessor for his friends, and God restored to him more than he had ever had to begin with. I believe with all my heart that God's story has a happy ending. Julian of Norwich wrote, All shall be well, and all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well. But not yet. Not necessarily yet. It takes faith to hold on to that in the face of the great burden of experience, which seems to prove otherwise. What God means by happiness and goodness is a far higher thing than we can conceive. John Oman said that a true belief in providence cannot be held either as an instinctive trust that God is kind, or as an inference from life that he is benevolent, but only as the last and highest victory of a faith which is won a vision of a true and abiding good, which is not of the world, even while things in the world become a new creation to forward it. Grace and Personality, page 126 and following. The massacre was a hard fact, widely reported at the time, surprisingly well remembered by many even today. It was interpreted according to the measure of one's faith or faithlessness, full of meaning or empty, a triumph or a tragedy, as example of brave obedience or a case of fathomless foolishness, the beginning of a great work, a demonstration of the power of God, a sorrowful first act that would lead to a beautifully predictable third act in which all puzzles would be solved. God would vindicate himself, Waldanis would be converted, and we could all feel good about our faith. Bulletins about progress were hailed with joy and a certain amount of, you see? But the danger lies in seizing upon the immediate and hoped for, as though God's justice is thereby verified, and glossing over as neatly as possible certain other consequences, some of them inevitable, others simply the result of a botched job. In short, in the Waldani story, as in other stories, we are consoled as long as we do not examine too closely the unpalatable data. By this evasion, we are willing still to call the work ours, to arrogate ourselves whatever there is of success, and to deny all failure. A healthier faith seeks a reference point outside all human experience. The pole star, which marks the course of all human events, not forgetting that impenetrable mystery of the interplay of God's will and man's. He did not many miracles there because of their unbelief. Jesus was handed over to the power of men. Thou hast set me free to range at will. Psalm chapter 31, verse 8. I think back to the 5 men themselves, remembering Pete's agony of indecision as to whether he should join the others in the venture, Ed's eagerness to go, even though Mary Lou was 8 months pregnant, his strong assurance that all would be well, Raj's depression and deep sense of failure as a missionary, Nate's extreme caution and determination, Jim's nearly reckless exuberance. I think of the tensions that developed after the men died among those who had tried to pick up the pieces of the work they had left behind. There was misunderstanding between some of the mission boards as to what part each was to play in continuing efforts to reach the Waldanis. I think of how, when Rachel and I finally arrived in the Waldanis' jungle clearing, we found that what she and Dayuma had been using as the Waldani language was not readily understood. Dayuma had forgotten a large part of it, and had unwittingly jumbled up Waldani, Quichua, and a smattering of Spanish, and a little English intonation for good measure. Then gradually I saw, to my dismay, that Rachel's approach to linguistic work, her interpretation of what the Indians did and said, and the resulting reports she sent out were often radically different from my own. I think of the Indians themselves. What bewilderment, what inconvenience, what disorientation, what uprooting, what actual diseases, polio, for example, they suffered because we missionaries got to them at last. The skeptic points with glee to such woeful facts, and we dodge them nimbly, fearing any assessment of the work that may cast suspicion at least on the level of our spirituality, if not the validity of our faith. But we are sinners, and we are buffoons. I am reminded of an occasion in Bible school when I nearly laughed aloud in the middle of a prayer. Following a long session in which one student after another had confessed his sins, real and imaginary, our principal, L.E. Maxwell, stood up and boomed out, "O Lord, deliver us from our sad, sweet, stinking selves." It is not the level of our spirituality that we can depend on. It is God, and nothing less than God. For the work is God's, and the call is God's, and everything is summoned by Him and to His purposes. The whole scene, the whole mess, the whole package, our bravery and our cowardice, our love and our selfishness, our strengths and our weaknesses. The God who could take a murderer like Moses, and an adulterer like David, and a traitor like Peter, and make of them strong servants of His, is a God who can also redeem savage Indians, using as the instruments of His peace a conglomeration of sinners who sometimes look like heroes and sometimes like villains. For we are no better than pots of earthenware to contain this treasure, the revelation of the glory of God in the face of Jesus Christ. And this proves that such transcendent power does not come from us, but is God's alone. 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 7, NEB. We are not always sure where the horizon is. We would not know which end is up, were it not for the shimmering pathway of light falling on the white sea. The one who laid earth's foundations and settled its dimensions knows where the lines are drawn. He gives all the light we need for trust and for obedience. Thank you for listening to this recording of Through Gates of Splendor by Elisabeth Elliot. This book was read by Marguerite Gavin